Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get that, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
got started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid Newton, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
kill. Rampage.
I can shoot all day, I got stamina.
It's another week here at the Icon Series PH Fall Season, and we are on week number 2. We've got the debut of groups C and D, and the debut of so many new teams here in the Rift. Mika Fabs over here with Riku and Osiris on the panel, ready to break down all of the action for you guys. We'll be getting to know Group C and D a bit more because, oh my gosh, we've got so many new faces in this group, and we've got a slightly different game. Patch 2.4, of course, will be making its way into the Wild Rift Icon Series PH today. And we know that this comes with a lot of new changes. In fact, some changes that we haven't entirely been familiar with yet. Yes, Mika, you have to review a little bit more. You haven't gone through all of the items that have come out, of course. But this wouldn't be possible without all of our wonderful sponsors. We have Globe Telecom. You can hashtag reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and a whole lot more. Get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. We also have Oppo. You can experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display, 4,310 milliamperes, and 30 watts BOOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be oh so easy. Live life at full speed with the Oppo A94.
At syempre, nandito din ang sekreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw na naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with you, Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sekreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, don't forget to help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace.
Indeed. Let's pretend that, of course, I have been securing all of my aces now that I'm sitting on a Secret Lab. Let's say that that's fact. You can up your game even more, of course, as Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings you events and programs like no other. Starting with apprenticeship programs led by the pros, we have stream takeovers as well, and local and international tournaments. All you have to do is download the Globe One app and click on the Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated and get hashtag all together now on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And once again, we do have the new Riot Go promo.
Ooh.
You can register to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill baubles, and a whole lot more. You can get it now. Oh, it's also accessible via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. And of course, that is live right now. So do check that out, Riot Go. Very exciting stuff indeed. We're gonna check out the group standings. And I would say that week 1 with groups A and B was very interesting indeed. Currently, I believe we have RRQ and UCFC Esports at the top of our Group A and B standings, respectively. I'd say that Galaxy Racer and Liab Esports are also making quite a strong showing, especially with the debut of their new players. We had Elyon and Dawn on the side of Liab Esports, and we have on the side of Galaxy Racer, How and Anyway being integrated really well. I mean, what would you guys say about that? And how did you like, Group A and B making their showing in week 1?
Well, for me, I think A and B are pretty much sweaty. Of course, Liab and Team Secret would stand out the most, considering that they finished second and third in the summer season. So of course they want to make a return to the playoffs for sure. And it's so sweaty because there's just so many amazing and new teams after those 2 slots onto the playoffs.
Exactly. The word is sweaty. As you can see, Group B, we have a 3-way tie. So that's a 2-1 UCFC, Team Secret, and Galaxy Racer. But on the other side, if there is a triple threat, you can see that RRQ is on a tree streak, and he is they are completely decimating Group A, getting that momentum. As for Grindsky in action, they have yet to secure some points by next week.
Yes, indeed. We'll get back to groups A and B next week, as Cyrus said. But yes, RRQ so far looking undefeated. And that 3-way tie in Group B is going to be very interesting. I wonder who is going to break that. And, will we see Team Secret rise again? They did have a little bit of a struggle in week 1, just a bit. But it seems like they are back in top form, of course, with James stepping in. We heard it from himself during the interview. He's like, "Oh, my team wasn't, performing what I expected. I have to step in there. I must go. My team needs me." Let's actually check out all those series highlights as we discuss what went on in week 1. And another thing that I think we need to point out is Grindsky Esports and Action PH. Action PH still has yet to get the win. Very, very elusive for this team. And Grindsky Esports, they haven't gotten a win yet, but I think they made quite a strong showing. I mean, they did bring it close to Bren Esports, I believe, when they faced off against each other. What do you think, Rico? Do you think that Grindsky Esports will manage to get a winner from Group A?
Yeah, I feel like the early game is pretty solid. It's just what comes after. And with the 2.4 changes coming in next week, where I'm sure there's going to be a lot of different factors that will determine what the teams could possibly do. But yeah, I feel like the 5v5s could possibly where Grindsky rises. Look at Meng and Yato here on the Galio and the Wukong. And if they just layer all their CCs with the perfect execution, I think it's doable for next week.
Yeah, and considering also that they are the ones who know how to play those traditional marksmen, they have tactical who understands how this dragon lane works, and there's a huge emphasis onto the auto attacks or the critical items, let me say, and even the attack speed. And you can see that Elia with the pentakill also, that's not big of a question for Liab, who can really take some of their games. It's just that Action PH, they are close but not yet there. So the same as how Grindsky, they're having a hard time around mid-game to late game with their macro rotations, but in terms of micro, they can really play well against their lanes.
Yeah, I really wonder how patch 2.4 is going to affect groups in Group A and B. Especially since, for example, Action PH, they have yet to get them before. I wonder if they can maximize some of the, some of the items, some of the big changes that came in for patch 2.4. And speaking of, 2.4 is one of the biggest Wild Rift patches to date, right? And, overall, I think we're expecting a lot of AD champions to be very, very happy. And Osiris and I were talking about this previously. We could see a lot of marksmen coming out this week. What do you think, Riku?
I agree. I mean, in the past 2 days in the Origin series, the Graves jungle has risen from his grave. Hey! But that's the thing. There's just so many different builds that you could potentially do to a lot of these 80 marksmen. I believe last night, Corky had 3 different builds, from the default, Manamune to Triforce to the Essence Reaver, and as well as Graves also opting for Naboris and then the Solari Charge Blade, so more crit. So I feel like the scaling of the Graves has a definitely better option in comparison to the Graves from before this 2.4 patch drop.
Yeah, speaking of the Graves, we saw a lot of Graves play coming in from Fate, a former member of Sunsparks, who really dominated the Rift, just snagging some of their wins. It's just that for now, we are being dominated by the utility jungler type of approach. But this time, if we are going to see a lot of double marksman setup, that's going to be on the mid lane of Evolution or the jungle Graves itself.
It'll be exciting stuff. Yes, I'm excited to see if Graves will come back to the C Icon Series PH. I'm excited to see, whether we'll see Corgi in a bunch of different roles, because now he's, with all of those new items coming in. It could be a lot more diverse. And maybe a Lucian as well. You know, there's a lot of firepower here. I think a lot of marksmen, a lot of these champions are going to be very, very happy. And I think we're going to see a lot of different metas come on out as we enter this sort of very damage-heavy meta that we're seeing. And all of those wonderful crit items, I just have to say, make me very happy. I'm not exactly an AD champion like main or something, but they just make me really happy just seeing them all there and, you know, putting them all together. It could, you know, make miracles happen, I believe, over here in some metas. Now, of course, we are going to go and check out our format. There's a lot of, for those of you who haven't tuned in to our first week, we have slightly different format over here for the fall season. Of course, we have our 12 teams who have advanced from the open qualifiers, and they will be joined by our top 3 contenders from the summer season playoffs, namely, of course, Team Secret, our representative to the Summer Super Cup, and we have Liab Esports and Omega Esports. And we also have the team from our last chance qualifier, Mirmooo. Very, very unique name over there, and an even more unique logo, if I might say so. And if you notice in Group C and D, we actually only have 2 returning teams. We'll get into that in just a little bit, but for now, 48 matches will be played during the group stages, and each series will be equivalent to 75,000 Globe Cup points. 1 Globe Cup point, by the way, is equivalent to 1 peso, so you can just imagine every series here matters, and the group stage total is 3,600,000 Globe Cup points. And for our playoffs, Riku, what exactly are we looking at?
Yeah, we're looking at the lower bracket here, and it's still definitely gonna count. It's still gonna be incredibly important. We're looking at 13 on 150,000 Globe Cup points, 100,000 for 12, 9 to 10 is 50,000, and 5th, 6 to 25,000. So that is a total of 400,000 Globe Cup points, and that is just the lower bracket total.
And of course, for the upper bracket, if you are hardworking, staying at top, this is your prerogative, this is your privilege. It is 1 million Globe Cup points in the bag. So want to make sure that you keep the run, you keep on the momentum, just to make sure that you are racking every Globe Cup points.
Yes, indeed. And this, of course, totals to 5 million Globe Cup points for the fall season, equivalent to the Globe Cup points for the summer season. And the Icon Series PH total is 10 million Globe Cup points for that prize. Phew, quite a lot indeed. A lot of very happy teams as well. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. I think groups, we talked about this previously, Group C and D are very interesting because we only have 2 returning teams here. We only have Fennel Adversity and Omega Esports as the familiar faces here in the Icon Series. The rest are all sort of strangers to us at the moment. Big question marks, unlocked champions, so to say, because we have here, like, we have Leonite Esports. We have this Jamie's Esports over here, which kind of attracted a lot of attention for their first name, which I hope we can bring up. I feel like that's a momentous occasion in Wild Rift Esports history. I hope we can bring that up. But we also have to answer the question, who is Jamie? I'm very, very curious to know. I hear they have really good chili garlic. So I feel personally invested in this team because of that. But guys, looking at the schedule, which match are you looking forward to the most? What do you think we'll see from what we have over here for day 1 of week 2?
I think for me it has to be the last match for tonight, maybe because
the chili garlic, huh?
It's the chili garlic versus Omega Esports. So very excited to see what Omega brings to the table. Especially they were kinda eliminated early to some extent in the playoffs last at the summer season. So it's definitely gonna be refreshing to see them back again in action.
Yeah, and I want to see also as what Mika told us from the rehearsal, the House of Stark and the House Targaryen, which is Chasing Dreams and DR Esports. So you know that, yes, DR has been a staple name, but this time with Chasing Dreams, and one player from Chasing Dreams that I have followed ever since was Cool, which is a former PGS or Pro Gaming Series player under G Hub banner. So I wanted to see him again play this time around in a different environment.
Yeah, and I'm also interested to see how well Mirmooo Esports performs today, especially since they were part of the last chance qualifier and then they have patch 2.4. There's a lot of last minute adjustments for this team, so I would feel like this team probably is dealing with a lot more pressure compared with the other teams. So it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to this. And of course, we're going to be looking forward to seeing Omega Esports and Fennel Adversity from the summer season and seeing how they've adapted, how they've evolved coming into the fall season. Now, of course, we need to give back to our community as well. We have some giveaways for you guys, so I hope you guys are paying attention because you guys can win some wild course and here's the kicker, a Secret Lab gaming chair. Let's head on over to our wild core giveaway first. Osiris, what are the details?
Of course, we know you love to share your fearless forecast with us, and now is your time to express yourselves and bring out the game analyst in you and be one of the 15 lucky winners of 790 wild course. Here's how. Number one, of course, make sure to like and follow the PPGL page. Second, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #SISPH playoffs, #CICON Series PH, and #PPGL Wild Rift. During the broadcast, comment your gameplay analysis along with your Riot ID on the stream chat, and the best comment will be pinned after each series. A total of 15 winners will be announced on the last day of the broadcast week.
And of course, last but not the least, are you the biggest PPGL fan? Flex those badges and you could be one of our Secret Lab gaming chairs winners. And just follow the mechanics below. Here's how. Number one, make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Secret Lab official Facebook pages. Number two, like and share the live stream with the hashtags #SISPH, #SCA Series PH, #PPGL Wild Rift, and lastly, #PPGL X Secret Lab. Before the end of each broadcast day, a link to the weekly Icon Series quiz will be shared in the stream chat, which you need to answer. This will count as your raffle entry. One winner will be drawn and announced at the end of the fall season PH playoffs broadcast on August 29, 2021. So mark your dates.
Yes, indeed. Save the date to find out if you're getting one of these highly coveted Secret Lab gaming chairs. I'm so curious as to what this Icon Series quiz is. Maybe I jump in there. I'm just really curious with the quiz. Yeah. I mean, we of course are backed by Secret Lab over here, sitting very comfortably. But I just really want to know what this quiz is. I've been wanting to know since week 1. And of course, we know that you guys are super excited to get into the games. But just to let you know, this giveaway is available on Facebook. So if you're watching on any of our other channels, just head on over to Facebook and do this whole hashtag social media thing. But you can also catch us on YouTube, on Twitch, and on TikTok as well. Speaking of social media, we're also active on Twitter. If you kind of want to be our guest fourth panelist over here, we'll actually be reading out some tweets, some fan tweets, reactions, comments from you guys. All you have to do is let your voice be heard on Twitter and use the hashtags #CIconSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift. And in between our games, we're gonna talk to you guys, feature you guys over here, and let the voices of the community be heard. We can also be heard straight, directly to us and interact with us on the PPGL community Discord server. Last week, we had a lot of fun because we had some coaches, we had some players join in on the action as well. It was nice to hear their thoughts as the games are going on. So I hope to see you guys over there. Osiris and myself, maybe Riku, when she's not casting, we'll be hanging out over there in the Discord server, as well as some of the other Icon Series talents. And who knows, we may be getting some guests from other regions as well. We did have that last week, so hang out over there, guys. We are very accommodating, and we're willing to entertain you guys while the games are going on. If the games aren't entertaining enough. Anyway, speaking of entertaining games, we will be getting to that in just a bit. But for now, we're gonna take a very quick break before we head into the first match of week 2. Don't go anywhere. The Icon Series will be right back.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansaletta.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
back to the Sea Icon Series fall season. We are just about to jump into our first match of Group C, and it is going to be Fennel Adversity versus Leonite Esports. This is going to be really interesting because right now Leonite Esports, they are a bit of a question mark. We don't have a lot of background on them just yet. And then we have the added obstacle of the patch 2.4. You know, this team, even though maybe we've seen a little bit, we've heard a little bit of them in the qualifiers, now it's going to be totally different because they're going to be new metas coming out with our very AD friendly patch that we have here. Fennel Adversity, on the other hand, of course, you guys might know them from the summer season. Let's remind ourselves, of course, of their lineup right now. And Fennel Adversity, I remember them having a very strong start in the summer season, and they did actually almost qualify to the playoffs. And of course, we have here very familiar names indeed, but with a new and improved jersey. I might say that is looking really, really handsome indeed. Osiris, what is your can you remind us of what Fennel Adversity is capable of?
Well, Fennel Adversity, we dubbed them as the control aggressors. That they got this discipline whenever that they wanted to take the fights. So they just have to re-engage if the proper cooldowns are on. But so far, it's just that at playoffs, they got a big setback that kind of stopped them in pushing even further. But this time around, they are back. And we also asked them if what are their preparations. And it has always been that they want to stick with what they're good at, and they're going to have easy games.
I can imagine that they're going to be focusing more on Shaw and Danny as well. So maybe the double marksman may come up, possibly, or maybe the Graves triple marksman actually. Make that a quadruple marksman. Vayne top against Renekton.
Oh, wow.
Maybe.
That's okay. You know what, Riku? If that does happen, like maybe I'm gonna like buy you some snacks or something if we if we do see that happening. But of course, again, Fennel Adversity. I believe our term for them or like keywords for them the last season was controlled aggression. Controlled aggression coming here from Fennel Adversity, and I really wonder how that's going to play into this fall season, because it looks like we have teams that have been excelling actually pretty well with that kind of playstyle. Controlled aggression, for example, RRQ has this very disciplined, knows when to capitalize on fights, knows when to back off. They're not really doing this, very, very super aggressive kind of playstyle. But then on the other side, you have UCFC Esports from Group B, who is actually doing that. Which way do you think Fennel Adversity is going to go? Are they going to have that balance in between, or do you think that they're actually going to go from that controlled aggression into just uncontrolled, just unleash the beast that's there? What do you guys think?
For me, I think they're going for jungle top, early game aggression, and then scaling for the dual lane, and then whatever show will decide to pick up, either something a little bit more on the controlled side of things. Maybe we get to see a Twisted Fate once more, or possibly Oriana. I'm just looking forward to what 2.4 brings for sure, especially for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, and with our understanding, it has been all the marksmen who's getting the spotlight, but I do believe also that a Zed is fairly viable also that we've seen from groups A and B. So this time around, I want to see it at C and D in hands of these new players, in hands of these new teams that can surprise us. And Shaw is the one of the consistent mid laner that can use a Zed.
They will be facing Leonite Esports, of course, into this first match. Now, Osiris, I'm eager to know what background you have on Leonite Esports. You mentioned that this team is Ilo-centered, one of the islands in the Visayas region of the Philippines, and they will be going up against Fennel Adversity, who previously in the summer season also came from the Visayas group stages. I find that really interesting. How do you think this match is going to go down, and how well do you think this lineup is going to perform against Fennel Adversity?
Well, as for Leonites, they really surprised us. It's just that at summer season, they fell in the hands of Fennel Adversity, not qualifying further, but they still pursue their Wild Rift heart, their passion. They played under the AWR Team Mineski Cup, and they are a back-to-back champion from there. So there's this opening, of course, for the fall qualifiers, and they didn't stop themselves. They went in, they they were able to qualify, and I really love how well they are preparing for the qualifiers and heading into the season. It was daily practice, mind and body conditioning, even watching local and international tournaments, praying and chanting their battle chant before they go into the game.
Then this is going to be an exciting matchup. This is a potential revenge building because this is a double round robin. If ever things don't go their way on this particular series, there is a second time around as well up against Fennel. So it could be the potential tiebreaker, I suppose, because they will be able to match 3 times from the qualifiers from the summer season and then twice here in the fall.
In that case, I'm really interested to hear your predictions for this matchup. Do you think it's going to go in the way of Fennel Adversity, or do you think it's going to go to Leonite Esports? Riku, how about you first?
This is going to be very tough. I think it could be Fennel Adversity. I feel like it's going to be a 2-1 just because of their experience. Take note, they were top 8 in the summer season, and I feel like that experience will help them come fall.
As for me, I love Leonites because they are the ones as representing the one of the regions here in the Philippines, and they are the unsung hero as well. And this is the battle of the same region, so I want to go with Fennel Adversity because of the stats and all the backgrounds that we saw. This might be the first time of Leonites to play on the highest standards or highest level of competition, so there might be jitters or this might be the adjustment phase. And I really love how Fennel Adversity have their own identity. So everything is in their hands for now. Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to second or maybe third that even, and it's going to go to Fennel Adversity. I'm just sticking with the trend that we have. That of course those teams that have participated in the summer season do get that little bit of a boost, that experience buff that comes in. But I'm ready to be surprised by Leonite Esports. I can't wait to see them play and can't wait for them to step into the Rift. Now, you guys, please let us know your comments and reactions, and who do you think is gonna take the first match as well. Just head on over to Twitter and share your thoughts with us by using the hashtags #SeeIconSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift. I do believe we have some tweets already. Thank you so much for being so active. And of course, you can also step into the PPGL community on Discord. I do believe we have our links in the description or wherever on Facebook. Check that out because we will be hanging out there in between the games and watching everything with you guys. We have here very consistent user over here, Mr. Wild Rift. I'm very excited to see the updated spectate feature only available on official tournaments. We can't wait as well. You know what? That's something that's also really great about Riot Games in general and Wild Rift is that they also take that into account that they are getting into esports. So the patch 2.4 actually included some updates for the observer as well, and I'm sure that's going to make for a great experience for everybody watching Wild Rift Esports and for the Icon series. Now, I do believe we have more tweets incoming, but again, all you have to do is, just tweet out and use the 2 hashtags, just like Miss Cadness17 has done. This must be an exciting match with this week's teams. Can't wait. What would be the trend this time? That is exactly what we're wondering as well, Katniss.
This is the second time that she tweeted also, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys did this too, and now it's my turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do have Miss Katniss. Thank you so much for all of your support as well. I know you're super active on Twitter, and she's been tweeting in every single match, her thoughts and everything. It's really nice to see the community really get invested into all of these teams. Even though we're just at the group stages, they already have fan bases building and this mythos surrounding them too. So it's really great. Miss Katniss, thank you so much for all of your support, and we hope to see you in the PPGL community Discord too. Don't be shy. Hop on in here, and who knows? We might. I hope actually that we'll be having some of our special guests that we had before chill in the PPGL community Discord server. I think that, for example, groups A and B, they're very much welcome to join us in the PPGL community server now that they're on a little bit of a break, and I'm sure they will be watching very closely as well, and because we will be seeing patch 2.4 in action. This is the first time that we're seeing it in action actually here in the Icon Series PH, so let's get right into it. This is Fennel Adversity versus Leonite Esports. This is the debut of a Group C here in the Icon Series PH. Are you guys ready, casters? I hope you guys are. We are about to step into the rift with our first match, Fennel Adversity versus Leonite Esports.
Minions have spawned.
Welcome back, everyone, into the fall season Icon series. A new meta, new group, and a new meta will be building up here in the tournament today. I'm Infinity, and together with me is going to be Riku for the first series of Fennel Adversity versus Leonite Esports.
Yeah, it's week 2 of the fall season with a new patch, and we haven't seen Group C and D because it was still A and B that transpired or finished their first round robin first. And I'm sure the excitement is going to trickle for this C and D group, especially we haven't really seen them yet on the 2.3 C and as well as B changes. And now the 2.4 coming in, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, and they had days to adjust to patch 2.4 with the new items, with the new mechanics that is formed in game. I think we could expect a lot of ADCs to really shine out in this patch alone. You talked about it a while ago, right? Quadruple ADCs have that potential because this is the meta. This is the league of ADCs for now, as you have a lot of items really leaning towards them. As now it's going to be Fennel Adversity once again versus the Unite Esports. We talked about their history, having a very, very close, even level playing field matchup for today because of how even their power is coming into the series.
Yeah, this is like the hidden rematch, just as what Osiris has mentioned. You know, these two teams already have met in the summer season qualifiers, but it was Fennel Adversity that were basically the gatekeepers against Leonite Esports. So I'm sure Leonite are aiming for that revenge, I suppose, and it is the first ever game for these two teams for the fall season.
Yeah, and these first game will be changing everything, right? Because they have probably a little bit to really just know what these teams are worth clashing for. What champions do they go for? Especially with the new meta, what champion can now be putting in? The 4-minute mark, Rift Herald, the Dragon will come up. What will be the priority? Or will they trade it for a turret? Because that is a tradition before, right? The Dragon will come out in 4 minutes and then they will try to trade it for a turret. But now it's going to be a different story because three objectives will be on the line in patch 2.4 in the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up. It's definitely going to change. The trend would usually go 2 ways, just as you mentioned. Either contest full-on 5v5 if your composition is comfortable early, or just exchange towers off of the map, get a pick off of the top laner, and then get First Blood Tower. This time it is pretty similar. You get the Rift Herald, or either there's a fork road. You use the Rift Herald immediately to get First Blood Tower easier, and then maybe get that second charge for the second tier tower as well. Or you keep it and then you basically choose which lane you want to open up first. Ideally, mid lane would be your best bet just because you get access easier to the dragon, you get access easier to the jungle of your enemy, and as well as the following scuttlers, especially once the Baron comes.
And on top of all that, right, you can use the Rift Herald if you want to keep it for the second dragon to really recall faster. So I think it's a matter of utilizing these mechanics of the Rift Herald and the dragon, or even the turrets, that could really play out later on. But what's more to it is also the gold changes coming into the patch 2.4. After the 5 minutes or the 4 minutes, there are certain gold that can be accumulated, especially for the lowest gold player in the team, to have more gold accumulation per second, per minute at 5 or 4.5 gold per second. So that's actually quite a huge mechanic that is implemented. So Asena, an infinite scaling champion as a support, if she lacks onto gold accumulation in the early game, she can really make it back in the mid game, late game fight. So I think this is a good mechanic to really put a set type of matches into the mid game, late game, wherein everyone will be even, especially the support that can really deal off massive amounts of impact in the team fights.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it also correlates to the new items as well. We got the Staff of Flowing Water for the supports. I believe last night in the Origin series, we've seen Seeker's Arm Guard being bought as well for maybe the third item, leading into other items as well. So I think that is definitely the option and will be a huge help to support players come 2.4.
Especially on the champions that has a lot of crit damage or crit rate, are relying onto those aspects of the game, right? Because you have Stormrazor that has a lot of crit. Even a Bloodthirster has been changed to have crit rate and have a less AD into that full core item. So these changes are really up for grabs onto those ADC roles. And I'm expecting maybe the Draven to now be locked in. A Vayne could be viable in the early game. And on top of all that, we talked a lot about ADCs. I'm also thinking about AP champions that needs a defensive capabilities in the early game because of the Crystalline Reflector that is really, really cheap and gives you a huge amount of defensive capabilities and even AP to match it even with your enemy lane.
Yeah, finally, the AP armor item that will synergize with your build path, will synergize with a champion that you pick up. I think something that I'm looking forward to is the Graves, something that I will possibly expect come up for both for this particular matchup and maybe even throughout the day.
Yeah, because it's long range, the early aggression is really huge as well. As now we dive into the draft of Fennel versus Unite Esports, Akali, Lucian, Camille banned away with Rengar and Gragas from Unite Esports.
Yeah, this means what? This is actually very interesting. Leonite decided to not go Renekton Galio. Instead, it's a Quirky Galio. So that means for Fennel, that combo Lee Sin Renekton jungle top duo early is still going to be available for them. In the meantime, though, it is going to be the Janna and Kaisa. So this is a very protective lane, I suppose, that will be safe at least when it comes to the early game.
And it's a good pick, right? Corki and Galio is locked in by Unite Esports. Having Janna is a good disengage onto those diving champions. With Renekton and Wukong now locked in for Unite Esports, that removes the Lee Sin Renekton duo that you were talking about, but rather giving it to Unite Esports, having that greater 1v1 potential champion that can match it onto the Baron lane, with Darius now locked in by Fennel.
And that's going to be their top. I like the I wouldn't call it the mini panic from Fennel, but looking at Wukong and Galio, you do want to take out the Orianna that will synergize with the ball delivery system so well. But the second best thing is the Diana. You get the hero's entrance, you get the moonfall, you get the cyclone, all of these big circle AoEs. Once executed and layered well, I think Leonite has a very, very good chance to win the early game and could possibly snowball.
And it's also a good consideration of a Lee Sin pick from Fennel University. You have to know that Lee Sin at level 3 is a menace of a champion to deal with. So having Diana come into mid, have that type of power to really stay for a prolonged fight against a Lee Sin if ever he wants to go for the mid lane gank in the early game.
Yeah, I think it could spell disaster because there is the Orianna with an easy setup. Just put the ball on the Lee Sin, and Diana doesn't really have any options to get away. There's no disengage for the Diana. It's usually just all in. So I assume Diana could possibly opt for a flash barrier just to make sure and deny that kill lane.
And yes, he did. Flash barrier for the Diana. Fennel University versus Unite Esports in this game number 1. We see a lot of rotation now in the Unite Esports. Neo mid-lane out and really couple gold on ABC.
Yeah! Did they just... That's super interesting. Look at them here.
3v2 right now. Fennel University went for the cut lane onto the Baron lane, and this gives the opportunity for Unite Esports to now respond on top side of the map. But first blood for Fennel University because they really want to match it up, and Unite Esports has to pay the price.
Yeah, that's really interesting. They stopped the wave first, and then to make sure that their wave crashes into the tower.
And Renekton is diving in. Yes, the Ignite was there, but level 1 Ignite is not that big. Now, Corki, really a lot of damage, having the first kill onto the Gatling gun. Really just defeats down the HP of Dameng, but they were happy with that first blood. 600 gold lead immediately with Power, now having the potential to really go for the third plates.
Yeah, exactly. He is able to clear the wave with no fear whatsoever. We're seeing an interesting lane swap here, most likely just to make sure that Jash doesn't get ahead and bully out the Darius. But the thing is that particular matchup is actually pretty good for the Darius. So this could be one of those things where they wanted to get first blood. It's too late to rotate at bot side, so might as well put Danny and Rafe over top.
Yeah, and it's a good Power to really match it up against Renekton, because Renekton match up against a Janna and a Kai'Sa can really dive in and make it even in the Baron lane. So having the switch is actually quite even, but right now it's gonna be 3v3 into the riverbed. Leonite Esports tried to go for the contest, but Fennel University in the end will take the Rift Scutter.
That is a double Rift Sculler start. This is one of the best scenarios, I suppose, for the first 2 minutes of the game. At least, even though the first blood went over to Fennel, they evened it out. Look at Jash here.
Danny, 1v1, pretty much a low HP ADC for Fennel University, which forces him out away to go for the recall instead. And really, the information game right now is absolutely phenomenal.
It is. There's a ton of vision for the side of actually Fennel, mostly on towards the river, but because Leonites was able to secure those 2 Rift Scuttlers, they're a-okay for now. The little bit of worrisome, though, is that Jash had Ignite, all that was about to have Ignite, rather in that 1v1. And therefore, Danny was able to escape off of that. And now this is the standard lane that we're looking at the moment. And I feel like it's just to perfectly time it with the dragon, or just to make sure that they're not in front of Jash. But the thing is, that is an Ocean Drake, though. So I feel like for Fennel, they might want to prioritize this Rift Herald to open the map up, especially top, so Jash will have a little bit of a hard time taking control of the lane.
Even for Leonite Esports as well, because the Rift Herald is much easier to take. So they could give away the Ocean Drake and go for the Rift Herald. And at that point, you can just pressure in, get the tower first blood, get a huge lead in terms of gold against your enemy team, and even have still that aspect of really taking the lead against Leonite Esports, or rather, if they take it, against Fennel University. But now it's going to be a 3v1 into the bottom side of the map. It's Diana going for the Moonfall against 3 members, but that will not be enough. But the 1-for-1 will come through. Dameng will fall down. That means no jungle for Fennel University.
Yeah, 11 seconds. They will be late to this Rift Herald or Dragon take. But because Fennel, or rather Leonites, have enough space, it is a race for First Blood Tower. And I do think that Fennel may win this one. They did.
Coming on top lane, it's now going to be the ultimate from Galio going for the knockoff, but that is still going to be sustainability of Darius, not going to be enough to put him alive, and Leonite Esports will still survive, but the tower for his blood is towards the side of Fennel University.
Yeah, they're able to get that extra gold in their pockets. The lead is still not as significant. It is just that 300 gold deficit. And now Fennel, though, is able to secure the Rift Herald. It is, it is going to be the Dragon and Rift Herald for Leonites. Again, we'll see where they decide to open up the map. I think, ideally, mid lane would be good. Bottom lane would be good just to even out the numbers because their bot is already gone. We'll see what the decision is because there are no objectives off of the map already.
Yeah, and I think Fennel University really just gave it to Leonite Esports, considering that they already got the Tower First Blood into bottom side of the map, and they got that gold already. So having that permanent buff for the mid-game, late-game in terms of scaling for power, specifically onto the Ocean Drake, is really much more important to sustain a tankier power in the mid-game, late-game team fight. So I think this is where Fennel University is looking towards, to permanent buff rather than the early aggression.
Yeah, they wanted to slowly build towards the late game, just as you mentioned, because they do have Danny here on the Kai'Sa, who can potentially be the late game monster. Shaw as well. Once the items build up AP, then the burst from the shockwaves would be an available option for Fennel to fight in this game. Leonites, though, they're pretty strong early. Let's see what Ro decides to build as well, and the Todd will connect.
Yanzu going for the taunt indeed, and that will just taunt away Dom Meng. Fennel University will have a delay push on top side of the map. And I love how you mentioned about Shaw, because if you're looking at the spells, it's a flash ghost Shaw in this game number 1. As now it's gonna be 3v1. Moonfall connects onto 2. That's gonna be the kill for Fennel University, and the only one remaining is Yansu. And Leonite Esports has knowledge. You know what? You go top lane, we're gonna go bot lane.
Now that you brought it up, Shaw's carrying Conquerors. Ghost? So you're aiming for the auto attacks? I wonder what the build is here. This is the duel.
Probably the scaling, but now it's gonna be the 1v1 once again. The shockwave will delay how much damage will come through, and row 1 will fall down. Another kill for Fennel University.
Oh, whoa! What a nicely done 1v1, and that's usually you see, on the Corki winning just because they have more distance. Usually, you will be able to anticipate the shockwave because that's definitely what an Orianna does. But Shaw played that well. They were basically in melee range to each other.
Doming though, it's gonna be the 2v1. Taunt will connect, and that will be an easy kill for Leonite Esports with no response. Fennel University will lose on that one as they have lost the jungle once again.
Leonites doing a pretty good job evening out the numbers. While Shaw won the 1v1, Leonites will pick someone off, and their primary target is Domeng. And if you constantly pick off Domeng, that means your jungler, your early game jungler who wants to gank the lanes, who wants to make things happen, basically forces Fennel into this stalemate, I suppose. Now for Leonite Esports, they're very scary. Again, because of the hero's entrance. Whoever actually decides to start a fight, maybe Jash, maybe Andy69, maybe Sean, Yanzu will definitely follow.
Yeah, really, it's all about the trades. Leonite Esports, yes, Fennel University got the kill onto the Corki, but they look for those kills that make it even. And right now, the gold is even as well. Fennel University is right now just hovering bot side of the map, considering that is the Cloud Dragon, a huge potential for power to dive into those team fights later on.
We'll have to see if that is going to be available, considering that Leonite doesn't have any form of disengage, so I feel like that is a possibility with the resets coming in. The fact that Leonite's roster or composition is a little bit on the squishier side of things, I guess, depending on what they build. Sterex already for Jash, got Sunfire Cape already available for Andy69. So yeah, they are going to be a Ted tank.
Corki, special delivery, and that's going to be the slow onto 1. But we have Galio going for the magical ultimate, goes for the one-man knockup. Renekton comes in for the flank. A lot of damage coming through. The calling will not get a kill, but they will still indeed secure it. That's going to be the 2-4-0 trade-off in favor of their Fennel Adversity.
That is the beautiful thing. Why you have a Janna? You have that form of disengage. Look at Leonites, all in comp, and the Monsoon was definitely an answer, as well as the Howling Gale. And look at the low health HP bars on that engage. Leonites weren't able to finish off targets. Jash was the sacrificial lamb, and now Fennel are on their way to taking the Air Drake, and Leonites are nowhere near this objective.
And it's so difficult because Leonite Esports was fighting on a pitch, and that was just a choke point that they were not really able to capitalize. Yes, they have the Corki, yes, they have Sean, but you're fighting against a Kaisa and Shaw in that small space wherein those AoE damage will really deal a lot. So Leonite Esports cannot really make it through. 2k gold lead for Fennel University. They've secured the Cloud Dragon already. A lot of mobility in this state of the game for Fennel University, wherein they could utilize this for roam into a different lane or even into objectives, especially with Baron Nashor now coming alive at 5 seconds.
Yeah, the Rift Scuttler, or rather the Vision, Leonites are gonna definitely try to keep an eye on that. But now, looking at the items, I feel like because Road didn't have enough items or power just yet, he needed that Triforce to be to add into the damage output. So I feel like there's so many low health targets just because they lack that specific damage. In the meantime, though, we get to see the debut of the Crystalline Reflector for Sean over here. So a little bit more of that survivability, considering that, again, there's not really... They don't have a enchanter support to keep Sean alive. So this is the answer to make sure that the Moonfall actually connects.
It's really a strong item, right? It's very cheap and it gives you a lot in terms of that gold per benefit onto the item. So having that Diana onto the crystalline is really gonna be a power to come through. Yes, that is loss of damage, but they really need some more tags to battle it out against Fennel's adversity, as now it's gonna be Renekton having to lock onto a 2v1, but the support from the Unite Esports is coming down. It's exhaust to remove the mobility of Darius as he will fall back away. That's gonna be the flash in. Another flash for Danu coming into that fight, taking Rain to deal off some more damage, but he will fall down. That's gonna be the 1-for-2 trade-off for now, make it a 2-for-2. Leonite Esports is matching it up. It's now Wukong is trying to walk away. He's gonna come through. He's trying to make it back as he cannot go back away, but Fennel Adversity will take the kill instead. A 1-kill advantage for Fennel Adversity.
What a fight from Fennel. Look at the scoreboard. 403 already for sure. And he is going to be insane. Leandri's for his second item pickup, and Danny was able to pick up 1 kill at least off of that fight. So the kills are going to the right targets. And Leonites will have to be a bit careful in the following fights because, again, one man missing from their squad, especially from the trio, especially from Wukong, Diana, and as well as Yanzu, they're definitely going to struggle. So they have to make sure that they can layer the CCs and then execute that to be able to get to capitalize on all those AoEs.
Yeah, definitely, because Fennel Adversity can make it back if you have those split intentions of making your attack split onto Power, Domeng, and even Dani. And Leonite Esports can also do the same thing, wherein they really need to focus in on the target, utilize their CC chain potential to make it into a team fight against Fennel Adversity because of how much lead that Fennel Adversity currently has.
Yeah, they're currently at a 4K gold lead, 2 dragons in their pocket, so that is gonna slowly build towards the later stages of the game. Double Zanya is already intact for Domeng, and as well as Danny, so once they do Killer Instinct, once maybe Domeng dives into the backline, they have a lot of survivability options. And the fact that when Andy and Sean decide to tag team together and initiate Cyclone plus Moonfall, then it's gonna be null and void because the Zonia's Hourglass is there.
And really, it's a difficult situation if you have the Stasis Enchant to keep you alive for a bit longer, and that delay would really state how much the team fight will come through. As now Fennel Adversity though is going for the Mountain Dragon. Leonite Esports is looking to go for the contest as we have Wukong coming into the Dragon Spit, but Shockwave will be there as that will be Fennel Adversity taking the Mountain Dragon as Darius will be into the front side of the map. That will be a lot of sustainability keeping him alive, but that will be the 1-for-2 trade-off as now it's Fennel Adversity getting numbers advantage. Corky will now fall down as Sean will try to go back away, and Fennel Adversity is looking to go for the Baron Nashor.
And that is, yes, -3 members. Roll follows suit as well. It's only -1. And that's going to be a 4-man Baron, and this is going to be a comfortable Baron. Andy is not present. The jungler of Leonites is not present. And that was a very, very clean fight coming from Fennel Adversity.
And having that Baron Nashor, now they could get the tier 2 turrets available against Leonite Esports and really just secure the gap against them as well. Right? Having the tier 2 turrets later on, if every day do secure it, means that the gold gap will be there. The dragon buff is already in favor of Fennel Adversity, so they just need to secure that much further advantage against Leonite Esports. So in a 5v5, they really don't have a chance.
Yeah, they keep piling on these buffs, so this is a struggle for sure for Leonites to come back into this game. Look at that. Look at Shaw. 505. Already has a Rabadon's. Already has a Prophet's Pendant, so that added magic pen will definitely help out if Leonites decide to be a little bit more on the defensive side of things. But looking at the itemization from Ro, we get to see our first ever Solari Charge Blade, so more on these critical hits for sure to proc.
But now Yanzu is going for the flank, a taunt onto Janna. No teammates will be there as well. Leonite Esports taking a lot of damage as now it's gonna be Wukong diving in for the Cyclone 2-man knockup. But Darius is there into the front side of the map. That's gonna be the calling onto Renekton. That's gonna be 1 kill. 1-for-1 for both Fennel and Leonite Esports.
Yeah, both top laners are gone, but it's still a Baron-empowered minions diving in. Look at the damage coming from Ro. It is still very scary, but at the same time, you lost one of your frontliners as well. So therefore, that's all pretty much Ro can do.
I mean, he has built onto the Infinity Edge and the Static Shift, so pretty much a lot of crit damage coming through on top of the BRK that he is setting up. But problem with this, I think, is the lack onto the AoE damage per se onto the basic attack. The Runan's Arcane will not be there, as now it's going to be the taunt connecting onto Danny though, but the stasis will now be forced away. He tries to go back away, he will not do so, but Lee Sin will jump in as the Sonic Wave. Corki will fall down, that's going to be the 2 for 1. He still wants to go for more, as we have Rafi coming in. Sean will force out the stasis as well. We have Andy coming for the support, as that's going to be the flash in with the Zephyr trying to bring him down, but the damage is not going to be enough. The United Esports will still have Sean in the later stages.
Gotta love when you see Janna players flash for the Zephyr and finish. Unfortunately though, Sean was in a comfortable spot where the Zephyr is not going to be enough, to the point that the barrier wasn't even called. And now though, this is looking to be a fully fledged Fennel game. It is them just waiting for the Infernal Elder Drake to spawn, while Leo Knights has no choice but to try and defend their base, because look at the minion wave. It's pretty much shoved in Fennel's favor, and there's 30 seconds on the clock to prep for this, and the 1-3-1 from Fennel is just making things a tad more harder.
Yeah, and 2 objectives are gonna go up simultaneously. Infernal Elder Dragon in 13 seconds, the Baron Nashor in 17 seconds. So Leonite Esports, I think they could trade this off, but as you stated a while ago, with the lane control for Fennel Adversity, this is going to be so difficult. But if they do capitalize on this one, if Fennel went in for the Infernal Elder Dragon, at least get the Baron Nashor, that will be a great deal for Leonite Esports to delay this fight in their favor. As now it's going to be Power though, really going for an aggressive push. Sean will be hooked up, but no follow through, no damage from Fennel Adversity. And Sean will still stay alive. Fennel Adversity will really just pressure in.
It's about that defense, and do they have enough wave clear?
Yanzu went in for the taunt. That's going to be 2-man taunt for Leonite Esports. Shockwave comes through. Special delivery. Tap onto that team fight. Galio with the ultimate as well. Go for the knockup, but the calling will secure power onto the kill. Monsoon will be there. A lot of damage will now come through as Leonite Esports will fall back into the base, as Nexus will be open for Fennel Adversity to finish this match. That's going to be the calling once again. A lot of sustainability for power, and really Fennel Adversity opening up the base against United Esports.
Yeah, that's 2 open spots in Leonite's base. Now it's Fennel just taking things by the book. They are looking to end this, as now Leonite is being zoned out by one single person, and it's Power.
Yeah, and the power is really just gonna be so much more for Fennel Adversity. Infernal Elder Dragon, 12% damage increase, and that's pretty much a deal breaker for Leonite Esports in this state of the game. Okay, even if you build onto armor, even if you build into a magic resistance, Fennel Adversity is just gonna come through, especially with the penetration onto Lee Sin, onto Orianna, even building onto Void Staff.
Yeah. It's basically Leonite's pretty much cornered into this game. So now the biggest thing is, what can we do on the next, considering this a BO3 series? Oh.
Power, that's gonna be the Void Seeker. We have the ultimate ready for Danny, so if ever Power rushes in, they could follow up with the support and could go for a response. But they're playing it very, very passively against Unite Esports. Passive but active. Pressure in, but not too deep, so that Leonite Esports can get ahead of Fennel Adversity. So that's really just a massive output for Fennel Adversity at this point, getting the tier 2 turret as well into the bot side of the map.
This is exactly what the panel mentioned. Controlled aggression was the style of Fennel back in the summer season, and we're looking at it right now.
Wukong though, that's gonna be a 4-man Cyclone coming into the fight. Galio ultimate to follow through with a CC chain, but Wukong was already dead. The flash will now be forced away. Renekton will come in for the flank as well, but we have Domeng going for the knockup with the kick. That's gonna be 500 HP for the Nexus base, and game number 1 will be in favor for Fennel Adversity.
That is the controlled aggression style that we watched and now still see in the fall season for this team. They look pretty much patient. They look very, very They knew what to do with their win conditions, and I feel like this could be a trend. This is a statement. It could look into that 2-0, but I'm really looking forward to see what the draft is going to be, to see how Leonites pick up from this game.
Yeah, how much can they adjust in game number 2? Considering that Fennel University already showed some of their champion pool and some of their picks onto the items composition, how can we see responses for the Unite Esports? Are they going to respond onto getting the tower first blood instead, then go for the dragon, similar way on how Fennel University did so in game number 1, and so on and so forth? Really, adaptability is going to be key for the Unite Esports if they want to make this into a game number 3.
Yeah, it's something, because on paper, which I am very excited to see later once we look into the draft, but I really like their composition. It felt like as long as they get to layer their CCs, they're able to execute, rather kill off the members of Fennel Adversity. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see that. One thing though, I would call it unnecessary things, like the 1v1 being won by Shaw. He was able to deal with his own lane without the assistance of Doming there. And that is not exactly what you want to see, especially Ro paired with a support that can basically join you in the fight come level 5.
Yeah, and speaking of the same player, Essence Reaver couldn't force. Yes, that's a good thing when it comes to the damage out, but traditionally, Mirmooo is now set aside, so means that Rowan can't really sustain himself much longer and have the uptime for the ADC for the Unite Esports. As we look into the Oppo A94 play of the game number 1.
It's super interesting to see Fennel Adversity do a little bit of proxy and then get a full 5-wave to their tower. So I definitely want to see that again in game number 2, if that's going to be possible. And there are so many, I wouldn't call it, this is the 1v1 we were talking about, both level 5. Oh, Yanzu had ult, but I think it was a tad too late because he came from the base, so he wouldn't be in range for that hero's entrance. So the 1v1 still stuck with the 1v1, and this is one of those instances where it was Leonites that was able to start off the fight, but at the end, Fennel was able to survive. And I feel like, you know, because of those low health targets, we saw Ro build up the Solari Charge Blade, and that item, the lesser the HP amount your enemies are, the more damage you deal. And I feel like, maybe we need the Solari Charge Blade. That's the reason why there's so many low health targets, and yet we can't finish anyone.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Because when we looked at the fight a while ago, yes, Leonite Esports got the aggression in, but they were hindering themselves to really go all in against Fennel Adversity against them, right? In the pitch where they were fighting, they were forcing that fight, they were not able to capitalize, and then Fennel Adversity just got the huge lead. They got 3 Dragon buffs after that because of how much advantage they have gotten away from those prior team fights.
Yeah, it is Leonite securing the Rift Herald first, prioritizing that, but unfortunately, they didn't get to balloon up their lead. They didn't get to balloon up the Renekton to be a huge problem for them. And Fennel basically had all answers covered, and they have won game number 1.
The master of the match from that game number 1 is going to be Shaw on the Orianna with a 6-0-11 KDA.
And no doubts, this guy, Flash Ghost as well. He's pretty much painful with the Void Staff being his last pickup. So there's really not a lot of things you can do when you're up against this fully built Orianna. The shockwaves are gonna definitely hurt, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, and building onto Void Staff, I think, was a bit necessary because Diana went in for the Crystalline Reflector, and the other members was building onto a Spirit Visage, which really is magic resistant. So having that Void Staff will give you AP and that magic penetration to deal off massive amounts of damage. And we just saw how much damage that Shaw can provide for his team, even in their game, from the beginning until the end. He was there, very present and very, very active into those team fights for his team to really just scale out against the Unite Esports.
Yeah, no babysitting required. He can handle himself. Oriana, or maybe something else, maybe come game number 2. So this guy is definitely a player to watch out for from Fennel Adversity. And for now, Leonites, what can they do to get back into this series? Especially this is their debut game in the fall season, or actually in the Wilder Falcon series in general. So of course they want to open up with a bang. They want to get back on track, and there are a couple of options that they could select. Maybe they can stray away a little bit to the Wukong Diana. Diana was in particular, because I believe Diana hasn't been working out this fall.
Yeah, I think they could make it so that maybe a double marksman. A double marksman right now, I think, has a huge potential with the patch 2.4 in. They could bring in Lucian into the mid lane if it's left open. If it's not, they could bring in Corki into the mid side of the map, have another ADC coming to the bottom side to really have that much damage against Fennel Adversity, and make maybe another champion AP instead. Maybe a Galio to build onto the Rod of Ages as a support killer per se for Leonite Esports. So really, I think there is a lot of potential. There's a lot of options for them to pick up. It's a matter of what options they will take in for game number 2.
Yeah, I feel like there were a couple of open picks as we take a look at the draft. I mean, the Renekton works really well, but I feel like if you want to propel him into and snowball, it could be because the lane swaps most likely destroyed the groove of Renekton. So, but if we look at jungle pairs, I feel like Vi could be an option. I feel like Vi is your third best bet if the Lee Sin is taken, if the Camille is taken, and if you want to play around top side, I think Vi could have been an option there. But the thing is, they were playing for a different kind of style. They were playing for Diana here, so they wanted to set up the Cyclone into the Moonfall and then Hero's Entrance to make sure that the Diana lives.
I'm glad that you mentioned it, because the only single targeted CC available for Leonite Esports is onto our Renekton. And Renekton, in the similar game style, cannot just dive into the backside of the map, as you stated with the lane swapping that happened prior. And I think it's just Fennel Adversity adapting to those situations wherein they understand that Renekton will be a key valuable player for Leonite Esports later on, those team fights, to stun onto maybe a Lee Sin, to maybe stun onto the Kaisa, to delay how much damage that is coming through for their team as well. But sooner or later, they were not able to capitalize on it. And even the AoE CC chains were not connecting. They were separating. Galio using the ultimate. Diana was not there to go for the team fight. On top of all that, Wukong was going for the Cyclone by himself as well. Maybe this might be a different story if they were able to really just bring in those AoE CCs, come together in those team fights, and really just put in a successive manner wherein Fennel Adversity cannot do anything in those team fights.
Exactly. It's I think it's a bit cliche to say it's all about execution, but with this particular composition, they heavily rely on that execution to layer all the CCs. But yeah, you're right, Infinity, we didn't get to see that in the game. So if they want to try it the second time, maybe it's just like they're ramping up. Maybe it's just the warm-up stage of things, especially with the new patch and everything. And as well as it's basically their debut in the Wilder Falcon series. So there's still a lot of leg room because this is just the first round robin. There is still that second round robin. But of course, the teams are aiming for the top 2 in their respective groups to get on to playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. It's a data game for Leonite Esports, I suppose, because they want that information downloaded against Fennel Adversity and even the remaining teams, because this is gonna be the day number 1 for the group number B. Group letter B, not number B. But yeah, I think it's really just the information game for now for Leonite Esports. Once they have already the knowledge on what specific champions that these teams are building, what type of strategy, because we saw the 3-man cut for Fennel Adversity and top side of the map, and then went in for the jungle invade. And considering they have the Lee Sin match up against a Wukong level 1 is not that great against a Lee Sin. And I think this is where Fennel Adversity shown out against Unite Esports in those specific understanding. And this is our power spike. This is our great chance to delay how much the enemy team can scale out in the mid-game, late game.
Yeah, they were pretty much relying on Renekton to get ahead. If that didn't work, then the backup plan was to get Corki ahead, or rather wait for him to get his 2-item power spike, which is, a bit different now, depending on what the Corki wants to do. We've seen a lot of different combinations, so I'm curious to see if teams will just fall back into the default, fall back into the comfort where it's scaling to Manamune, to to that Triforce or Triforce, and then Infinity Edge for a basically faster option for you to deal damage. But your limit, you reach your limit faster, but I guess that's where the new 80 items come in.
Yeah, and on top of all that, when you're talking about the draft, Senna is left open, right? Senna is left open in this game. You have a lot more champions that you can bring into this specific game number 1 that can really shine out. And I think having that Senna, infinite scaling, maybe trade it for a Galio, put Galio into mid-side of the map, trade onto Diana, and maybe have the Jarvan 4. I think Jarvan 4 is a really great champion in locking down onto specific champions. If ever it's not Corki as the ADC, or if not Kaisa as the ADC for Fennel Adversity that we currently are seeing in game number 1 for them because of these mobile specificities for their team. So I think it's a lot more champions that they can bring in for game number 2.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe just as you mentioned, it could be like the download day, the download game, just to feel the waters a little bit, what they can change and what they can tweak. But you suggested Jarvan 4, and I'm probably gonna hate myself for this, but maybe an Olaf could be an option. An Olaf. No, okay. Context for those of you who are just tuning into the Fall Icon series. Olaf has been the harbinger of death ever since the summer season. He has been picked constantly, a very big favorite, but would end up soft countered by a Jarvan 4 because you just trap him in the Cataclysm, so he's forced to use a flash, and as well as not working out so well in the early, basically just shutting him down and kiting him down very early. But this time, because the disengage options are a little bit minimal, and maybe the soft counter is available like the Galio. If you have the Galio on your end and then you pick up an Olaf, I think it is going to be a comfortable scenario or a comfortable comp for him to work around with. Because look, there's no Braum, there's no Gragas, only Galio's available. It's perfect for an Olaf to thrive.
Yeah, definitely. And having a lot of CCs like Lee Sin available, you have the Janna with a knockback, and even having a lot more with the Orianna as well being locked in Fennel Adversity. Definitely, I think Olaf could shine out. It's a once again, it's about execution. Because if Olaf comes in, uses up his Ragnarok prior to a team fight, basically Olaf will be a standing champion, which he can't really utilize himself because he needs to fight for both the sustainability and tag for his teammates. And on top of all that, if he isn't really on par and on synergy with his teammates as well, even if Galio is there, that Olaf coming in, no Galio ultimate would really fall down and crumble down the composition in the type of strategy that Leonite Esports can take down. So once again, I think it's a mix and match of both composition and execution.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to what the execution is going to be for Leonite, just because, Fennel, I think that was a pretty comfortable game. There were a couple of threats against them for sure in the early game, but eventually once they kept stacking the dragons, once they kept getting first blood towers, getting basically all of the objectives and hoarding them for themselves, I think it's a really, really clear statement that they're not sweaty. Even the player cam after the victory, they were pretty chill, like, hey, all in the day's work.
We won game 1. It's fine. We're gonna win the next game. Then follow through the day number 2, day number 3. We're just gonna chill out for now. It's day number 1, right? So pretty much, I think there is a lot more potential coming in, as you said a while ago. What if they bring in those late game champions, right? We still haven't seen the Tristana come in. Vayne we saw prior, but this is patch 2.4, wherein they could bring it once again into a hyper-scaling champion in the late game. What if they brought in some of the weird picks really coming into the series, especially Sona Seraphine? with the Staff of Flowing Water, if they utilize that, that's going to be amazing. On top of the Olaf that you stated a while ago, that can shine out in this game number 2. Because the Staff of Flowing Water can stack up onto both AP and to sustainability for your team. Make it so that Olaf is unkillable, but Sona and Seraphine will also scale in AP.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I believe Staff of Flowing Water does give and share that ability haste as well. So you can spam more of the shields and the heal. So Seraphine, Sona sounds to be deadly with the Olaf. Yeah, I can see it. Now I'm pretty hyped to see that combo, even though I think majority of the talent pool have this little bit of sadness towards the Olaf, considering that he hasn't been performing well, even during the Summer Super Cup, even during that SCA tussle. But now it could be different. It definitely could be different. I'm hoping to see Olaf this time around. I can't believe I'm hearing this. So I'm excited about game number 2, what the adjustments are for Fennel. They're good, but definitely the ball is on the court of Leonites.
Yeah, I see that happening. And also, it's not just about maybe the Sona Seraphine rather, that we saw a while ago with the Staff of Flowing Water, because I just want to touch a bit, because Jana was able to buy it a while ago. The problem with Jana onto the Staff of Flowing Water is that his skill is not really that spammable, and it's just single target. If you want to AoE your team up for that scaling potential for the Staff of Flowing Water, you need to have the Monsoon. And a Monsoon takes 30 seconds to a minute to really have that cooldown. So if you really want to utilize this sort of item coming into the Rift, Seraphine and Sona is the way to go. But it really boils down to what your comfortable picks are. Because we can say all the champions in the world, all the champions in the Rift, but the matter of the fact here is, what is your active practice champion pool? Are you the best Jana player? Are you the best Olaf player in the game? If you are, then pick it through. But if you're not, it's really going to be a difficult situation for your team to adjust in these situations wherein Fennel University is absolutely destroying this type of strategies that they're bringing onto the table. Right? 3-man cut lane topside, switch in lanes in the early game. What more can they bring in? It's a fight between adaptability and flexibility.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen that before. I don't think we've even seen that proxy air quote cutting off the lane level 1 from group A and B. That's the first time we've seen that in C and D. It could be something that was uniquely that we've seen from Fennel, or something because it's forced out or was allowed because of the 2.4 changes. Excited to see how this will evolve. Or it could be a combination of strong level 1s from the side of Fennel. So yeah, adaptability is the key here for Leonite, and I'm so excited to see what they bring, because it's still early. It's still early to bring up pocket picks. It's still pretty much early in this point of this particular group, this particular season. So maybe I will not be surprised if we get to see similar picks. We get to see the same composition, relying on the Cyclone, Moonfall, and then Hero's Entrance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw the bans a while ago. We're probably going to see it once again, especially onto the Lucian, removing it, delays, or really hinders onto the double marksman composition that can shine out. We see Corky come into the mid lane, but because of the changes, especially with the Dragon and the Rift Herald now coming up, it's much more negligence to put him into the mid side instead of the ADC role, because of the special delivery that is currently delayed. So I think it's really a Lucian power here. You need to ban it away. But now, Fennel University though, if this is correct, they're coming into the red sides while Leonite come into the blue side. So this might change things if ever it does so happen.
It did. It did. Look at them banning all 3 champions from the previous game. That is huge.
Yeah, they're adapting. They're adapting into those situations, considering that they are now the first pick. They don't need to ban away the Gragas. They're going to pick it up for themselves, because how much disengage is available for this champion specifically. But now Fennel University, you know what? Pick up the Gragas. We're going to pick up the Janna instead for another disengage against your team, and having Kaisa as well gives the comfortability onto Danny in this game or 2.
Yeah, they played this in the first game as well. And of course, that's another denial on the Gragas Janna double disengage. So now Leonite may opt for a Rakan here. Rakan has been incredibly strong. Especially when you pair it up with a Xayah, you really don't have to worry too much because Xayah has self-peel because of that Feather Storm, and then you have the root. So having a Rakan by your side, that means you can focus on other things by, being chaotic in the backline as well. And then you have a Gragas. So that's two things. There's the Olaf, though. That's the hover of the Olaf.
Is it? Olaf coming in for the Icon series for the fall season, and I think they could pair it up with maybe Seraphine or a Sona if they do want it, but I think it's more favorable onto a Seraphine instead, onto the mid side of the map, as you stated, with Garen now being locked in the Bailey Unite Esports. And Jarvan 4 as their counter onto the Olaf. Jarvan 4 can lock into the Olaf. If they have the team fight, Garen can now be sort of the equalizer. Silence onto Renekton, silence onto the Kai'Sa, and Ari being the last pick here for Fennel University, they want to make it so that the charm is there onto a Gragas into the mid side of the map, because I'm expecting it to go mid lane.
Yeah, and that's gonna be early level 3s, I suppose. A lot of early level 3 action, especially Olaf, Ari, pretty good at the early skirmishes. For Leonite, the same thing actually. A Jarvan and as well as a Gragas can be insanely strong. So the pressure will fall into Shaw actually for Fennel. Will he be able to land the charm? If the charm doesn't land, then they call it a day. They wait for basically another phase where they can fight again.
Yeah, because when it comes to CC, Fennel University is only dependent onto Ari, Renekton, and Janna. And Janna's CC is not really just hyper spam sort of CC. They need to wait for the Howling Gale and the Monsoon. And Renekton and Ari will be sort of the champions that will be the key points of players, key points of champion that needs to have that CC. And on top of all that, they don't have any AoE CC aside from the Janna. So I think this is going to be a difficult situation if they don't get the early game because of how much the Unite Esports prepared for the mid game, late game with the Jarvan 4, the Gragas, and the Rakan as their CC potential champions.
Yeah, we talked about this as well. If the Gragas is usually banned, the Rakan, the Galio, then it would be a prime opportunity for the Olaf to shine. But this time, there's the Jarvan for that soft counter. Or hard counter, in this case with the Cataclysm. This is another lane swap we're looking at though from Danny and Rafi. And Jash may have a difficult time. He was picked to be the great neutralizer against Power. But this time though, he'll get to use his silence, possibly in the later fights instead.
Yeah, and Fennel University understands that Power has the potential to just stay in the Dragon lane and sustain himself against two members of the Unite Esports. So I think this is the matter of lane swapping. The 3v1 top-sided map, Fennel University is looking for the early engage. Josh is just hugging the tower though. So a lot of opportunity for Fennel University to die down if they continue through, and Garen to also die down if he makes a wrong step here in top-sided map. While we have Power just chilling onto the sidelines, waiting for the opportunity to reach a scale out against two-man for the Unite Esports.
It's kind of difficult to hold down a Garen. You mentioned earlier, Infinity, there's no particular hard CC, so he could definitely buy his time and just play safe. Look at him clearing the wave.
Ooh, but Void Seeker will not connect. If that connect, that will be the kill though. But still, Danny will secure the first blood and will get that gold up and running.
Yeah, apparently it don't matter if you don't have hard CC. You still have that Howling Gale at least. And Jash walked into 3 people wanting to clear the wave. Understandable approach, but at the same time, there's just too much damage coming from Doming and as well as Danny. Now it's a race for First Blood Tower. Who's gonna get it? I wonder. And it's going to be Fennel Adversity finishing off the tower first.
Yeah, because the Unite Esports went for the 4-man route into the bot side of the map. Yes, that's extra damage, but at the same time, that will increase the armor of the turrets, especially before 4 minutes of the game, where Fennel University already got the half of the tower done for the top-sided map. So pretty much, they got the tower first blood, they got the kill first blood in this particular game, giving them the 2k gold lead in 2 minutes of this match.
And they practically spent so much time on the tower. That was... Fennel Adversity was able to reset already, to the point that Doming was able to secure the Scuttler as well. And yeah, Andy69 was basically forced to stay a while and hit the tower alongside his team. So it is going to be Fennel Adversity definitely winning that on the goal department, and as well as maximizing their time here on the current state of the map. Looking at the first item buys, of course, still not going to be completed items as it's still pretty much early into the games, 3 minutes. We get to see the debut. Well, not exactly the debut, but we've seen the Prophet's Pendant in game number 1. So a little bit of that added magic penetration, I suppose. So that's we're expecting a bunch of really hurtful body slams combo coming from Sean here from the Gragas.
Probably, if Sean wants to go for the damage aspect of his champion, he could go for the Lich Bane after, even the ROA, to match that AP scaling for this champion. And when was the last time that we saw a 3-minute game wherein Danny already has, or the Kaisa already has secured the Acacia Rain upgrade? Because in that First Blood, in the Tower First Blood as well, in top-sided map, he was able to accumulate a lot of gold that enabled him to go for the long sword and also a lot more BF sword, and also the another item to really just scale out into the Acacia Rain. So now that's gonna be raw damage for Fennel Adversity.
We'll have to see now, though. Look at the silence!
Ooh, Garen is diving in. He will fall down though because Power just dived in on top side of the hall.
Oh,
But the blue team has stolen the Rift Herald. Leonite Esports will get this at the very least. But now it's going to be Feather Storm for Saya forced away, and they will need to go back. But Fennel Adversity got the 2 kills there from that engagement alone.
Yeah, they have to be a little bit worried where the kills went over to. I believe 1 kill went on to Danny, and that's going to be a huge problem. He was already 1k ahead of Rowe before that fight, and now we could possibly see another.
800 HP. Fennel Adversity will get the Mountain Dragon. Now it's going to be Garen going in ahead. A lot of damage are now coming through. Doming and Rafi will be forced to back away, but Power is on enemy territory, and Leonite Esports can punish this through and through. Power is trying to run away, but Rakondo will get the kill, not onto a carry for Leonite Esports.
And not to Sean, not to Rowe, so that is quite unfortunate, but a little bit puzzling, I suppose, where Power wanted to maybe place a deep ward while Leonite was busy chasing Doming there, but they have spotted him in his path to his sneaky mission, and he will suffer the consequences. Now, Fennel moving their efforts to the bottom portion of the map just because Leonite, just to even things out because their bot has been opened earlier as well.
Yeah, the Rift Herald will be forced because the Unite Esports has the information that there's a 3-man roam for Fennel Adversity into the Dragon Lane. So pretty much they want to secure that trade-off, especially with the 2k gold deficit already. But now it's going to be Power being pinned down by the Unite Esports. That's going to be knocked off from Yanzo as well. Dropping forward to lock in to secure the kill. Shaw will be the only one remaining. Got the trade-off in. Anti-69 will fall down. Rift Herald will come through, and that will be the 1-for-1.
It is a really nice mini win for Leonite for sure. They're able to capitalize on that Rift Herald. I believe it was the second charge kicking in. So that is exactly what we were expecting with the Rift Herald changes, timer changes. You're able to get more space to work with to push a little bit more on that inner tower. Meanwhile, though, it is going to be Shaw on the Leandri's first buy. I assume it is going to be the Rabadons for second. So not the Ludens that we usually see on an Ahri this time around.
I think he wants to go for the dual potential for an Ahri. Want to have that prolonged fight so that his AP will now scale up. Follow that through with a Rabadon stat cap. Potentially that can be built on second core item. That's going to be raw damage all around for Shaw if he does go for it. But Renekton already with the Black Cleaver, with Doming already doing the same thing with the Black Cleaver as well. So a lot of penetration items secured by Fennel Adversity that can stack up against the Unite Esports.
Yeah, there's like three heavy frontliners like Josh and Andy, and a little bit on Sean, I suppose, if he shifts to a little bit more of the tankier build of duel at the bottom lane, though maybe not. I guess Infernal Drake is going to be spawning soon, and I think that is the time where we fully see a complete 5v5. And I think the problem would be for Leonite, they really have to watch the top portion of the map because they got to get Shaw
from Fennel to split push as well.
Really, it's just Fennel Adversity having that a mindset of, you know what, we have the advantage. Let's put Sean topside in the map, get that farm in, so that later on he can participate in much more fights. You're looking at a 7.5k gold mid laner for Fennel Adversity compared to Leonite Esports, only 5.5. So 2k gold difference onto these key core items for Fennel Adversity alone. And this is the reason because of how much he does on the split. Does not connect though, Sean will still stay alive.
Yeah, you're right. It is 2k goldie, just as you mentioned, versus Shaw versus Sean. And that is the reason why we get to see Sean planning his assassination attempt on the Gragas. But it didn't work out so well.
Power.
Because...
Remember on for Leonite Esports trying to get a kill onto Power. They understand the Infernal Dragon will come at 6 seconds, but they were not able to get the kill though. So it's still going to be a 5-member available for both teams right now.
It is Fennel moving to get the mid lane.
Charm will connect onto the Garen. That's going to be a huge CC coming through. That's the stun. Renekton will try in. The stun onto Sean. The Dragons will go for the explosive cast as well. The knock up with the flag and drag. Jarvan 4, but it locked down onto Fennel Adversity. No kills will be done further. It's going to be a 1-for-1.
Shaw has been landing all these impactful charms, and he's 301, and that's him without the Rabadons just yet. Imagine if he had Rabadons on that fight. Leonite, though, will adjust by moving towards the mid lane and pushing it instead, but they will get denied by Shaw, and that's going to be an Infernal Drake. Look at them! Fennel, again, stacking up all these dragon buffs.
Fennel Adversity, in that particular engagement, they were not really going for the all-in 5v5. They just need to remove Anti-69. Even though if Power died in that fight, they secured the Infernal Dragon in trade of those 1-for-1. So pretty much, I think Fennel Adversity got the better trade there against the Unite Esports.
Yeah, for sure. They didn't even need to sacrifice too much. They still kept the mid lane tower. They were still able to make everyone survive. The death so far has only been towards Power. He has been doing frontline things, even though, let's just say, Power as a Renekton wants to get a kill or two in the backline against the squishies, but he has to accept defeat. This is the scenario. He's gonna keep dying. Remember, the only target he can potentially take is Ro. But he has Self-Peel, he has the Feather Storm. And once he baits that out, and he's the only casualty, he's doing a good job.
And now Josh is diving into the push. He doesn't know there is an enemy champion waiting for himself. Redemption will be through. That's going to be extra HP. Doming, though, that will be the mobility coming right through. He wants to go for this fight. As now it's going to be Renekton going for the flank as well. That's the Charm connecting. Gragas will fall down. It's now 5v4 in favor of Fennel Adversity as Jarvan 4 will try to tank out his teammates. The lockdown is going to be in. Cataclysm will not secure anyone as that's going to be a 1-for-2 trade-off in favor for Fennel Adversity as they take the lead once again.
That is just a sacrifice of Dumbing instead now of Power, and it's still working out because the carries are still alive. Danny's still alive, Show is still alive, and now Leonite has no choice but to watch another tower fall, and this gives Fennel Adversity more space to work with, especially that Baron is up and running.
Now Fennel Adversity is happy with those 2 kills and also the tier 2 turret. Now go for the recon for now to buy the items and really use the gold that they were able to accumulate in those fights and objectives. So 2 core item already for Dom Meng with the Death's Dance, so pretty much more sustainability onto the tank of Fennel Adversity. But now it's Power now diving in, tries to go for the stun as well. Rift Cutter will be secured by Leonite Esports though, as that will give information against Fennel Adversity onto the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, that is a little bit of breathing space, I suppose. There's no fight. The charm missed. I assume the fight again. Once the charm misses, that is the point where Shaw will have to wait for the cooldown to come back up again, and then try another day. For Leonite, yeah, they're. What are their options now? Again, they're still waiting for Ro to ramp up because this is looking to be a single threat team. I mean, there is still Sean here building more on the AP department, less more on the tanks. So you've got AP covered. So the burst coming from Sean, Leonite is going to heavily rely on the burst coming from Sean here for the setup. For the setups, rather, the body slam. The Cataclysm will always be reserved just for doming, just when the Ragnarok gets popped. So the pressure falls onto Sean and as well as Yanzu to start fights.
Yeah, and I think it's a matter of utilizing your ultimates, right? If Jarvan 4 doesn't utilize his ultimate against Doming will just scale out, go into the backside, get that kills up and running. And you talked about Sean building onto the Rabadon setup. A lot of damage indeed, but I think it's more favorable now to build onto a Crystalline instead of a Lich Bane. Yes, that will decrease how much damage he provides in the later team fights, but considering that Jarvan 4, Garen, and Rakan wasn't really able to defend Saya in those prior team fights, states a signal that Leonite Esports needs to build more defensively against Fennel adversity, and Crystalline is really just a cheap item for how much benefit it provides. 2.9k gold, right? But Fennel adversity right now, starting onto the Ocean Drake, they want to secure this third dragon buff. As now it is indeed going to go through that Fennel versus again the Ocean Dragon. And it's Danny going for the killer instinct now. Tried to get the kill onto one. Yeah, it's a down. Shown to follow through. And the 69 will be dead as well. It's now the 5v1, 4v1. Fennel adversity will try to finish this game as Jash will be the only one remaining, as that's going to be the ace. Fennel adversity taking it home for the 5 kills.
Look at them go, Fennel! There's only one sacrifice, and it was just Shaw. That was actually a very 50-50 dragon, because it was Shaw that was able to secure that dragon for the rest of the team. And now, because the map is practically open, 10 seconds for most of Leonite members, it is Fennel with the free Baron, while Power is making his way and capitalizing on this buff that is going to come soon for him to keep pushing a little bit towards the bottom side.
And I'm glad that you mentioned it. Renekton having the split push on bot side of the map, not really supporting his team to get the Baron Nashor, means that the Baron buff is available readily onto the bot side minions. And he utilized it a little bit, but considering that Leonite Esports is already alive, but the death timer is done, he went back away. So clever move for Fennel adversity.
Yeah, it's definitely the safest way. Again, Fennel, very controlled, it's controlled aggression for sure. They're only aggressive when they need to be, and they're very clean, especially when they're ahead. And now 6-on-5 still for Shaw. This guy is a monster. For Leonite, they are looking to see if they can hold Shaw down, but it's so difficult. He has the Spirit Rush. He has the Flash if it's off cooldown. And now this is Leonite just trying the best to play defense. They have a decent amount of wave clear. They've got Sean on the Gragas. They've got the feathers from Ro. So I think they can try to slow it down, but the biggest problem is if Fennel is going, what, 1-3-1, it could be a problem.
Yeah, and it's happening right now. Fennel adversity with 3 members on top side, 1 member on mid side, and another into the bot side will secure an inhibitor turret because of how much divided attention Leonite Esports is doing against Fennel adversity, as another will come through pretty much anytime soon, as the mid side will fall down and Leonite Esports is now cornered against Fennel adversity.
The charms, man! The charms from Shaw is just too much to handle. Leonite even... It's basically a mag. It's a... This guy on the Ahri is absolutely insane.
So every single inhibitor turret will fall down. Fennel adversity is happy to go for that one. It opens up the base. It opens up every single lane for Fennel adversity in this later game. As you see right now, 30k gold lead already. Once if they secure the Elder Dragon, this game is done. And that's the Cloud Dragon as well. So a lot more mobility on the line against Unite Esports. I think the only potential that they can bring it back is get the Elder Dragon, play it very late. Even if they were able to defend, Fennel adversity is really just ahead so much. So I think that's going to be a key to make it all come back if ever it does.
Oh my god, he went in!
Percentage is Renekton diving into this fight. Kills up row 1. No damage now for Leonite Esports as their ADC will fall to the ground. Caitlyn Rain will be there as well. Raw damage coming through. The charm will not connect. It was the wrong direction. But Shaw will still stay alive though. Half HP. Jarvan 4 will go for the Cataclysm onto 2 champions. Renekton will get the AoE damage up and run. And that will be the 1-for-2 trade and 1-for-3 trade of 98 HP. And Fennel adversity will take the win in the series with a 2-0.
The revenge denied away from Leonite. And that is Fennel winning once more in this particular matchup. It is on paper 2-2-0 already for them. As far as, you know, when they go up against Leonite. But very clean. Look how happy they are.
Yeah, peace Right, peace for the 2-0.
Peace.
First series. Fennel University taking the win here, taking the dub in this game number 1 and game number 2 for the very first series in the fall season. Group B is really a menace. They were able to adapt on the new changes in the patch 2.4. They were able to build onto those new items. And yes, we haven't seen the double marksman thus far, but we're seeing some intense matches anyways in this game 1 for the Group B.
Yeah, that's a very good start for Fennel Adversity. Something that they will take as the weekend goes by, especially that, you know, every single game will eventually count as the standings progress. And of course, Fennel, again, this is a team that came from top 8 from the summer season. Of course, they want to come back and try again to aim for top place.
Yeah, this is the first week. There's another week to come for Group C and D. But regardless, I think taking the advantage in the very first week, taking the advantage in the very first Group B stages will be very, very important to get the stakes much more high for later on in the second week for these groups specifically. So, a nice game, a nice series that Fennel University has showed us. They were able to take it down, and they were really just putting into the show up for their controlled aggression as we look at it once again in Oppo A9 for play of the game in game number 2.
This is one of the instances where, okay, we want to contest the Elder, or rather, no, we want to contest the Rift Herald. And then if we win the fight, then we just transition to the Mountain Drake. And that means we get 2 potential objectives and 2 potential wins. Again, they're very strong. This composition is insanely strong in skirmishes. Especially when you do have the Olaf, especially when Shaw lands the charms. And most of the time, the charms land. And that is the reason why Shaw was absolutely massive in this game.
Yeah, he was able to connect those charms like it was magnet against the enemy team. They were retracting against each other, but it keeps connecting. And I think that's it, right? Opposite attracts each other. The same matter repels each other. But right, I think Fennel University was really able to utilize that science to bring it into the game, make it so that the charms are really just connecting. And it was really just hard for the Unite Esports. Once that charm connects, it was over. Because it's not a matter of a couple of milliseconds, it's a whole second to 2 seconds that you're charmed up. Where Fennel University can come through with single targeted CCs with power there as well.
Yeah, that's true. This is them funneling all their damage, finding the right targets, and making it work, and then just snowballing out of control.
Yeah, and master the match from the game number 2 is Danny from Fennel University onto Akaisa.
Yeah, this is the silent killer. I mean, Shaw was shining so bright in the early game, but this guy, Danny's killer instincts at the later stages of the game, no fear, even using a flash just to go behind walls and focus down targets, running away from the side of Leonite. And I'm sure for Fennel Adversity, both Shaw, especially Danny here, as their late game scaling, rather late game insurance. And this he's absolutely very scary on this particular champion as well.
Yeah, the Kaisa is really just menace. And I'm curious on what more champions can Danny put in this game, in this match, in this Group B. Because the only champion that we've seen so far from Danny is Kaisa. So it's really just going to be a curious situation and a curious question coming in as day 1 for this Lena Esports and Fennel University matchup has ended. And I'm curious for more. I want more of these games. I want more of these intense matches wherein these teams are even level and really matching it up in that high professional league type of situation.
Yeah, this is just a teeny tiny preview of what Group C is gonna look like. There are still, of course, 2 other teams we haven't seen that we will eventually get to take a sneak peek at as the days and as the weekends go by. Again, this is just the beginning of this particular groups that we're witnessing. This is just the beginning of the 2.4 patch and how it affects our teams and how it affects the entirety of the tournament. So it's gonna be very exciting for sure.
Yeah, an exciting day, an exciting beginning for the very first series in Group C, and I'm looking forward for more. I want more champions to come through. I think it's patch 2.4 that really just changes everything. It's a fresh breath of air coming into this patch, especially with the Rift Herald and the Dragon being changed up. I think with later on the Elder Dragon and the Baron Nashor also comes up relatively in the same time, maybe a difference of 20 seconds or so. So really, it's a change. It's a change that really just changes everything. If that makes sense.
It makes sense. It's definitely a welcome change because it expands the strategy and the approach to Wild Rift. If you want to exchange objectives, actually it's very huge, because what if you win a team fight in the Rift Herald? Therefore, you get the Rift Herald and the Dragon. I think there is that snowball potential as well, especially if you win a fight, if you win a contest. That it's a high risk, high reward kind of change, and it's definitely a breath of fresh air, just as you have stated.
And is this gonna be a pattern, right? Because we saw prior to 4 minutes, they were really trading those turrets. Like, trades onto the top turret for the other side and another in the bot side. So really to battle it out in the 4-minute mark onto those objectives. But rather, that's a question for the panel to answer later. This is the first series for the Group C. Fennel Varsity taking it down 2-0 against the Unite Esports. I'm Infinity, and this is Riku. We're gonna step away for now in the caster's desk. When we come back, it's gonna be the panelist desk giving us more insights on what had happened in this series number 1.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You are watching the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season. Mika Fabs here with Osiris and Infinity. Finally finding his way to the panel. Thanks for taking the time from your busy schedule, Infinity. The cast are able to join us over here. And of course, we just saw Fennel Adversity take the first win of Group C and of Week 2. That is a 2-0 and 75,000 Globe Cup points to them. Now, let's check out the series highlights because it seems like Fennel Adversity showing off that summer season buff as well and doing really, really well here. We saw that firepower coming in from Sho and from Danny, bringing the Kaisa back into the Sea Icon series. We haven't seen this girl as much as we did in the summer season, but it looks like Fennel Adversity are keeping her and, translating that over here to the fall season. What are your thoughts over here? We'll start with you, Infinity.
It's really all about the controlled aggression that Fennel Adversity is doing in this game number 1 and game number 2, wherein they were really able to capitalize onto their champions, battle it out, go for the counter strategies against the Unite Esports. We saw a switch in the early game, and then after that, they were really just able to counter onto the items aspect after. So I think Fennel Adversity was a better flexible team, and then they were able to go for the controlled aggression in the series.
Yeah, and it was really a good setup coming in from Shaw. He was very consistent in those 2 games. Doming also with at least Sin. It was fairly a good opening for them to take the aggressive champion. And if we're talking about control aggression, there will be a Lee Sin always. And at that point, he made everything roll across the map. And I must say that Leon Knights also provided a really good game 1. It's just that in terms of snowball potential, it was technically that Oriana who provided a lot of damage. Was of course Danny on that face-off. You know that you gotta respect the team. As for game 2, it was a really good lane swap as well from Fennel Adversity as they wanted to deny Jash. And Jash on game 1, he is playing dominantly on that Ranixen, but left out on a Garen that's being denied repeatedly on the early game. So there's no tanky potential that pops him off every charm that lands. So at this point, it was really Leonite Esports fell on their back foot. And Fennel Adversity once again getting that 2-0.
Yes, and Leonites, I think they did put up a good showing. They did, but it just feels like every time there's a team fight, it was just really costly on the side of Leonite. They'd often need 2 to 3 to take down 1 from Fennel Adversity, and it's like the trades weren't exactly equal trades. And we hope to see, of course, more and a better showing from Leonite Esports as they proceed into the second week of the Sea Icon series. Of course, they will get a lot more chances to really improve and show their stuff over here. And of course, we do congratulate Fennel Adversity, the alumni from the summer season, the only alumni from the summer season, brought to Group C. And they really are evolving. I love that still control aggression, but they have managed to really really focus and really hone in on where they need to put the targets in and their objectives and everything. So it's looking really good on the side of Fennel Adversity. And yeah, this looks like a Group C that could really give Group A and Group B a run for their money. So exciting stuff here indeed. We're gonna move over to our second match of the day, and this is going to be between Mirmooo Esports and Lakan Gaming. Now, this is interesting because Mirmooo over here, they did come from the last chance qualifier, and as we mentioned earlier, they do have also patch 2.4 to deal with. There's a lot of changes coming on in, so I feel like they're taking in the most pressure here out of all of the teams. Let's check out the lineup that they have so far, and it seems like Mirmooo Esports over here, they have the I would say one of the more eye-catching team names, eye-catching logo as well. And these guys, we don't exactly have too much background on them. As we mentioned, a lot of new faces here in Group C, but they seem like a really fun bunch over here. And
yes,
of course, we have the namesake, I guess, of the team, the person who the team is named after. We have Mirmooo right there in the Dragon Lane. Osiris, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this team.
Did you know that Mirmooo is a League of Legends PC player, and one of his achievements is that he represented under the banner of Ashon Arena IESF, the Philippine representative in Indonesia, and they were able to place second. As for XDXP, he is a former jungler of pro gaming series Infuse and then Varsity X-Rage Esports, and also he played under the banner of Bigatron Esports. So we are getting those backgrounds pretty solid. And another one is Hura, one of the familiar names that we are seeing because this guy played under the banner of TNC Esports as support in League of Legends PC, and also a League of Legends collegiate champion under the banner of Our Lady of Fatima University in 2016. So there's so many experience, and we are well aware that they know how to play this game.
Infinity, I'm eager to hear your thoughts as well, especially since checking the roster that we have. They're actually they do have 8 members in their team, and this is going to be I feel like there's always an advantage whenever you do have a lot more players on your team, because you can rotate it, and your opponent isn't exactly sure what side of Mirmooo they're facing. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's a mix and match, right? You can bring in a player to come through. If ever someone's sick, you can also bring them in. So really, it's just a mix and match that hinders the amount of information that the enemy team could really gather in this very first day, especially wherein everything will fall down into the data game for these teams in the Group C and D.
But their pedigree is impressive indeed when you check out their background. But of course, on the other side, you have Lakan, who also has quite the impressive background. These are actually familiar faces to the Rift. Yes, Lakan is a new team, but the players, check out the team lineup, because you've seen these guys before. You've seen these guys before in the summer season, because this is the former Execration squad with the addition of Boy G. Osiris, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on all of this and the addition of Boy G into this roster and the new banner that they're flying under.
Well, Lakan, they are the former Execration, and we are looking at, of course, we still have Detonate, Tante Ison, and Argix. It was really the jungle that has been changed, and the performance from Execration last summer isn't the best that we saw from them. So this time, this will be the redemption game for them. So, and considering also that you still have the star-studded lineup that carries themselves, you still got Detonate, which is the Arya main that we saw. You also have Arjik, which is one of the conservative support that functions well with the team. So with Boy J, he is a former Imperium Pro Team jungler. So I believe that this guy he is backed up with good amount of experience as well. Also, he was able to qualify on the day 2 of PPGL summer season qualifiers along South Luzon. It's just that they fell short. He is also mostly on the semi-pro tournament, so he's looking for that win, and this time he is playing under the banner of Lakan.
And Infinity, really quickly, before we jump into our predictions, I want to get your thoughts on how this roster is going to adapt to Wild Rift as it is today, especially with the new patch 2.4.
I think they're gonna be adapting pretty much easily. I think these teams or these players were together since the summer season. They were playing even prior to that. So I think their synergy, their team coordination is already up there. And it's a matter of talking with each other. It's a matter of strategizing on what our strategy is and what is a good composition that can match this up, given the fact that we have changes in patch 2.4.
Yeah, it seems like these guys could be ready for anything. But with that, I have to ask you guys, where do you think it's going to go? It seems like both of these teams have a very strong case, and they have a lot of experience behind them. I'm going to start with you, Infinity.
That's a hard question, but I think in this particular series, with the given prior knowledge and information with the foundation for Lakan Esports, I think they will take this home with a 2-1 against Mirmooo Esports.
Well, of course, I am well respecting Lakan, and they got the experience from summer season, but it feels like I am sensing a bit of the hungry approach, or they are looking for their win for Mirmooo. So I'll go this time for Mirmooo with the veterans from League of Legends PC.
You know what? I find Mirmooo really, really interesting, and something is telling me that maybe I should go for them. But you guys know that I favor rosters that have, stood through the test of time, so to say.
Yeah.
That really has been, sort of like the trend here. The longer you stay together, the more you win Wild Rift together. It seems to be. But Mirmooo, I'm so interested to see these guys play, especially Osiris. After what you mentioned, the experience that these guys have, that these players have. Oh, okay, this is going to be really interesting matchup indeed. And I think we are just about ready to step into the rift. But before that, we are going to read out some of your tweets. You actually can earn a spot over here, a digital spot over here on the panel. All you have to do is head on over to Twitter and share with us your comments, reactions, your thoughts, your predictions maybe, and use two hashtags, hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. I think we have one tweet over here, and I think it's a bit of a forecast that we have over here for a later matchup. We have here from Ariana. Oh, are you somewhat related to our favorite robotic girl with the somewhere over there? And Ariana in the mid lane says, "Go DR Esports." And yes, we are looking forward to seeing DR Esports as well. That will be in match 3, but before that, we do have match number 2 between Mirmooo Esports and Lakan. Now, of course, you guys can join us over on the PPGL community Discord, where we will be watching the games together. And of course, you got some special guests joining us as well. We do have, of course, members from Leonite, I believe, hanging over there. And last week we had some special guests as well from Omega Esports. So I hope you guys drop on by and support the Wild Rift community. Now we are about to head into match 2 between Mirmooo Esports and Lakan Esports. Which way is it gonna go? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out indeed, casters. Are you guys ready? We are gonna jump into the rift. Let's go, match number 2.
Minions have spawned.
Of course, we are ready, Miss Mika. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. We'll be your caster for the second series. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is Riku, which just came from a 2-0, looking back at series number 1.
Yeah, that was such an incredible series, just because it's Fennel basically solidifying their lead, I suppose, in the current standings. But of course, that's just their first series, and now we're moving to another particular series, a particular matchup we haven't really seen before. So we may potentially see a rivalry building, perhaps.
That is true, and I'm actually looking forward to this because, like what you said, these are new teams, not new faces for the side of Lakan, but these are new names popping into the Icon series, and both of them has such the background when it comes to LoL PC as well as Wild Rift. So seeing them duking it out, I'm really looking forward to this. Plus, we have a new patch that already is taking into effect. The fact that it only gave them a handful of days to adjust, but they were able to adjust quickly, that says something.
Yeah, so this could be the battle of who gets to adjust better. And maybe we get to see the double marksman comp, because when we look back at the summer season, there are only 2, I believe, that would fall into that type of comp, mainly coming from Liab. So perhaps some teams may start to look at it as another option, as another flex for them to use in the games.
And a lot of new items that is available as well. We have been seeing the Graves in different countries, in different tournaments. So are we gonna be seeing that? I don't think so just yet. I guess for the PH, the meta here rather they would just want to play with the Baron lane pool, mid lane pool, and ADC pool. On top of that, I'm actually looking forward to seeing more of these Corki picks, given that we have the Solari charge plate that is gonna work really well for him.
Yeah, the Solari Charge Blade, something very interesting. Usually, I believe when we casted the Origin series last night, it was constantly paired with the Navoris. Just because you can easily proc your crits a bit more because of the Radiant stacks, and therefore proc the passive of Navoris, which would basically reduce the cooldown of your non-ultimate abilities. So I'm looking forward to which other champions this can be capitalized upon, because if a champion is already has defaultly have a spam ability innate, then I don't think you want to use that combo. So we'll see, because first off, we've only seen that in the Graves, so maybe we get to see Graves this time around as well.
Possible. You know, even though I said we won't be seeing much of Graves, I'm looking forward to seeing new champions. You know, to the teams out there, not just Lakan as well as Mirmooo, just surprise us. Keep on showing the secrets here and there, but this is just day one for the first round robin for our group C, which is a new group. Of course, I don't think we're gonna be seeing crazy stuff just yet.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be an adjustment period where the teams will just focus on you basically using what they're comfy with. I think it may be a bit too soon, especially if there's a lot on the line. Like you do want to win as much games as you can, as many games as you can, because again, the top two will move on to the playoffs each from each group. So every single game will count, but for the first round robin, you have a little bit of leg room at least to work with.
These are the faces of our pro players. Again, Mirmooo Esports. I'm not sure how you're gonna pronounce that, but they will be up against Lakan. Again, new faces. This is gonna be the first time you're gonna be seeing them in the Icon series. I'm not sure which lane will be the death lane yet. I'm not sure what kind of rotations will these two teams show us, but I am just very happy because this is a breath of fresh air. This is a clean slate, and the casters as well as the viewers, we're the ones that's gonna paint the picture for this possible new rival.
Yeah, it is, again, a lot of experience from the League PC days and then transitioning to Wild Rift. So I'm very excited to see the veterans finding a home in Wild Rift and continuing their esports career over here at the Icon series. So yeah, a lot of experience from the PGS, from the collegiate scene as well. So it's all that build up towards here in Wild Rift. It's gonna be very exciting for sure.
Be very exciting indeed. Well, are there any specific picks that you're looking forward to? We did see a Galio in the previous series.
Yeah, we did see a Galio. I think it's still pretty much a very good a staple. If it's open, better pick it, because you can play. You don't have to play around it. You can immediately. It fits in so many different comps. TLDR. But if there's something that I can look forward to, maybe a little bit of throwback from Wara. I believe he did play Annie support back in the League PC collegiate days, so I know it's super way back. I think it's just something to point out. If my memory serves me right, it would be, if it's wrong, then it would be very embarrassing, but cut me some slack. It has been a few years back since the LCL days. So with that, I'm excited to see what the playstyle is going to be for both of these teams as they mold their identity here in the Icon series.
Holding their identity and really starting it off strong. Yeah, if I were to have just one shot in the dark, I feel like the dragon lane, that's where most of the fights or most of the pressure will go out from, just because you have this very intense 2v2. Arjuk, we did see him way back in the summer season, one of the notable supports out there, and we still get to see Aizen again. Maybe he's gonna pick up Kaisa again this time around in the fall, or maybe he has a new ADC in his pocket.
Yeah, there's so many options. I think there is still the lenience. There's still a lot of the teams just fall back into the Kaisa Corki most of the time, because again, it's comfortable. It has been standard for so many seasons, even up from preseason actually. So no questions asked. It is the most understandable pickup, but of course there are other options because of the 80 items being added onto the board, and as well as we keep talking about it, the double marksman composition, just because you get Corki plus Kaisa and then you force the other team into this Zaya as well, or maybe the Lucian. But there has been a priority to ban out the Lucian just because it can potentially snowball out of control. You compare it with a Nami as well, just to dominate the lane even harder. So yeah, maybe we get to see the usual, the Kaisa Corki being picked up and then Zaya as their backup.
That you hovered over the Lucian Nami. Initially, if I see a Lucian, I think, hey, Brom or one tanky support is gonna be perfect for this guy. But no, he just excels with these enchanted supports. Like again, Nami, you have the sustain. Once the Aqua Prison or the Tidal Wave connects, Lucian is just gonna have the time of his life if he was able to farm from the early up until the mid game.
Yeah, the movement speed, you mentioned the sustain as well, coming from the Nami, and the fact that you know, the third skill coming from the Nami can basically be that go signal for the Lucian to be a bit more aggressive. You auto attack in, your auto attacks will be empowered, and as well as add that slow, so more auto attacks will eventually land, and with a dash you do have that gap closer as well. So I think it's very warranted. The ban towards Lucian is very, very understandable.
Well, they did mention Lucian. I don't think we've been seeing Senna so far in this day number 1. That would be something Mirmooo Esports or Lakan Esports has in store for us. We did witness a 5 or 4 champion route from Team Secret way back. They were able to just capitalize on that. Maybe we'll be seeing more of these plays should they pick up Senna. So we talked about the Dragon lane already. Looking at the mid lane, still Ari being a hot pick, because once the charms connect, that's just basically an insta-kill if you guys are ahead. On top of that, we did see a Diana earlier on. So it's all about this very burst-centered type of champions that can just either go with the initiate or be in charge of cleanups going over to the mid lane.
Yeah, I think for Ari is in a very good spot right now. For Diana, I think it's very 50-50 because you have to kind of build around it. In comparison to Ari, who's pretty much self-sustained, has CC, can do the kills for herself. Diana, though, you are going to be reliant on a Wukong or a Galio to set up for yourself, and maybe even a support to keep yourself alive. We've seen in the summer season tankier setups for the Diana, but of course you want the Moonfall to work as well. You want the burst, you want the assassination potential. So it hasn't been exactly there. There has been a couple of struggle just because the bans are heavily focused more on the junglers, therefore leaving open a lot of the big disengage, like the Gragas, we've seen it, the Gragas and the Janna. Braum has been banned from time to time, but it doesn't change the fact that the soft counters to a Diana has been available.
Still up for grabs, definitely. And Gragas still a pretty popular pick on top of this Olaf pickup. So far, I mean, this has been a talk for us casters. Olaf, whenever he gets picked, it's not a 50-50. The odds of him losing is a tad bit higher, but now maybe this is his, redemption arc, because he is starting off A-okay in this day number 1. But yeah, Gragas and Janna still a pretty good disengaged competition if ever teams are gonna pick them up. You have the specific cast, you have the Moon soon as well. On top of that being a good disengage, you also have the heals coming through from Janna. Zephyr, flash in, Zephyr is gonna be a good kill secured moment for a support as well. And yeah, now let's touch over at the jungle side. Wukong and you also have a Xinjiao occasionally here and there. But yeah, it's just all about them being this very strong initiator, can go with the knockups, and then the team can just follow through.
Yeah, the Wukong has been one of those picks that would pop up from time to time. I think, again, you can pair it with, not so many, but Yasuo. You can pick up a Yasuo with the Wukong. You can pick up an Orianna in the mid lane if you're opting for more of a controlled approach in the mid lane, and especially the Diana, which has been a comfort pick since at least the latter half of the summer season by some of these teams.
Well, let's see if we'll be seeing more of that. we have Olaf, Camille, and another Olaf. But that is going to be Illusion Hover for Mirmooo Esports. They could lock that in if they want to just get this very quick head start with a very strong champion.
Yeah, this is so far looking to be a very exciting champ select by Riot Go. And Twisted Fate being removed, just as you mentioned, right off the bat. I think that Ziggs is still available for Dedenne to possibly pick up if they do want lane control, and as well as the potential to basically remove towers immediately and punish a lost fight by Mirmooo. In the meantime, that's going to be Illusion Open, though, as their first pick. And we talked about this summer season or summer Super Cup. The most oppressive first pick on your red side is Renekton and Lee Sin. And I expect Boyage to keep, hammering down the pain for Tante.
Strong start for the Jap of Lakan Esports. And now you have the Janna Kaisa combo down at Dragon Lane. Brom, of course, will be the support. And you have a Galio mid lane, most likely for Mirmooo. Let's see what is going to happen next. You also have the Rengar being picked up and an Irel yet to beat. So they really want to go with the full-on 5v5.
And they have no fear because the only disengage Lakan has is the Janna. And the Janna is super squishy. Imagine there's, 4 people on your face? Rengar, Irelia, Galio, and Brom. Arjuk, I'm sorry, this is not going to be a fun time as the Janna. But as well as Lakan, going up against a Galio here. So looking at the Renekton, looking at Lee Sin, with their intention is to basically go all in. You are going to get greeted by a taunt, so they should be careful. Make sure that the taunt is baited out first before going in full committal.
Minions have spawned.
Exactly. It is very, very, very exciting to see how this matchup is going to go. And this is the usual, this is Renekton, or rather the top laners, going in the mid lane just to soak up early experience. But this is a different part, though. Look at that. There's a gank.
That's going to be a flash in, or flash already down for the side of Irelia, but that's the first Lee being able to get the first blood. Lee Sin, the first one to actually get taken down. Now Brom is the next. He does have a target at his back. That is going to be 2 kills going over to Lakan, 1 kill going over to Mirmooo.
That's an early tussle once more. First blood going over, just as you mentioned, to Mirmooo. And Lakan, still though, they're in the lead for at least maybe just a couple of gold, 500 gold. But it's still a huge impact because look at Mirmooo. They've managed to land a couple of these early wards. So they can definitely spot out where Lakan, or rather in particular, their Lee Sin is going to be.
So you have the Dedenne just holding his gun at the mid lane. 2 very tanky mid laners. I don't think there's much action here, given that Emperor would just focus on these pickoffs or either the full-on 5v5s. Darius, though, is going to be up against 2 champions plus a Rengar, but now you have Lee Sin making his way up top at the Baron. Looking at the Dragon Lane, though, Aizen long up against this Irelia, just minding his own business, making sure that he can farm. You have Galio being pushed in a tad bit too deep into his turn.
Yeah, I can imagine the Irelia can spin out of control as well. There is that option.
And it's going to be the stuns connecting, but Dedenne was able to survey his way out there. You have the Rengar jumping in. It's going to be the taunt connecting again onto 1, but you also have another CC coming out from this Irelia. That is going to be Aizen being taken down. The ADC of Lakan Esports, Mirmooo Esports. This early game rotation is just very powerful.
It is. Galio, without the level 5, the taunt is still there. There's just so much kit and damage on the board for them to be very effective, even without the level 5, even without the ults. So now, what will Lakan decide to do? This is an interesting lane swap. The biggest question is, where will the AP damage come from? Where will the magic come from? And I think there's none. So Mirmooo can decide to opt for more of that armor just to defend up against the rest of Lakan.
Also, another thing I would like to highlight is it's been a talk internationally that when you're up against a Kaisa, you can just pick up a Brom just to, stop the Icadian missiles, Icadian rain missiles coming through. And I guess that is the reason why the Dragon Lane matchup is just has a tad bit, is actually leaning a bit into Mirmooo Esports. But now looking at apparently that is going to be Irelia just trying to maybe pick a fight with Darius. I don't think Darius is going to bite. I don't think Tante is actually going to jump in. But going back into the Dragon lane, now you have the actual Mirmooo from Mirmooo Esports just clearing out the wave here down below. Howling Gale is going to connect. Voids here going to connect as well. The first Dragon as well as the Rick Herald is going to be up in 25 seconds. No one is rotating or resetting just yet. It's going to be Irela jumping in or departing in with the ultimate. But you know what? That is going to be Theo's entrance coming out from this guy. Your toss are going to connect. That is going to be Darius being boxed in and eventually taken down. More kills going over to the men in blue.
Yeah, Mirmooo getting everything so far in this game. I mean, it's still not a significant lead for themselves, but they are building towards. Look at the Dene though. Gonna bump into XC.
Let's be the stuns connecting, but he was able to slice and dice his way out of there. Arjuk is lurking at the sides too, was able to put a shield. At the very least, Renekton is A-okay. He was forced to use his ultimate though to survive that one. So one important ultimate already down. Howling Gale still gonna be popped from Arjuk now. Both teams, they won this repel, but who will be able to get this? Stars are gonna connect as well. Red team being able to steal the repel, but here comes Ice in the back line. Was able to kill it, instinct his way into the back line. Now Mirmooo, given that repel has been stolen, they just want to disengage, rotate to the Baron lane, get this first outer turn.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge because they get the Rift Herald and the Infernal Drake. This is exactly what, we brought up earlier in in series number 1. If you win the Rift Herald, then you can immediately transition to the Dragon if it is a 5v5. And Lakan are definitely going to be happy with that because it's an Infernal Drake, the most sought after Drake. But look at Mirmooo. In response, they're killing the inner tower atop.
I guess no more outer turns for the Baron lane is gonna spell bad. The calling is gonna connect on the Tante, but Tante will be very much happy to soak up in that damage. Now you have 4 champions at the side from the side of Lakan Esports trying to chase down Mirmooo. He does not have Lethal Fisher. Winter Spike is gonna connect onto Boy J, but Boy J is not gonna jump just yet. Emperor though, he does not have Hero's entrance just yet. Few more seconds in. Not sure if they're gonna try and pick a fight, but at the very least, they're just gonna focus on clearing out the wave. Both teams being very quiet. Mirmooo Esports, they are 500, 600 gold ahead. When it comes to the kill count though, still pretty close for a game that's just in 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's still pretty much dead even. It's a very close game because whenever Mirmooo decides to be aggressive somewhere off the map, Lakan exchanges it. And with the Infernal Drake, I think that's gonna help propel. Especially they have Didene on this Renekton. They want Renekton to get ahead or Tante to get ahead as well with the resets. And there's big snowball potential for Lakan on those 2 particular picks.
Oh no, that is gonna be Irelia just alone at the mid lane. And here comes the Irelia coming in with the ultimate, but still gonna try to do it out of this 2v2. Will he survive? The answer is gonna be yes, because he was able to flash out then and there. Shields coming through for the side of the men in blue. Here comes the first kill going over to Mirmooo Esports. The Dene forced to jump back, and that is gonna be Lucian alongside his teammate recalling back because there is one casualty for the side of Papa.
Wow. Yeah. It has been an exchange of towers so far. And I mean, look at the death score is just 6 in total. But the map is in shambles. Look how deep the towers are gone now. It's already all to the inner tower of Lakan is gone for bot side, and it's just completely clear on Mirmoo's side. So with this early, Mirmooo is definitely gonna suffer just because of the next following Drakes. The minion wave is gonna passively build and push towards their side eventually if they get to set that up. But good news actually for Mirmooo, at least their bottom tower is still intact.
Still there as well, so gonna hold their ground up, but that is gonna be Lakan. Taunt is gonna connect onto 3, but that is gonna be Galio just dashing out. The calling has been popped in there. Rengar looking for his next possible target, but Lakan was able to disengage from that fight. Recall is gonna come through. Minion equilibrium in favor of Mirmooo just because they were able to push out the Baron lane turrets and the wave up top.
It is Mirmooo, just as you mentioned, prepping the wave just to make sure that they have enough space for the next dragon to spawn, even though it's not gonna come in a few seconds. They just want to make sure that they keep an eye on that lane. For now, looking at the itemization, we get to see the Seeker's Arm Guard kicking in for Emperor here on the Galio. Again, just because there's just so much armor, or rather, there's just so much AD damage on Lakan, they don't have to worry too much about your MR resistances because there's no AP as much. So with that is the approach that they're going to take. Triforce already completed for XCXP, so we can potentially see more damage output from this particular player. Still, though, Bork already completed for Yao Han. We'll see if that's going to be enough, because so far it has been very, very reserved. Reserved Aurelia, rather.
Ooh, that is gonna connect onto two, but here comes XDXP jumping in, did not find a target just yet. Cloud Drake is now available, and now you have Mirmooo just having first dibs on this dragon. Now there's they jump in, but now you have the DNA. He does get caught up. The roots are gonna come through. He's gonna pop a missile flame, but look at that, it's gonna be Aurelia being able to secure that kill. A jump in, Bishop is gonna pop there as well, and that is the beat, the golden button for the side of Lee Sin, but he still gets disseminated by the solution. That is going to be a 2-0 in a favor of Mirmooo Esports. Aside from getting 2 kills, they also got 1 turret plus possibly this dragon.
Yeah, so much for saying Yao Han, a little bit of reserved Aurelia. Maybe not, because he just went full ham onto the Dene. He's the first victim, basically led Lakan forced to back away and retreat. And Mirmooo gets that first dragon for themselves. And now it's looking pretty dicey. But all the kills, though, went towards Emperor, so he's 303. Look at this death brush they're setting up. I wonder who's going to walk into that trap.
Maybe Renekton, but it seems like Renekton is alongside Aurelia. Again, you have a lot of CCs to layer through or get through for the side of Mirmooo. Guys, come on! What happened there? When I was connecting, you also have a son of Gate coming through for the side of Lakan Esports. Aurelia does get taken down. That is going to be a jump in on to connecting on the two. That is going to be the re-engage for the side of Mirmooo Esports. That is them, the calling game pop. Rampage going over to Emperor, but as we double going over to Lakan. That is a lot of kills going over to Isen. Flash in, flash out. Fusion connecting on to no one. Isen being taken down. Re-engage coming in for the side of Mirmooo is just too much. Lakan Esports forced to go back. That is going to be a 2-2 in favor of no one. But at the very least, you have Mirmooo. I thought he was going to try and get the Rip Scuttler, but it is still going over to Lakan. While all of that craziness was happening near the Baron lane, Rengar was making his way downtown. Well, the middle part of the map at the mid lane.
Yeah, he's moving elsewhere, definitely. And I think this poses a problem. Yao Han was the first one to fall, yes. But Lakan still has to consider Mirmooo. Again, this team is basically named after him, so I believe he is one of the strongest threats on this team. Look at him. Already has 2 items completed. Essence Reaver, Solari Rage Blade, Charge Blade rather. Oh geez, all these blades in the new patch. Right? So there's a lot of crit involved in this particular build. So he is gonna hurt every single time. Especially it synergizes well with all his abilities, because both passives proc with the way that Illusion moves to proc his passive with the extra auto attacks as well.
Emperor just zoning them out. Taunts connecting onto one, connecting on the other gateway ring. Will they be able to go with the steal? That is going to be a yes, no, maybe. No, Blue Team still being able to get the Baron Nashor. At top of that, they were able to get 2 champions. Double going over to Mirmooo himself. Rampage for the solution, and they're not going to stop anytime soon. XDXP looking for his next possible juicy target, but now Lakan is forced to disengage. You have Taunting at the front line, but his life force just got melted down by the solution. Looking at the mid lane, Yao Han focusing on the turret. This will be taken down very, very quickly. The longer the game goes, the smaller the map is for Lakan Esports.
Yeah, this is looking like a Mirmooo game so far. Lakan, though, it's still not a humongous lead, I suppose. But eventually, when we look at the champions, they're gonna go past their prime. And when we say prime, where they're gonna be very insanely strong, in Spike, Renekton is just gonna get kited a lot. It's just gonna get greeted by a taunt. The same goes for Lee Sin. He is gonna fall off. He's just gonna be a kick bot basically at the end of the later stages of the game. And Tante, we're still not looking at the resets. He's not having a fun time on this Darius, even though let's just say there's just so many squishy targets that he could pick up. But there could be another fight here in the mid lane though. But look at Dedenne. He is far deep into enemy territory, possibly setting up for Vision there for the next Baron perhaps.
But that, at the very least, Mirmooo did not engage because 4v5 is not going to be in favor of Lakan. Skulls are going to come through. Here comes the boy J coming in. SISPH has been popped as well. Are they going to go with the re-engage? No? Okay, looks like that is going to be a no. Now, Mirmooo, they were able to just lock Lakan Esports into their base. They are now going to have first tips on this Mountain Drake. And they will be able to melt this down pretty quickly. So 2 dragons on their side. On top of that, 7 turret takedowns for Mirmooo. Lakan though, they did have 4 turret takedowns. They can still try to go with this kind of pickoff. Not sure if they should prioritize Rengar. Irelia maybe. They could try to hunt down Yaohan and Mirmooo himself.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. If Boy is able to isolate those 2 targets, it's so difficult because this is the phase of the game where everybody else is clumped up together. This is the 5v5 stage, I suppose, of the game.
Yeah.
So it's so hard to isolate targets. They're always together. And now look at the vision coming from Mirmooo. It's so deep in the jungle of Lakan. They're looking for a target. They're looking for a pickoff.
That's why they're very much comfortable with this kind of rotation. Tante alongside Boy J, but Lakan again, they would want to go with their retreat. SISPH is available. A lot of vision for the side of Mirmooo. They're just pushing Lakan Esports back into their base and then just going with their rotates. They can shove the wave, push it at the mid lane. Tante coming in with their recalls. Brown taking quick peeks here and there. They even have the luxury to actually steal the buff from Boy J. This is not gonna spell good for the men in red. Baron though is gonna be up in 13 seconds. Lakan, they need to steal this if possible.
It's very difficult. Although he's on a Lee Sin, and that's what he's definitely good at the late game. He is also positioned at red side, so he is gonna have a really, or rather, he can get access to this Baron for sure, from behind the Baron pit. So I'm looking forward to the potential steals, and that's the reason why we see Boy lingering around this area and not leaving at all.
And they have to go all in, but Mirmooo will be able to just cut through this Baron like knife on butter. That's indeed Galio dashing all the way to go to steal. That is gonna be yes, no, maybe can you have the vision to be able to get that Baron. Now here comes the calling for Mirmooo. Renekton being taken down as the big Kaisa exploding right out their faces. Jump in, follow up. Kites from Mirmooo is just too strong. You also have the CCs coming in from XDXP. He does have GA. Lucian into deep, but he does not care. What are you gonna do next? A pole is gonna connect. Howling did what he was able to still rather burst Tante down. He's still up. He's still alive. I do not know what's happening.
No
He was
way!
able to get the double kill, dude. What was that? And on top of that, Mirmooo gets game number 1. How was Lucian still alive there?
He had, I'm pretty sure he already had, 100% crit rate. You saw all his auto attacks were basically crit. I mean, 25% from Essence Reaver, or no, 75% critical strike from Essence Reaver. And then 25% stacking Radiance from the Solari Charge Blade. So Infinity Edge, that's why he won so many duels. He won so many 1v1s at top side. It was just so ahead.
And on top of the very good plays, of course, from these players, these champions, you also have XDXP. He was basically the walking ward for the side of Mirmooo here. Early game was, I wouldn't say it was a breeze, but it was pretty stable for Mirmooo here because you have Emperor, you also have Yaohan. The taunts and the stuns from Irelia and Galio just became a huge problem for Lakan because, again, they would want to jump in. Also, the fact that Johan was able to shut down Tante in the earlier parts of the game, it really became a struggle for Lakan to actually jump back. Aizen, even though his positioning was still pretty good, if you're up against this very long-range champion, again, Irelia, as well as Lucian, sometimes even Galio, he really struggled. And you're right, Arjuk, Janapic is pretty good this meta, but he was just not able to do anything that he wants.
It's really difficult. I mean, I see it though, because you're expecting an all-in from Mirmooo. There's an Aurelia, Rengar, Galio, everyone, basically. Spells, let's go. So the Janna is there, but unfortunately it's not enough.
Here are the Oppo A94 plays of the game. First blood still going over to Mirmooo. At the very least, the Dene was able to get a double kill right after. Beyond that, it was just Lakan Esports dancing to Mirmooo Esports music, if you know what I mean. There were times that they did shine. I believe they will be able to get back from the game if they focus onto the team fights, but if they're gonna focus onto the pickups, but how will they do that if Mirmooo Esports, they just want to go with the team fight?
It's a struggle because there is the Galio who will just activate Hero's Entrance whenever Lakan wants to initiate something in the mid lane, or most especially at top side. Of course, bot lane, they're gonna chill. Aizen and Arjuk are just basically waiting for the Kai'Sa to ramp up in the later stages of the game. And therefore, that is the reason why they drafted this, instead of something that can help them engage more.
That's true. And that's just how intense this chess game was. There were openings, like right here. Lakan could have stolen this because Mirmooo was focused on just person them down, but still XP was the one that got or smited the Baron at the right time. After that, they just fell down like a sack of potatoes here in the Wild Rift. Again, this full crit Lucian, it just blew my mind. I'm like, okay, this is just day one, but a lot of crazy stuff from Mirmooo Esports.
Yeah, he even topped it with a Navoris too. So he is gonna keep dashing. He's gonna have all his abilities available because of that crit. That is just absolutely insane.
Master of the match, of course, is gonna be Mirmooo himself from Mirmooo Esports. Lucian, Flash, Barrier, KDA of 11.00, kill participation 55%, damage per minute 1,076. We definitely felt that in your very good highlight play towards the end of game number 1. But yeah, if you guys are curious, how did he make that happen? Item build right here. Take a screenshot, maybe try it out for your scrims or your normal rank games. But yeah, IE definitely one of the core items in it there. On top of that, he had a Braum to protect him whenever he's gonna go with the scrimmage. He is also always safe at the back lines, and that's just that's the reason why Mirmooo Esports just popped off.
Yeah. I mean, he was already, I wouldn't call it capping, but 100% is just basically all you need. He was getting so much already from the Essence Reaver and as well as the Solari Charge Blade. And then you added an IE, and that's the reason why every single time it's a crit. And he added an Avoris. So that means he can dash all the time, and that's exactly what we saw. So imagine 50% minus of your cooldown at every single critical strike. And all that critical strike connects. So yeah, that's the reason why he was brave. Even though he didn't have the Braum with him, it's fine. He was diving under tower already.
I have to say this, I really expect he was gonna die, or at least he's a sacrificial lamb for his team before they take down the Nexus. But no, a double kill on top of them being able to just wreck the Nexus. That's what happens towards the end of game number 1. But yeah, Lakan, they can still come back, of course. This is a best of 3. I guess a few tweaks from the draft. Maybe Arjuk in the Janna did not have the time of his life. Also, Tante, again, got shut down by the Irelia. And yeah, also here is the draft for game number 1 in order. Yeah, this Lucian Prio pick really coming through. We know now why Mirmooo Esports prioritized that.
I think it's also because of the new items. It enables Lucian to reach his limit. It raises the bar on a Lucian much higher. He's really good early, really good mid, and then once you item cap, that's exactly what we possibly could see, because I think Lucian builds so far aren't exactly seen just yet in the 2.4 patch, or the tournaments at least, just because he is almost 100% banned, except for this particular scenario where he was unleashed. You're on blue side, of course you gotta pick that up, especially if you want to put that on someone that is basically the same name of the team. This team is named after Mirmooo, and he basically did an amazing performance for their game number 1.
Yep. You know what? It made me think. Should Lakan ban out Lucian? Should they try to take it for themselves rather? I mean, I guess if they just do not want to deal with it and Aizen is not comfortable with that Lucian, just ban him out. But what are you gonna unleash? The Akali? The Camille? The Olaf? Maybe, you know what? Maybe they can kind of afford to let go of the Olaf, but I don't think they should let go of the Camille and the Akali just yet.
Yeah, I think it's too risky. I think even though, let's just say you only want to remove the Gragas, perhaps, I feel like once put on a very talented mid laner or a talented top laner, it's a little bit too risky, even though if you have the tools. Example, if you have Rakan open, if you have Galio open, if you have Braum open, I feel like it's still gonna be a little bit too dicey and risky. So that's exactly what Lakan wanted to do. They did not want to take the risk. But this draft, though, it looked pretty solid up until the lane swap happened. I thought it was going to be a Renekton top instead, but it's most likely because they're up against an Irelia. So maybe they wanted something tankier up against an Irelia top, and that's the reason why, okay, last pick Darius, let's just flex the Renekton in the mid lane. He can play that there. But at the same time, the top lane jungle synergy, unfortunately, we didn't get to see that with the Renekton Lee Sin.
I mean, we were expecting them to actually pop off in the early parts of the map or at the game. Maybe Boy J should have ganked more in your Necton's lane, given that Irelia, pre-level 4, pre-level 3, she is kind of vulnerable. And if you make sure that you'll be able to get the honey fruit, then more kills going over to your side. Instead, Irelia really played it out very, very smartly in the early game, was able to duke it out against Tante.
Yeah, Irelia doesn't really have any escape options, if you will. It's just pretty much an all-in kit. So they could have, if the setup was a top in jungle Renekton Lee Sin, then I feel like there was a possibility for them to create early game plays. Level 3 is a huge power spike for both Renekton and Lee Sin. They synergize well so much. And yeah, we've seen Darius mids happen, actually. I don't know if it's going to be a fun time, though, because you're up against a Galio who has pretty much that range advantage because of the Winds of War. But at the same time, I guess it's just an eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who do you want to get ahead? Either Tante or perhaps this Renekton. But both, unfortunately, did not work out.
Sadly, yeah. I mean, Dezene did have few kills in him, but not enough for actually him to snowball. And there were a lot of times that he was forced to use Dominus defensively, or just so he can survive the damage output coming out from Mirmooo Esports. But yeah, few tweaks in the draft, maybe. The Kai'Sa pickup was good. Maybe different parent laner. I agree with what you said. They could have just put Renekton on top lane. Lee Sin was a good pick, but I'm looking for more aggression from Boy J. Be more decisive, as I'd like to call it. He had a lot of windows. He did hesitate a lot, but maybe that's just them respecting the power spec or the peak of power for Mirmooo Esports here.
It could have been a possibility because Galio Renekton, I don't see that as a kill lane. So your only choice was Tante at topside with the Darius versus Irelia. And I think it could have worked. Apprehend the Irelia, and then you safeguard to the Darius, then an easy Sonic Wave, and then a possible kick. For level 3, I think it's also strong. Apprehend is all you need, and the rest of the kit coming from the Lee Sin, because considering Irelia can be a bit squishy on the squishier side of things as well. So I don't think we got to see that. It's probably because of the lane swap coming from the side of Mirmooo, possibly.
I did not know why I keep on looking up, but maybe that's just me trying to analyze what happened in game number 1. You know, I'm still at shock of what happened. But yeah, we talked about the things that Lakan could have done. What do you think are the adjustments or improvements that Mirmooo Esports could do jumping into game number 2?
Mirmooo, not really a lot to say. They had a very clean game. They basically gave so much space for Mirmooo to do a lot of what Illusion is expected to do. So a Galio Braum is just the perfect setup plus peel, engage plus disengage. It's the perfect pair coming from Lee PC as well. Easy stuns on the concussive blow. Passive. So I think there's nothing much to say on what they can improve on. For the side of Lakan, maybe push amp the aggression if they're gonna build a composition relying on early bullies, especially such as a Renekton and then Lee Sin.
Maybe they could touch up on that. Also, I did say this earlier, but a lot of layers of CC from Mirmooo. I mean, you have the stuns coming in from Irelia, stuns from the concussive blows coming out from Braum. Well, to be fair, Lakan still has the stuns coming out from Renekton, but it just sets up the possible jump from Rengar. But no, it's just to pin Lakan down to make way for this Lucian. So there has been that. So we are waiting for the players to load into the lobby. I know you guys are very excited for the pick and ban phase for game number 2, just as we are. But let's wait. Good things come to those who wait. Maybe, hopefully, because I really want to see, will we see a game 3 or will Mirmooo Esports join the trend of 2-0s here and still finish the series off with a clean win for game number 2?
Yeah, I'm curious to see because so far, I think day ones in particular have been 2-0s even during groups A and B last week. So it's setting the bar. It's setting who could potentially be at the tippity top, who could potentially move in the next round, which is the playoffs from each of their group. So far, a strong showing from both of the teams that we just witnessed today, even from Mirmooo. I mean, the series is still not over. Lakan can keep can form a draft where they're comfortable with. So the first game seemed like it wasn't their element just yet. So maybe game number 2 could be a bit different.
Maybe this is just, we keep on saying this, but maybe this is just the download game for Lakan. Maybe, not sure if that is going to be true. But, they still have a lot of leg room for game number 2. They could spice things up, but I do agree that they should just stick with comfort. And again, put Arjik on a different support. Maybe they could try and get Braum, but I don't think Braum is first or second pick priority just yet. And Ison seems to be very comfortable on this Kaisa. They could just keep on doing that because you have a very mobile ATC from the early up into the late game. Wait for it to pop off, and for Tante, maybe just if they want to still run the Darius composition, that's okay. But he needs to make sure that he will not be kept at bay by Yaohan from the side of Mirmooo.
I think that's the reason why they shine. This is a pretty much all-in type of composition from Mirmooo. And they basically got all the softer hard counters to heavy melee, Galio and Braum. So once they're on their side, they're free to pick up the Rengar, free to pick up their Irelia as well. So it's a very, very strong draft coming from Mirmooo Esports. So I'm excited to see what else they cook up now that they know. Well, I wouldn't judge the power levels just yet because of game number 1, but they've managed to gauge and test the waters already. So maybe they have a little bit of leg room to work with to see what else they can pick as well in this entire series.
You know what? I do not know why, but I kind of want to see Ari unleashed. I mean, that's just me though. I mean, let's just shake the draft a bit more. But I think they just planned out this champion specifically for the Dene. I mean, he has a very powerful mid laner. Twisted Fate, sadly, they do not want to have this very powerful mid laner that can go literally from mid lane to Baron lane or maybe to Dragon lane. So they're trying to cut down on the possible response rate for Lakan Esports. So we are gonna hop into the pick and ban phase in a few more minutes. So don't forget to support the team that you're rooting for here in the comments. And again, you guys can tweet your thoughts. You can put in your 1 or 2 sentence analysis with containing why did you think Mirmooo won, or if you have any shout outs for the panel, for the casters, you guys can tweet that too.
Yeah, don't forget to include the hashtag SISPH and as well as hashtag Dominate the Rift or hashtag CIcon series as well. Just to keep track of your tweets and reactions as well when it comes to the fall season of the Wild Rift Icon series Philippines. And with that, yeah, you mentioned going back a little bit, Twisted Fate. I feel like that is still a very warranted ban, especially if you're expecting a team to run Renekton a lot. There are a couple of options to pair with a Renekton, like the Lee Sin that we saw earlier, maybe a little bit of Vi, maybe the Camille if it's open eventually, but Twisted Fate just fits so much because you want to propel the lane bully. Level 5, you visit topside, initiate a tower dive, and Viola, you have a potentially snowbally setup for that Renekton if ever they do fall for the same setup again.
And if paired with a team that just focuses so well on the early game, that could be a huge problem. So yeah, sadly, no Twisted Fate just yet. Camille has been banned a lot as well. I think we only ever saw her in the fight with Bren Esports. And Hextech Ultimatum is still going to be a huge threat. Ziggs was open in that game though, but neither of the teams picked him up just yet. Maybe they just want to go with the usual lineups. Still, I still believe that the Mega Inferno bomb and the bouncing bombs just hurt a lot, as well as the slows and the slight damage coming out from the explosive minefield. But yeah, again for Lakan, tweak. I like to use the word tweak because it's just they did a lot of things the right way. It's just that almost is never enough. You know, looking forward to seeing how they're gonna perform in game number 2. But now for Mirmooo, just do the same thing as you did in game number 1. Just unleash the power from Mirmooo. And you also have Yaohan as well as Emperor to just hold steady in the early game. They still could pick up the Galio though, but I'm expecting a different champion from Yaohan maybe, since he was strong on Irelia, but he did not actually snowball a lot.
Yeah, it was definitely Mirmoo's game from game number 1. So it could be a different scenario for the next one depending on what the picks are going to be. But Yaohan did a phenomenal job on the Aurelia, not from a KDA perspective, but how much space he created for Mirmooo to shine and just hammering down the back line and just creating chaos. And once he does that, space acquired, Mirmooo can shine.
By space, they actually meant just breathing time for them before they hunt Lakan Esports again down. But we are already at the pick and ban phase for game number 2. Bans from Lakan, Camille, Rengar, and the Kali. For Mirmooo, it's gonna be Gragas, Aryan, Twisted Fate. Lucian still open, and I like how Lakan picked that up immediately. You know, don't give Lucian to Mirmooo, please. But that just opens up Olaf from the side of Mirmooo as well as this area. So I guess that's gonna be Yaohan still. Olaf is still gonna be a pretty high prioritized champion for the men in red.
But speaking of the men in red, Olaf, of course, we talked about this. Soft counter, Jarvan 4, drop the Cataclysm once the Ragnarok is activated, and basically trap him, especially if you want to force a flash. We talked about this as well. Normally, it's a comfortable game if Galio Braum isn't going to be available, and as well as Gragas. -1 down. Now that's the reason why they pick up the Galio. This is something that they can utilize. And finally, we get to see a pair. We finally get to see a support that can pair with an Olaf. Usually, when that is absent, the team kind of struggles catching up to a Ragnarok Olaf. Now, Darius getting picked up. This could be an Aurelia mid lane and as well as Darius top.
Maybe.
Riven!
Okay, first Riven for... What? Okay, I mentioned Ziggs earlier, so that is gonna be a Ziggs for the side of Lakan. So it's gonna be a Lucian and Galio at the Dragon Lane, mid Ziggs, and you have a J4 at the jungle, and you have Riven at the Baron Lane. Wait, are they gonna lock this in? I'm waiting. I am waiting. All right, we have the Sona Sarah combination for the side of Mirmooo Esports. We talked about this way back even in the tournament, but it's just a lot of sustain, a lot of pokes, a lot of CC that can just help Olaf and help Darius. So the question here is, will they be able to pop off? I mean, Irelia can just be safe at the back, not the entire back line, but she can be at a safe distance and still dish out an obnoxious amount of damage.
I'm curious how this is gonna go. We've seen this iteration before. Most specifically from Team Secret, they are the first ones that basically use the unkillable comp. Use the Seraphine, use the Sona. All these level 1 fights
Oh
though.
no! Okay, that is gonna be them just nope, not letting Irelia breathe. A lot of damage already being taken, being tanked by Yaohan. But looking at the middle, you have Sarah, that's gonna be the high notes connecting, but it's not gonna be enough to actually push the Dene or Tante back. Now you know what? What is early game standard laning phase? They're just going all in. They're going straight with the hunt. They're gonna try to shut down Mirmooo dead and there. So Sarah's still gonna be together, but Riven. Tante is still pretty alone or minding his own business. You have Irelia alongside the other three champions, Lucian and Galio, just forcing or at least hammering them down. That is maybe Tante dashing in right at Darius' face. Emperor did receive a lot of damage, but he is A-okay.
Yeah, it's definitely fine. This is a setup we've never seen before. Well, we've seen back, I guess, the 1-3-1, but this is a 1-2-1 with the dual lane in the mid lane instead. So this is a lot of priority in the lane. Maybe you're gonna get a delay on your levels because of the experience, but at the same time, you basically are you're in proximity of the Olaf that you wanna empower with your shields, with your heals. Now this is a little bit of a 1v1. I don't see this an overcommit though. Maybe I'm wrong.
Just them trying to force their opponents out, but that is going to be Yaohan. Still, you know what? They're literally not letting this Irelia go anywhere near them. Still on their turret. You have J4 lurking at the sides too. They could try and force this beat drop. Is going to connect onto the minion. Now let's be Speed was connecting onto the heals coming in from the Sona. The Dene, A-okay. Just having some pokes here and there. Going back here down at the Dragon Lane rather. XDXP lurking at the sides. Will try to go with the steal. Tante had no choice but to stay back. Go back on the turret. Recalls are not gonna come through. Arjuk apparently now on this Galio, so that is just a quiet early game from both sides. Now you have the turret dive given that Irelia is gonna rotate over to the mid lane. They could trade this with a kill or maybe another turret takedown, unless Irelia actually wants to win this 2v1.
Yeah, I don't think that's an option. You still have no ult. Maybe I'm wrong.
Not are gonna connect. They're gonna connect on 2-2. Rest to be the blue team being able to get first blood. Ariel saying goodbye. And now that is the boy Jay. Down to literally the last line of his life. You'll be able to get away. Now that is gonna be Sona and Sarah. Going back, all looking at the Baron lane to try and defend the turret. They'll be able to do so. But here down below, you have that fight. That's gonna be the burn! That play from Emperor, who was able to flash his way to safety. Ignite popped in at the perfect time possible. Instead of Tante being able to get the kill, it was him being taken down.
Yeah, it is a crazy 1v1 so far that could have ended in a disaster for either player, but it was Emperor with a really nice outplay with a flash. And then the DOTs just hitting and finishing off Tante. So far, though, this composition from Mirmooo, I think it's just very interesting that Mirmooo had a highlight game off of Evolution, decides not to play AD carry, so is putting the carry shoes onto someone else, onto either Yaohan or XDXP.
Encore not gonna connect. The Shendo is still available, though that is maybe, and I don't think Borja is gonna connect with the flag and Jag. He is being chased away by Olaf. Pings going all over the map, showing where the location of their opponents are. You have the explosive mindful being popped again. Rip Scuttler being targeted by XDXP. Rift Herald alongside the Dragons already. That is going to be a jump in for Arjuk. Toss connecting on the 3, but he will be able to flash his way to safety. He doesn't have Ignite as well. Here comes Dene. He does not have the Mega Inferno bomb.
Oh my word.
Coming in from Mirmooo. Whoo, that damage. No Dragons are going to connect onto 1, connecting onto 2. Boy, join in the middle of everything. The stuns are going to go through. The team be able to get a repel, but you know what? Who is going to die? Bombs are going to go through. Darius being taken down as well. Lucian getting that kill. Flash in, coming in from Boy J. Targeting this zone now won't be enough. That is actually gonna be Lucian jumping in. Ison being able to get the double kill, and Lakan Esports being able to push the minion wave for the turret. Again, they have a Zig, so the turrets will be taken down pretty quickly.
That is a kill that you do not want to give fully to Ison. He is already completed his Essence Reaver. And the thing about this composition to this matchup, Mirmooo sacrificing an 80 ranged.
Heat drop, not gonna connect. Mirmooo Esports, they did try to pick off Arjuk there. Now they already have vision at the Dragon area. Bombs is gonna come through. Explosive Minefield as well. But they're just come together. They want to force the fight. Repel has been someone here at the mid lane. They almost got out there. Apprehend already down for this Darius. Now you have Arjuk just taking a peek on whoever is gonna be separated from Mirmooo Esports. Ultimates are available, especially the Ragnarok coming in from Olaf. And now that is gonna be in a turret. First turret from the Dragon side ticking down. From Mirmooo Esports, the calling has been called. That is going to be Arjuk jumping in, stuns coming through. Mega Inferno bomb on the current gun. You have those coming from Irelia as well. Rampage going over to Lucian, but you know who is going to engage this Irelia. Jaymar being taken down. That is going to be a jump in from Tate. Aurora saying goodbye. Sona and Sarah forced to just jump back. That is going to be a 3-1 in favor of Lakan, plus an Infernal Drake to be.
Exactly. This is a big bonus. And I mean, Lakan is insanely painful already to begin with after 402 onto Ison. And this is just gonna increase the damage output that Lakan already has to begin with. And the fact that Dedenne is still not an issue because he still doesn't have his 2 items, or 3 items rather, the usual after Luden's Echo, and then you get a Rabadon's. It's a different scenario. I see a tier actually getting picked up instead. So they're a little bit more on the sustain, I suppose, on their mana. So we'll have to see what the approach is going to be. I'm guessing they're expecting a lot of these dances, I suppose, in some of the objective fights. So with that, Mirmooo, right now, things are not looking good for them.
70 gold in favor of Lakan. That is a lot of gold deficit for the side of Mirmooo here. The early game power from the Sona Sarah did not come through, so maybe they can try and push this at the mid game maybe. Tante jumping in. You also have Olaf. He does pop Ragnarok, but Tante will be able to flash his way to safety. He does not have barrier, so will be able to eat the honey fruit. Other members of Lakan is just come together at the mid lane. They will be able to clear out the waves quickly. Also, Aizen had a beautiful start on this Lucian Arjuk and Boy J hiding at the sides. Beat drop is not gonna connect. You also have Yao Han lurking at the sides. Will third skill connect? That is gonna be a no. So Lakan will just go over to the Dragon's Pit. They could still hold their ground in the mid lane. Tante, not sure if he's gonna go with the split push. I guess he's going back to the Baron. Lakan trying to pull this 1-4 composition.
It is right now for Mirmooo. They have to try and pick up, because this is a composition that requires them to be full 5 full together. If they're separated, then it's going to be an issue. They can get picked off one by one by Lakan, and they do have the capability of doing so. There is Arjuk here on this Galio with the hero's entrance. Whenever Boy decides to initiate somewhere off the map, then Arjuk will follow through. And if Mirmooo also jumps on one person, the same thing. Arjuk is just gonna send them flying. But the goal is for Lakan. They may have to make sure Mirmooo is separated at all times, and they will win that fight.
That is going to be Irelia making way at the front line, but still they were not able to reach the Dene. Ultimates are up for both teams aside from the calling from Ison, which is going to be up in a few more seconds. So again, you have the heals coming through from Sona. You have the heals and sustain coming in from Sarah as well. But the damage, the first damage from Dedenne here is starting to be a problem for Mirmooo. They're still waiting for that very good play or initiate from Olaf, but we haven't seen much of that yet. Ison now separated from his team. Darius will be there to stop him from going anywhere he likes. Lakan just going back to default. They are going to get the buff. They are going to go through the recalls, get more items in, and possibly prep for another team fight.
Speaking of items, QSS picked up by Ison. So any of the CCs, possibly like the stun from Yao Han, I doubt that he needs to use the QSS on that though, because he can immediately use the dash to get out of range. But the biggest 2 CCs that he has to watch out for are Mirmoo's and Wuras. I think that is the reason why he decides to pick up the QSS. Don't forget though, he is now on his double crit item build at the moment with the Essence Reaver, and as well as the Solari Charge Blade. So he is ramping up his crits. He is going to hurt whenever he uses his combo into a fight.
Are they gonna actually go the killer? It's gonna be a lot of stuns, a lot of CCs being committed onto the Dene, and the Dene is gonna be down for the next 25 seconds. This is the green light for Mirmooo to try and get the Cloud Drake. That's two ultimates committed just for the Ziggs. In retrospect, okay, you get the dragon, we will possibly get this repelled. But you know what? Mirmooo is still gonna rotate over to that side. I mean, for the Baron. Cloud Dragon already down. Lakan was not able to secure the Baron. That is going to be the high notes connecting on to Tante, but they're not going to fully commit. We also have the Font of Life being brought coming out from Sona. No casualties just yet. 10 minutes in, 6 and 3 on the scoreboard. However, the gold lead as well as the turret takedown lead in favor of Lakan.
Yeah, 7k gold lead right now. And this is the complete opposite of what we saw back in game number 1. And now the Archangel staff completed by Dene, so at least he has that shield in case things get a little bit too dicey for him if he is the primary target of Yaohan or XDXP. But at the same time, this delays a little bit of the damage output, I suppose, of the Dene. We're still waiting for that Rabadons for sure to make the bombs even more painful than usual. Right now, for Mirmooo, I think they could possibly be running out of time. I think they have to worry.
Oh, the calling has been popped. We also have a sustain coming in from Mirmooo, but are they gonna try to go the duel? That is the DA. No, just yet. Cons are gonna connect. Will it? That is the B. The Catechism connecting on. We're gonna connect on the duel. This is the opening for Mirmooo. Now you also have the Crescendo being committed. No casualties. No one is dying just yet. And now the men in red, they're just gonna fall back. Tante going in with that split push. That was a 4 and 5 fight. But at the very least, no one's still dying. The cores are still up for Lakan Esports. They are making their way at the mid lane. Emperor down to the last 6-7 bars of his health. But still, you have quite the clear from the Sona Sarah combo, and the bombs from Ziggs still gonna be a huge problem.
Yeah, I think the shields and the heals will kind of mitigate that. I feel like there is an intense call for Grievous wounds on the side of Lakan for sure. I mean, there are 2 executioners calling already on the side of mainly Tante and Boy, so it works out. But at the same time, I feel like the mini spike coming from Mirmooo and Wura could possibly be when they pick up the Staff of Flowing Water. I feel like that it allows the team to be more spammy. I suppose with Emperor, XCXP, and Yaohan, it just adds more mobility, adds more setups, and adds more damage, basically, on the board. So we'll have to see if that's going to be an option for both of the supports, rather, or both of these utility mages on the Seraphine and the Sona.
I'm actually at the edge of my seat right now because now, now you have the Triforce being picked up by Yaohan. More damage coming out from his side. There is a ward though from Mirmooo Esports at the Baron side because they're gonna be spread pretty thin this time around. However, Sonan taking a peek there. Yes, first skill is gonna connect. They did spot. Well, she did spot out Boy J. Now Lakan forced to just go back at the mid lane. Ultimates are available. You have the stuns connecting, but here comes our joke with the dash able to connect. That is going to be a no, but you have Isen, the calling being committed again. Turret almost down, and there's going to be 1 turret in favor of Lakan. But you know what? You have the charge connecting onto for J-Far saying goodbye. Also going over to Isen. It really gets taken down. Gaudi being burst down as well. That is going to be a strong engagement for side of Mirmooo Esports. Now, Lopic is going over to Tante. Dara saying goodbye. He's been going over to this guy. That's going to be the satchel charge connecting on the 2. Just making sure the 2 supports or the 2 mages will be separated. But the Dene, nope. She has that beat drop down. Here comes Isen dashing in. Did receive quite the damage, but he is still alive. That is going to be a 2-3 in favor of Lakan.
Oh, will the Megan for the bomb? No. Okay.
No.
The assassination attempt from him is not going to work. But what a fight. Again, this is Mirmooo running out of time. While their composition is strong in the early game, or rather, yeah, mid-game, especially when they're grouped as 5s, I feel like they will struggle in the... at some point, I feel like the shields and the heals will not be enough coming from the Dene, especially he is already a problem even without the Rabadons.
Ooh, the fun is separated, but it's gonna be the B-Jump again, connecting onto 1. Satchel is gonna pop the champions away, but oh, that is onto the boy Jay, but he was able to flag and drag his way to safety. Mirmooo, they did miss their opportunity. The Cataclysm already down. So there's literally no other skill aside from the other CCs and taunts to stop Olaf from going ham. Now, Arjo playing some pokes here and there. Both teams are just challenging each other with this RT5. Mirmooo trying to get this big. Mega Carnival already being committed. Will they get this? Will they go with the steal? The calling has been popped. That is going to be a jump in coming in.
Oh, they stole it!
RJ. Now, Blue Team is able to get the Ocean Dick. Now, here comes the armor connecting onto one. Now, you have this Olaf forced to pop Ragnarok. Defensively, a shutdown onto Irelia, dominating coming over for Isen. Seraphine saying goodbye. Gauntlet going over to Lucian, even Tona being bursted down by Ziggs. It is going to be a 4-1 in the favor of Lakan.
That is the power of a Lee Sin. Well, no, there's no Lee Sin in this match. The Lucian, rather, from Isen. Look at him go. There was basically no one challenging his position because everyone else from Mirmooo just wants to run away. And even the big bonuses boy was able to get a steal on that dragon. And now it's 2 dragons in favor of Lakan plus a Baron. This is not looking well for Mirmooo. Mirmoo's team, Mirmooo Esports, has basically reached the ceiling. This is the point where in the damage output department, they are not going to find anything. Lakan is just going to keep going and going. Look at the items from Dedenne. Already has the Rabadon, so he's going to be a huge problem. His bombs are going to hurt immensely. And the biggest question is whether or not that's going to be the shields and the heals coming from Mirmooo and Wura will be enough. Look at Isen. He has Navoris already as well, so his spam ability on skills is going to be available.
Tons are gonna come through, and here comes Emperor to try to go with the switcheroo, but that is just too close for comfort for this Olaf. Tan thanks so much to give it a go. The damage from this guy, goodness me, he is melting down the life bars of his stairs. But you know what? Up top, you have Lakan just storming through the lane, and now that is maybe Emperor popping in. That is not gonna connect though. Now you have Isen at the back line. Bombs coming through again for Lakan. I mean, they have a gun, they have the bombs, so that's gonna hurt a lot. Mirmooo just forced to defend their face with as much resources as they can. Encore as well as Crescendo is available. And then I realized 17 minutes in, Mirmooo has not taken down a single turret from Lakan Esports. This side is going to be the connecting. We're going to get that 6. He's going to get bursted down. The calling has been taken. Will it be enough? And it's going to be a no at the very least. Mirmooo was able to pick one main damage dealer. They were also able to clear out the wave. So that's a reset. That's back to the drawing board for Lakan.
Yeah, this is the if they were back in the drawing board before game number 2, and this is what they drafted. This is insane. This is something that they can work around with, and this is obviously one of their strengths. Tante being such a menace on the Riven. 1v2 scenario, no problem. Actually, even having the Navoris for himself, so the cooldowns basically are going to be more insane on the Riven, so more dashes, more stuns for him.
Yes.
I guess it's the question of the crit proc, I suppose. And now, Infinity Edge finished for Isen, so this is his max build. He's already at max build, everybody.
Okay, I guess we'll be seeing another crazy critical build Lucian somewhere in the late game. But for now, it's still going to be Mirmooo. They have 1 turret left, though, at the Dragon Lane. Aside from that, their base is pretty much open. Still needs to win the next 3 or 4 clashes if they want to storm through, taking into account the timers of Lakan Esports. Isen at this point is not afraid to just duke it out alone against the other members of Mirmooo. As the board J forced to pop in, pop out with the flash. It's going to be the flanker jack connecting on to the Cataclysm. Goodness me, so much damage on Perfect as well, but Tante is the first one to actually get taken down. Now you have Legendary going over to Isen. That is being bursted down. Double kill going over to Irelia. Lucian saying goodbye, and you have XP trying to get the wave. That is not going to be enough because Lakan is just storming through the base. That is going to be a 2-for-2. Shut down on Lucian though, so a lot of gold now in the pocket of Yaohan. Lakan, they can still try to force the pick off, shove the waves, or maybe, just maybe, get the dragon. Because, Tons connecting onto that is going to be the bomb coming through. That's the Sona being taken down. Olaf forced to pop Ragnarok just so he can survive that very small skirmish. A lot of wins, a lot of green lights, green checks going over to Lakan Esports this time around.
That is it. This is definitely Lakan's game. Mirmooo cannot do anything. This is their peak. This is it. This is what we're seeing right now. So this is one of those things where what can Mirmooo do to close out the series, especially if they won game number 1. Double teleports now being bought by Lakan. And it's just a textbook approach. They're going to get the Baron. They're going to start pushing again. And unfortunately, Mirmooo cannot do anything unless we get a steal.
Bombs coming through. Will you survive? That is the yes, no, maybe. Bombs coming through as well. That was too close for comfort for Darius. Oh, that was a good place champion. Stun Dante with the place. And it's going to be him being able to get the double kill. Sarvin being taken down as well. Sona coming in with the heals, but Aurelia is already down. Now the charge being popped right there. Lakan focusing on the Nexus. You know what? Go! Sarai! Tons are connecting. The bodies are falling. And Lakan Esports bagging game number 2.
What a statement. They're able to take this series back for themselves. And this is, imagine, just their first series of the Icon series. And they're able to get that mental reset. Look at them, very, very happy. Very, very excited for sure for the upcoming. Give him a high five. There we go.
High five. Come
Gotta
on.
love the synergy between the players here over at Lakan.
I'm gonna high five just for the player. You guys can see it, but high five self. Great. Lakan, even though they did struggle in game number 1, they found their footing in game number 2. The stuns coming out from Tante towards the late game was crazy. And now I felt that J was much more comfortable with this J4. The Cataclysm, so good. And the moment it will land, the Dene will just pop in with the Mega Inferno Bomb. I said 8, 1, and 10 on this Lucian. And you know what? I think it's a matter of whichever team gets the Lucian. Maybe they're the ones that's gonna win. Just a quick hypothesis here and there. Also, Arjo, he's very aggressive. Like no cap. He would just dash in, even though the taunt will connect onto just one champion, 2 maybe. He doesn't care because he trusts the fact that Aizen can just burst him down, especially in that late game. For the side of Mirmooo, it's just them not being able to get the snowball that they wanted. Did not feel much presence from XP there. A lot of good encores and crescendos, but sadly, again, there was no follow-up. Towards the late game, Emperor's life bars would just get disseminated by Tante.
Yeah, that's so many options for who can potentially snowball for the team, but this is primarily relying on the Olaf, getting early game kills, succeeding in early game skirmishes, and that is exactly why we saw the lane swap. It was double lanes in the middle for them to assist XTXP.
Ooh, this is going to be the Oppo A4 plays of the game. A lot of very good highlight matches in that match. Again, that was just Lakan in their peak of powers popping off. Again, Mirmooo was not able to get even a single turret. They almost did though. One turret, a second outer turret from the Baron lane. And look at this. Flag and drag, also the Cataclysm. Even though he did not get any more, at least he was able to burn some of the flashes. They were still able to get repelled, and Aizen is almost always safe on the backline. Yeah, they were on course, but he can just dash to the side. Sometimes Tante would be the sacrificial lamb or J, but still Aizen is almost unkillable. There was a good encore coming in from Mirmooo. Though sadly there was no follow-up, and Aurelia, every time Yaohan would get taken down, it was just gonna be a struggle of who gets to be the damage dealer. I mean, Olaf's damage was not enough, but yeah, a lot of things going right for Lakan now. And day 1, we finally see a game number 3. This could be a possible rivalry.
It could be. This is the first ever 2-1, or rather, yeah, 2-1. Game 3 that we've seen in group number C. Oh no, this is basically the same mistake I did with Infinity early group number C. In group C, group letter C, for the fall season. And it could set up a trend for the rest of the night as well. I like it. It has been incredibly close so far, but something is a bit different is that it's usually a victory from the snowball. This time around, it is both Lucian that was able to take a hold of the early game and was able to snowball, and Zero answer. Look at this stun. It's so beautiful from Tante. He was looking for it. He wanted it, and he managed to get it.
he used a flash word, then it was really, really worth it. Master of the match is going to be Aizen on this Lucian. Barrier plus heal. He did not need that flash. KDA of 18.00. Field participation 64%. Damage per minute 1,495. And this crit filled Lucian is very unpopular to our pro teams right now. Again, just keep the Lucian in the back line. Protect him at all costs. Have this support that can just CC your opponents, and it is gonna be the formula for your W.
It is. I think the first item, Essence Reaver plus Solari Charge Blade, has been a staple. And then whatever your third item is going to be, we've seen different iterations. This time around, it's the Cyrilda's Grudge. So a little bit more on the utility side. It's kind of like the Rylai's for AD because you basically slow down enemies with just dealing ability damage for just a second. So I think it's a really nice option if you feel like you're not getting enough utility, you're not landing a lot of auto attacks and you can't catch up. So I think this is a very interesting third item as well. Of course, Navori's and Infinity Edge, just to add in a little bit more of the synergy of the crits to work together to proc the passives.
Yeah, that's just right, that was it. That was a bit intense match. Okay, not gonna lie. I had to turn up my air conditioning. But this, I wouldn't say this is back to best of one, but this is a momentum in favor of Lakan. Mirmooo, I'm not sure why they put Mirmooo himself on Seraphine. He was very good in the marksman role as the core for Mirmooo Esports. Maybe they wanted to tweak some things here and there. Apparently did not work. Again, we were waiting for that Olaf to pop off. Maybe even Irelia at some point. They have a lot of good CCs. They just lack the follow-up. They did lack some damage here and there. It was just a con storming through or being this huge avalanche right at their faces. So before we jump into game number 3, I like the adjustments that Lakan did. Isolate. Aizen, make sure they were able to go with the pickoffs. Arjuk on Galio, Chef's Kiss. That was so good. The taunts are connecting as well as the hero's entrance. 4J on J4. I think I'm gonna have to use all my fingers here. But yeah, it is gonna be a lot of good initiates coming in from Boy J. Tante on this Riven. Apparently, I guess this is the first Riven win so far for the fall, if I'm not mistaken. So that is something we can bank on. Just need to focus on to the win conditions of your lineup. So curious to see what kind of adjustments will we see from Mirmooo. But before we hop on to that, here is the pick and ban phase for game number 2 in order. Lucian, still a pretty hot pick if you're from the blue side.
Yeah, you can afford to keep that open and then basically first pick that Lucian for yourself. Whoever's going to be at red side, I have a strong feeling they don't want to let that through. It's just too strong. But at the opposite side of the spectrum, I think this is the composition that isn't really best at combating such a monster of an AD carry such as the Lucian. Just as you mentioned, Yuko, I wouldn't call it strange, but Mirmooo had a phenomenal game on the Lucian as a marksman. So I guess this is them again, either experimenting or seeing if this type of composition fits the team, fits their identity as well. And so far, maybe game number 3, if they do want to secure that 2-1 for themselves, we're going to expect that Mirmooo will come back into this AD carry, into this ranged AD. And one thing to note, 3 melees on the opposite side. Darius, Olaf, and Irelia versus a Galio. They are definitely gonna struggle because the taunts are there. Once you go near, basically you get taunted.
It's true. And I guess this is just me guessing, but maybe for game 3, ban out Lucian. I mean, if Lakan wants to have her lead and there will be the ones at the red side, maybe they can just remove this ADC out completely. And maybe let Gragas lose. I don't think you'll be seeing an Ari or a Camille. Rengar can be opened, I guess. Akali is still not going to be seeing the light today. But I still do expect an Irelia pickup from Mirmooo just because I can feel that Yao Han is comfortable with this champion, or maybe they just don't want to show their cards this early on into the game. Sona Sarah works, but just needs to make sure that Olaf will be able to snowball, all that stuff. Keep Tante on the Riven if they want to, but he's also pretty good with the Darius from game number 1. Arjo, Gaio, just keep him on this champion as well. The lane swaps are usually the ones that dictates the game. That's something I noticed looking into the trend from game number 1 and game number 2.
Yeah, the lane swap was just definitely there to assist the Olaf, just to make sure that he's kept alive. Because Olaf, without CC, it's pretty awkward to engage on someone because they can just walk away, casually walk away from you, even though you're probably on Ragnarok and you'll probably die because you're going to get kited by either a Ziggs or a Lucian. So I assume that was the train thought, is to put the Sona and as well as Seraphine, 2 birds in 1 stone. You get lane priority. You don't have to worry about Ziggs getting your tower down, especially if you have a Darius as well. Melee versus ranged against a Ziggs isn't the best. It isn't fun. So I suppose it hit a lot of check marks to the conditions that they wanted for that game, but unfortunately, it did not really work out.
Sadly. So I guess let's see what will the adjustments be. Again, we are at match point 1-1, and looking back into groups A and B, I'm gonna say number A and B just so you won't feel too embarrassed whenever you say it again. But yeah, I guess we could be expecting a lot of game freeze this point on, because the adjustments from there, again, these are new teams, so we don't know much about them or how they move into the Rift, especially the fact that we are still in a pretty new map. You also saw the Fog of War in the previous game, so that's something we get to see the game through the players' eyes. And yeah, the only crazy matchup I could see here is the fact that they picked up Sona Sarah this early into their group stages. I mean, they did not wait for next week or the week after, or at least day number 2. Lucian's still going to be in the top priority, so I don't think we'll be seeing Nami though. As much as I would love to see a Lucian Nami, sadly, no Nami. They still want to stick with either the Enchanter / Cloak support or just the tank support in general.
I think there's definitely a possibility for Nami. I think depending if Lucian and as well as Olaf may be on the same team, it hits 2 birds in 1 stone. You hit the laning phase so right by propelling and empower the aggressiveness that a Lucian has in the lane. And then will come group phase where it's the potential 5v5s. The tidal wave can assist the rest of the squad to catch up with an Olaf as well.
I guess it's just the unkillable comp, not that popular and not that popular and not that effective this point on. So there are other not rotations but draft to pick again as well. I mean, Mirmooo, they could just go back to default again, put Mirmooo in this very scary, crazy ADC, and just have the other 4 champions be this, I wouldn't say the beefy frontliner, but maybe they can just be this wall to protect their main damage dealer. But yeah, a huge chance that Lucian could be banned out in game number 3, which maybe you'll be seeing Aizen default back into the Kai'Sa. It was good, it's just that looking back to game number 1, Kai'Sa was not able to farm. Lakan's power, I guess, is when Arjuk is in this tanky champion as well as Boy J, because you know they soak up on the damage and they can just buy time for their team here and there. I also like how they were able to adjust when it comes to the items. Riku doing the eyebrow.
eye contact with the viewers. Anyway, you were saying.
That was adorable. But yeah, a lot of options still in the line for Mirmooo here and there. I think we'll be seeing, if ever Lucian does get banned, Kai'Sa may go back to Aizen. He was pretty good in Kai'Sa game number 1. It's just that he was not able to snowball. But yeah, curious to see what changes will happen this time around. Before we jump into game number 3, guys, again, if you want to tweet your thoughts, if you want to say, Riku, I like your get up today, don't forget to go to Twitter and then tweet that with our respective hashtags.
And don't forget hashtag SISPH, that's SISPH, and as well as hashtag Dominate the Rift. Selected tweets will be featured in the panel later on, so don't forget to share your thoughts, reactions, and yeah, how do you guys find the group C and D so far? Well, C first from what we've witnessed, and I don't know how this game 3 is going to go, because it seems to be very highly dependent on how the draft is going to work. And maybe, yeah, I think it's going to be a marksman versus marksman now. I think it's not going to be the double support, double mage utility this time around. But I assume lane swaps will still happen. I assume level 1 scrappy fights are going to happen. And I think that's just how the Lakan versus Mirmooo matchup works.
That's true. It also made me realize 2 games in that they kind of have this similar play style. Early game, yeah, sure, we can go to standard laning, but why not just try to fight them head on in our level 1s? I mean, if they're come together, they can make this happen. That's why first bloods usually happen pretty early into the game. I'm not sure if we will be seeing that into game number 3, because I just expect them to play this a lot more conservatively, a lot more smartly. But yeah, let's wait and see if they are gonna have the adjustments in the bans, in the picks. Akali still not going to be thrown anywhere into the pool, but maybe we could see a new Baron laner at the side of Mirmooo. And if ever though Mirmooo will not have his hands on Lucian, I wonder which ADC will he get. I mean, Corki is still available. We haven't been seeing much of the teams picking up Corki just yet.
I think it was played in the last series, though. I think Corki Kai'Sa was the classic matchup if Lucian is banned, and if Corki is not to their liking because it's a caster AD carry, then they opted for a more Xayah versus Kai'Sa matchup. So I think Corki enables the double AD carry comp, especially Lucian is constantly banned for sure. After tonight, I think it's gonna be banned a lot after a lot of the teams and players have managed to figure out what would be the most optimal build. Because, you know, coming from the Origin series to the Wild Rift Icon series, there has been so much iteration for Corki and Lucian so far on what the optimal build is still. And so far, what we've seen from Mirmooo, from Ison, looks to be the strongest from what I've seen.
That's true. I mean, we haven't been seeing Lucian in the Origin series, but not as crazy as the ones that's been shown here by our PH players, PH number 1. But yeah, Lakan Esports versus Mirmooo Esports, still gonna jump into game number 3. Lucian is still open. Okay, they
must have an answer.
Mirmooo did ban out Ziggs though. So now Mirmooo is gonna be locking in with that Olaf and that Irelia still. His fate is now available, but no one is picking it up. Galio still available. J4 is still up for grabs. It's the same pick.
It's a reboot of the same draft without the Ziggs. Twisted Fate is open though, so
yes.
Makes me wonder if that is going to be the option for the mid lane instead of double melee as your solo laners. This is gonna be tough. I think it's more of Mirmooo Esports wanting to say, hey, we failed the first time. We have the second chance to make this work, and it will be the biggest difference. See, Nami getting picked up to enable the Lucian Nami lane that we talked about, and it also basically they're going for the same draft. They're going for the Darius. They're going for the triple melee up against a Galio, up against a Riven, up against a Jarvan that can potentially trap the Olaf again in the Cataclysm. This is Mirmooo wanting a second chance at this comp.
Okay, this is game 2 remastered for Mirmoo's side, but Lakan, the only tweak that they had is now we have a Nami. Again, Ziggs has been banned out. I like how Mirmooo was able to just answer that quickly. Again, this is Champ Select by Riot Go, and these are the lineups for our game number 3, last game for our second series. Who do you think will win? Just by looking at the draft. Do not forget to comment it in the chat below. So, I'm gonna expect a lot of good taunts as well, but Tidal Wave is gonna be this key ultimate from Lakan. I guess Mirmooo could just for the side of Lakan. I guess Mirmooo, they could just try to wait for these very heavy 5v5 dependent ultimates to be on cooldown, and then they can go with the re-engage. I mean, Sona, Sarah, they're all about the re-engage, all about that CC while they're falling back or while they're just storming through the lanes.
Yeah, it's making everyone unkillable basically. I think this is I think the reason why they're comfortable with this draft now is minus the zigs. Usually it's a rock paper scissors kind of thing where sustain kind of counters poke, just because when poke happens, you just heal everything back up. In the meantime, level 1 though.
Okay, that is indeed a steal coming through for the side of Lakan. Mirmooo had no other choice but to give that one up. Now, Lakan will go back to their specific or their usual lane. Sante just gonna get some minion EXP here and there from the mid lane and then go back to the dragon and try to duke it out against Yao Han. But look at the mid lane, the rest in the 2v1. The Denny will be able to survive this one. He is gonna be A-okay, but he will suffer a lot of pulls from the Sarah Sona composition. The Arjuk alongside Aizen, me calling Emperor, only one left to just clear the waves pouring into the Baron lane.
There's a lane swap that Emperor was ready to welcome, but looks like Aizen and Arjuk are just gonna go standard for now. But it's not really exactly a standard matchup just because Mirmooo and Wura are still in the mid lane. Again, this gives access to XEXP. That means Rift Scholar takes can be contested every single time. The shields, the heals are going to be there. And let's see if they get a double scuttler start for this game.
Okay, the next will be a hot target for the side of Mirmooo. Bleed up not gonna connect, but also have the heals coming through. That is Libertons connecting onto Mirmooo himself. Will he be able to get the kill? That is gonna be a no. The Dene is still not gonna be using his ignite just yet. Looking up top though, now you have Yao Han trying to duke it out against Tante, but Tante is still pretty healthy. Yao Han will reach level 4 immediately though, and you also have XDXP lurking at the bush there at the sides. Mini waves pouring in. Yao Han just gonna focus on the honey fruit and then target the turret. Now this is gonna be Mirmooo coming in with the counter engage. A tad bit late though, but it's okay. They will be able to get this non-contested. Now Tante alongside Galio is just forced to push the wave back in the mid lane.
But this is a completely different start. It's basically Mirmooo taking as many resources as they can. Oh, Tante though.
Tante, that was a bit too deep, but he was able to jump his way to safety. Looking now at Dragon Lane, this Lakan Esports just focusing on the objective game. In a retrospect though, Mirmooo will be able to get one turret. It's gonna be a race on whoever gets the first blood tower. Here though, that's Militons connecting on to Darius, but he did not fall just yet. 3 champions making their way at the mid lane. Not sure if they're gonna pick a fight. Seraphine does have the ultimate, does have encore as well as the crescendo for Sona, but I guess they're just gonna reserve that to actual team fight.
Yeah, they're trying to reserve it for the next objective. Again, it's going to be the Rift Herald and as well as the Mountain Drake almost simultaneously spawning. And with that, I wonder what Mirmooo... I think Mirmooo would want to... Actually, it's so valuable because more shields if you get the Mountain Drake, more survivability on top of the existing shields and heals that you have from the Sarah and Sona. So I can't imagine that Mirmooo would want this as well. Now, the biggest question is, are they prepared for the 5v5s? Because Aizen has a completed Essence Reaver. If Mirmooo doesn't get Aizen first, and he is able to free hit at the backline, I think they might be in a little bit of trouble.
Okay, Repel is now up as well as the first Drake of the game. That is the Mountain Drake, but Mirmooo is going to focus on taking down this Repel. So Lakan, they could just focus on the Mountain Drake unless they want to pick a fight. Unless, you know, they want to be very spicy this time around. Boy J will try to get this Drake all alone, but here comes the other members of Lakan. We also have Seraphine and Darius ready to get both together. Repel, let's be the Alpha connecting, and now let's be the Monster Drake being secured by the blue side. Now you have the Defender coming through. It's going to be the Flagger Jack connecting, but he was able to flash out. No casualties just yet. Both teams just being able to get the objectives. Beat drop not gonna connect as well. And now you have the Rift Herald being summoned at the mid lane. Tante though, flash and drag plus the cataclysm. SPG obviously not connecting, but Rift Herald is really taken down. Will they be able to get the turret? Just not yet.
I like the plan in mind from Mirmooo. They wanted to solo the Rift Herald first and then use the rest of the 4-man to distract the Dragon take. But Lakan didn't fall for it, and they secured that for themselves. And they also deny the Rift Herald, basically. It was only just one charge, and the tower didn't even go down. So this is a very, very nicely done move by the side of Lakan.
Trying to throttle this one out. And Mirmooo Esports have the XP on here at Grand Lane. Mirmooo now, actually it's Mirmooo or Mirmooo. I'm gonna say Mirmooo just because I remember an anime. So Mirmooo is just gonna go in with the recalls. Then still on this Galio. Of course, we're gonna be seeing a damage type Galio. Roa already being secured by this champion. Now Yao is just gonna hold his ground in this lane, but up top, Lakan will be able to take out this Dragon lane turret. Mirmooo, they're just forced to either get a turret or get a kill. They are gonna prioritize the turret takedown. So Tante is just near or lurking at the sides. He could jump in as with the upper hand. I think the stuns are gonna come through, but no casualties just yet. We also have the concept life being dropped. Yauhan already giving this first outer turret a start, and that is gonna be another turret going over to Mirmooo Esports.
And that's a space that Mirmooo will welcome, because in the next few minutes, it is going to be the Infernal Break. They will badly need this. They want to engage.
Kuroto got in, pull in. Now that is really the B-Dog connecting. That's the knocking. But that is the first one be going over to the red side. J4 does get taken down. Now you have the next body being taken down. As Irelia Dopaki going over to Darius. Irelia gets, Raven gets taken down rather. That is going to be a 2-1 in favor of Mirmooo. It all started with that Proto Belt and that pull from Emperor alley-ooping his way into the beat drop or the roots from Mirmooo and Mirmooo Esports. This is the power of their lineup. They just need to try and end this before the late game enters.
Exactly. They should keep repeating this scenario. They should engage, activate the movement speed coming from the Sona and then the Seraphine, and then kill someone immediately. Just focus all and funnel all your damage into one, because they will, I believe, will have a difficult time in the later stages because Ison is gonna keep ramping up. As we can see, Executioners calling slowly being picked up by the members of Lakan. They want to cancel out the healing, so much sustain from Mirmoo's side. In the meantime, Luden Seko already completed for the Seraphine, so gonna help out a little bit on the damage department and as well as that extra wave clear. And Athenes as well, just to assist, again, landing all those autos as much as they can. Yauhan, especially XP on this Olaf.
Now, the next trick is going to be up in 26 more seconds. Tante, I guess Lakan is looking back into this 1-4 setup and try to survive the 4v5 fights against Mirmooo. But now you have Yauhan coming with the recalls. Red side would want to get their hands on this dragon, but I think they want to pick a fight first. Yauhan does have the ultimate available should he try to go with the initiate. They are just trying to play this one out safely. Infernal Drake is definitely a juicy dragon. Both teams would want to get their hands on, but you know what? Boy J is lurking at the sides. They can jump in whenever they want to, but they have to be very wary of the encore. Emperor is right there. They are going to be pushed back. Tidal Wave is going to connect onto one, as well as the ebb and flow. But it's not going to be enough. It's not going to come through. That is going to be Mirmooo being able to clear the dragon maybe, but you know what? Boy J jumped in.
Oh, they stole it!
The Capulus, that is to be the Sonic is being able to get a bit knocked up after knockup. Darius being taken down. They are surviving just fine. Shell being taken down. All of saying goodbye, as well as to be Mirmooo flashing his way into safety rather. It is going to be a 4-0 in favor of Lakan, and they were able to get the Infernal Drake. They can even take a turret if they want to.
Yeah, they can definitely. Maybe even a kill? Possibly for Mirmooo. He has still barrier though. He still has barrier, so he is fine for now. But the thing about that fight we saw how Boy J was so patient. He used the flag and drag to enter the Dragon's Pit, but there were zero threats for him. They couldn't lock him down for canceling out the possible steal, and Boy J had just a ton of room to do that. I think he had zero threats. He was just standing there waiting for the dragon to be incredibly low, and that is an immediate problem. And as we can see, the Grievous Wounds are doing a lot of work. 3 Executioner's Calling already on the side of Lakan, and it's basically just canceling out the heals coming from Mirmooo and Wura.
Now Baron Nashor is up, has already spawned. Mirmooo, I like how they try to just go to the area way faster than Lakan there. They should try to go with the initiate, honestly, but they have to be very wary of the flag. And Jan's coming in from Boyjoy. He does get pulled, but he is A-okay. Now that's the catalyst connect the end. Lucy going over the counter. That is going to actually first get taken down. Fiona saying goodbye as well. Now that is going to be Lakan just storming through the front lines of Mirmooo Esports. Killings are going over to Aizen. Seraphine saying goodbye. Sona being disseminated. Red team being able to get the ace. And that is just Lakan 10 minutes in. Being able to survive their win, or at least check their win condition. That is going to be them taking the last turn at the mid lane. They could finish this if they want to. However, Yaohan as well as Mirmooo will be up in it. So at least try to take out the outer turrets left from the side of Mirmooo.
It's a 9k goal lead. It's ballooning up again for Lakan. And this is the challenge that Mirmooo wanted to take. Okay, fine. Take the Lucian. We can make this we can make this composition work for the second time. And so far, there have been picks here and there, but only 2 so far, and they're going all those kills going over to Emperor. And we didn't get to see those setups. We didn't get to see those resets, the low health targets. There's just so much peel from the side of Lakan. Look at the Cataclysm again, zoning out the Olaf. We've seen this matchup. It's a timeless matchup. It's a timeless counter, even from the League PC days. And you add in a Galio where a taunt is just going to cancel the melees from Mirmooo. Therefore, it makes things much, much harder. Gargoyle's Stoneplate as well being picked up. So the reason why Tante is so brave, he is pretty much tanky, even has the Death Dance on the board as well. So Mirmooo, it cannot find, Ison because there's just so much frontline on the board.
Tante is sprint pushing while Mirmooo is focused on the Baron. Guys, you need to fall back. But you know what? I confident we will take that the yes, Finishly going over to Dene. Another champion being taken down while they are at the Baron lane. Tante, the hardest working man in WoW before this game.
Oh, split pushing!
Focusing on their Nexus.
Never mind.
That is going to be them being able to get the Nexus. There is no vision, but that's okay. A fresh wave is coming through. Red team being able to get the Baron, but Lakan being able to get the game.
Yeah, the team taking out the... They're so happy they got revenge! They got revenge over Fennel adversity in their very first series in the fall season. What a way to celebrate their first ever debut in the Icon series.
Wow, that was... Whew. Okay, from Mirmooo winning game number 1, that was a clean reverse sweep from Lakan. I like how they were able to adjust and adapt to game number 2, and they were able to translate that into game number 3. I'm curious though, as to why Lucian did not get banned. Maybe Mirmooo just banked on the fact that we have so much poke, we have an Olaf, we can just melt through your front line. Problem here though is Lakan was the one that melted through Mirmoo's front line.
Exactly. I just want to correct myself. I said Fennel adversity. No, up against Mirmooo Esports. That was the previous game. This is now. This is what's happening now. But yeah, just as you mentioned, it is the Lucian that was the biggest factor in this entire series. He was able to be left untouched in the backline, and there's zero answer. And so far from what we've learned, unfortunately, this Olaf composition plus 2 melee solo laners isn't working out so well, plus the lane swap. Now Lakan gets their first points up on the board already and is able to survive this, BO3 series. And I'm sure this is such a big morale booster for them.
It is. Starting off your Icon Series journey under a new org, being able to win up against a very strong team. I would understand while they were jumping and yelling in the players' camp earlier on. Mirmooo, I guess it was just I believe they really should have tweeted their draft. That's it. That's the only statement I can get. However, XDXP, he did have quite a better lead in the early game. Johan still not being able to pop out. That was just Tante being very good in the Riven. But you know what? We talked about the highlights, the games. Here are your Oppo A94's plays of the game. Still a lot of really good cataclysms coming out from Boy J.
And it's only for XDXP every single time Ragnarok was popped, and then you add in the Cataclysm to trap the Olaf, make him run around in circles, play on his own basically on that crater. There were a few instances there where Mirmooo wanted to make something happen, but was basically denied. Look at this Cataclysm placement. This blocks the entire path to reach the back line. And it's just so good coming from Boy J. And they just fell down like dominoes. Dedenne didn't even need to use the hero's entrance. That's how far ahead they were. That's how incredibly far ahead they were. And these are one of the last instances or last tries for Mirmooo to get back into this game. But I'm sure it affected their mental because Tante was busy split pushing and they had to look at the map and elsewhere as well in the fight in the Baron.
4v5, makikita natin.
Rest of the match
Pero
is going to be this player, Boy J, using DJ for earlier on, have Smite, has Flash, KD of 15.00, damage per minute only 485, but that's because he is focused on the initiate. He is, I wouldn't say the sacrificial lamb because he does not die, but he is just in charge of leading Lakan. Okay, I'm gonna jump in, Lakan Jag, Cataclysm, and everything just falls into place. You have the hero's entrance coming through from the Dene, and it just created a lot of space for Aizen to be able to fight literally anyone down from Mirmooo. And now you also have the tidal wave that's gonna come through from Arjo, which was it made rather the Cataclysm lands from Boy J a lot easier.
Yeah, the setup was just perfect. The choke points as well. The timings of his Cataclysm was definitely not only for the Olaf, but as well as to deny the initiates coming from the side of Mirmooo. What a game for Lakan. What a debut for them actually here in the Wild Rift Icon series.
That's true. And again, this is just a breath of fresh air, new faces, new teams, and all of that. It actually made me think, whenever there's a fight, I wonder how the shot calls usually go as a team. I wonder what was going through the minds of Mirmooo jumping into game number 3. I wonder what kind of mental reset did Lakan do after losing game number 1. But through and through for this series number 2, Lakan will be able to survive, will be able to win with smiles on their faces. That was a very good series to watch.
Definitely. I think it's a lesson learned, I guess, right now. I think it's a really good indicator and a really good bar to set when it comes to Lucian. And it's just showing now why he has been constantly banned, even from other regions. And I guess, unfortunately, the Olaf and the Seraphine Sona is not enough. Not an enough answer for this Lucian carry.
I know the answer. Ban Lucian. That's it. That's honestly it. But now, I'm actually looking forward to seeing, will we see more Lucian? Senna is not that popular this time around, but you know what? We're gonna hop into a very short break. Again, I'm Yuko alongside Miss Riku. Do not forget to follow us on our socials if you enjoyed our casting. This is gonna be us taking a step back. So sit back, relax, and wait for the panelists to come back.
Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. Pull up and take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot. Take the shot. Take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The end to it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings, ooh. I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You guys are watching the Sea Icon series PH fall season, where apparently patch 2.4 is rearing its ugly head in the form of a scary full crit Lucian and a win for Lakan Esports. They win against Mirmooo 2-1 and will take home 75,000 Globe Cup points. Let's check out the series highlights to find out exactly what we mean, because my goodness, Ouch! I just have to say, ouch! That was really incredible for Aizen, I believe. Managed to do that twice in a row, but we'll go first to game one. Review the highlights rather for game one. I'm really eager to hear your thoughts on this, Riku and Osiris. I actually think that Mirmooo, they were actually such a well-coordinated team. Missed priorities, maybe have to focus more on more important objectives and, manage to sort out what exactly their win conditions are. What do you think, Riku?
I think when they build around Mirmooo, I think, basically the team, it's Mirmooo Esports, and as well the logo. But
It's
when they
face.
exactly, when they build around Mirmooo, I think it's a
this is
better and comfortable setup for them. Look at Mirmooo. He is, what? 100% kit rate. Kit rate? An immense CDR because of Navori. So it's insane how much you can do with a 2.4 patch with Illusion.
Yeah, and considering right now that it can fill different lanes, you can play it on the Baron lane, on the mid lane, and of course the Dragon lane. And right now, with the huge emphasis towards the Herald, you wanted to put it onto that. There are lane swaps that we saw in match one, and right now they stayed on the Dragon lane, but it feels like it is really functioning just to make sure to bully everyone out. And Tante, I must say that I got surprised. The first one we saw as a revamp at fall, it was on Majo, and it wasn't really as successful as what we've seen. But right now, that was 2 games straight. Coming in from revamp of Tante really proves a lot, and into going up against the Darius and saving some of the 1v1s, bullying everyone out. And at this point, it was fairly a Lucian game, and currently one of the best champion, or one of the best marksmen to put in.
Yeah, this was pretty incredible. I think this is the first time we're actually seeing, patch 2.4 really take effect in the meta over here. And, I thought it was it was a good try for Mirmooo for that homage to Team Secret with the Sona, Sarah, and Olaf. But I really don't think, come on, you have all of that wonderful, you can, as an AD champion, you can go shopping in patch 2.4. I'm not sure if those shields will work as well as they did before, and I just feel like, maybe Mirmooo Esports were just beating a dead horse at that point. But of course, Lakan managed to capitalize on the firepower being brought by all of the lovely new items that came in, and they managed to take that, the second match of the day. And we are now moving over to our third match of the day, and this is Chasing Dreams Esports versus DR Esports. This is our little Game of Thrones throwback in a way, because it's House Stark versus House Targaryen as the wolves chase down the dragons. And let's check out first Chasing Dream Esports' lineup over here. Now, this is a new team. I love the colors on the jerseys, I have to say. It's my favorite color. New team, very young in the esports scene, but they have quite the impressive esports resume with local and even international competitive experience. Osiris, I know you have the details on this.
Yeah, and of course, Chasing Dreams, they are a new organization that jumped in to esports, and you have a cool Ryujin, Motivate, Chino, and Kame. And cool. I believe, Riku, that we saw this guy formerly from Pro Gaming Series under the banner of G-Hub. And as for that was Shino and Kame are also players from their respective collegiate. Shino is from HAU Valiant, and as for Kame and Shino have the same university. And actually cool. UAC.
Oh.
Yeah, UAC. So 3 of them. Sorry about that. So yeah, 3 of them. They are in the collegiate players. And Cool also got this. I believe that was the first battle that he had, the Pro Gaming Series. That was Profilers of the Unknown against G-Hub. That's their debut. And it was cool who really is performing a lot onto the top lane, and I really love that he is going to transition to Wild Rift, and he is still young, so many potential for this guy.
Yeah. I'm very excited to see more Riven plays possibly. I assume, Cool could be that type that will play Renekton's as well, Irelia top. So perhaps you get to see, the jungler just trying to alleviate pressure or add on to pressure later on.
Perhaps. And, I just have to point out that Motivate actually, his background caught my eye because, we have all of the players list down. Okay, do you have any competitive experience? And of course, everybody has, okay, I came from either League of Legends PC, I joined this tournament and that tournament. And Motivate just has to cap everything off. He's an IRL champion. Oh, you can't beat that.
Oh,
wow. He's an IRL champion. Okay. I believe you, Motivate. Oh, okay.
That's cool.
That wins me over indeed. Now, of course, Chasing Dreams Esports isn't the only one with international competitive experience as well. DR Esports. They are an emerging team here in the esports scene in the Philippines. But this team also has a lot of experience in its players. Osiris, what are your thoughts on this lineup?
And you can see that they are also familiar players. You can see Etaf, formerly, of course, Fate, under the banner of Sunsparks, alongside with Devil J. You can also check out Rox as one of the players from League of Legends PC. One is the dub of a Trash Prince of the Philippines as well. And what I'm curious about is Etaf and Edaf. So Edaf is Julius Jerome Palayo, while Etaf is Mark Clinton Palayo. So I haven't really asked if they are related, but with the same surname, I believe so. And so far, Gospel as their Dragon Laner got a really good record towards 2012 as the first placer from Gigabyte Minescu Pro Gaming League, League of Legends. So we are looking more of experienced players from League of Legends PC. So both of the other ends of spectrum got the experience on the PC.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of veteranship in this particular team, DR Esports. And yeah, as well as, just as you mentioned, Osiris, the Pro Gaming Series as well. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that experience, years of experience, carry over to the Wild Rift scene as well.
Yeah, really excited to see this, guys. I kind of looking at the lineup that they had, I kind of wanted to move Edaf, like, to make him face the other way. That was like everybody was kind of facing, the left side. Like, oh, you could have done that too. Maybe we'll get an updated picture and he'll finally be facing the right way. And that would have been unique indeed. It's always fun to check out the lineups and what they have planned in terms of their poses and everything. Shows a lot of character indeed. And it looks like our teams are, ready indeed to get into this matchup. And I'm really excited to get into this. This is two new teams that we have in the Icon series. But first, I want to know your predictions. We talked about the pedigree of both teams. Which way do you think it's gonna go? We're gonna start with you, Riku.
I think I'm going for a 2-1 in favor of DR Esports, just because there's just so much experience when it comes to the roster for this particular team, and I think it's gonna help them in this BO3 as well.
See, I wanted to go as DR Esports because of Fate and Fade. It feels like they got the connection inside and outside. And of course, Rox was one of the streamers as well that I saw a lot of potential around his techniques, his own games, and as one of the challenger players. But I wanted to go with the underdogs. I wanted to go with Cool as well and the Chasing Dreams team, because this might be the first time, but this will be a tall order for them, but I'm gonna bank on Chasing Dreams for now.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a really close match. I think I'm gonna side with Chasing Dreams on this one because they're
Violet?
looking at the rest. The color, of course. Throw low logic out
that.
of the door. But no, looking at of course the experience that the players have, it is it is quite impressive. These guys are pretty much born and ready to roll in the competitive scene. It is their debut in the Icon series, but make no mistake, these guys are pretty much ready to dominate the Rift. Hashtag dominate the Rift, indeed.
Nika, what's Violet too?
What's that?
Oppo A94.
Oh, that is right.
Wow.
I do
that,
have
right?
mine. Yes, indeed. Of course, our Oppo A94 indeed comes with a really sweet purple color. Now, of course, you guys can get in on the action as well. We can actually read out your tweets and you can come on board as like a guest panelist of sorts. You can let us know your comments and reactions on Twitter and just use the hashtag #SeeIconSeriesPH and hashtag Dominate the Rift. And we will read out your tweets over here. I believe we do have a one incoming. And yes, you can also join the PPGL community Discord server where you can hang out with us talents in between and maybe some coaches, some pro players. Who knows? You never know who could drop by on there. Now we have a very familiar name over here. I'm not sure what he's doing on Twitter. He should be busy getting ready for his cast.
Yeah.
But of course, GG Spear says, shout out to my friends in the PPGL community Discord. Lakan, number 1, LK Valkyrie, Autolus, Osiris, and Nika Fabs. Pasok din kayo here, please. Yes, I love it. I love the mix of the Tagalog and the English coming in from GG Spear. That's my jam. That's my jam indeed. Yes, guys, please do feel free to join the PPGL Discord community Discord server rather. Mix up a few words over there. And join us as we hang out. Let's have dinner together or something and, have a watch party over there. We are going to head into match number 3. This is Chasing Dreams versus DR Esports, the debut of both of these teams in the Icon series. Let's get into the action. Casters, over to you guys.
Minions have spawned.
Chasing Dreams versus DR Esports. Let's see who will be able to win in our third series for the day. We'll be your casters. I'm Yuko, and alongside me is DR.
Hello, Riku. Good evening. Very excited with the lineup right now. We are going to be looking at Chasing Dreams going up against the Dragons, DR Esports. That's interesting. Adding to the interest right now is the changes in the game. I saw the first 2 series. The dimensions have changed a lot. The first 6 minutes, usually we don't see towers going down right now. Last game, that was 5 thirds. I was observing it. 5 thirds already went down in just the 6-minute mark of the game. The game earlier than that, 8 thirds were already down in the 7-minute mark. That's crazy. What do you think about those changes? What's your favorite, in fact?
Yeah, definitely. Crazy is the word for it, but I guess my favorite change in the current patch is we get to have a lot of new items, a lot of things that players can tweak around with. We did see a few items seen be used again on the solution, sometimes even in the 4 key Irelia at times as well. So yeah, teams are still trying to take a feel from the patch, so we won't be seeing much of it to take not much to take into effect. But yeah, the tweaks here and there, it just literally changed the tides and tempo of the game. Early game, you see a lot of turrets already being taken down, as what you've said earlier. Are we gonna see more of that in this series? Let's find out. I mean, DR Esports, they are pretty much known for just being so powerful in the early game. Chasing Dreams, I believe they can try to fight fire with fire. Given that this is their first time with the Icon series, why not start off strong?
Yes, definitely. So that's going to be the story that we will be looking at. It's very interesting. Both are this is their debut in this big leagues that we call PPGL, the Icon series, right? So that's going to be very interesting. I want to look at Raux, definitely one of the fan favorites. He's a very active character, personality in the community. So I want to look at that. But what lanes are you specifically want to focus on this game?
It's funny that you mentioned Rocks because I was about to say I'm looking forward to the fight at the Dragon Lane. because
Mm-hmm.
Gospel and Rocks, they're pretty much a package deal if you're gonna look back in their
True.
history. The synergy is just there. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing how Chasing Dreams answer to that. But if we're gonna focus on the solo lanes, I guess I would love to see the changes from Devil J. We did see him way back into the summer season. I want to
Mm-hmm.
see how he was able to improve, or what are the things he was able to improve on before he entered DR, before we get to see him here at the fall season. How about you? Aside from Rocks and the Dragon lane, which lane or which role are you eyeing right now?
Actually, I really want to see. I've been very focusing on the changes of the game. The junglers are
Mhm.
very very vital right now. I like the complexity of the game when it comes to the 3 minute to 4 minute mark. It's a very big mind game, decision making for the team, which objective to take. So I really want to look at the pathing of the dragon laners. This is going to be very interesting. I saw earlier in the games they're going to go for, usually majority of the games they have been focusing on the Rift Herald. Maybe there are going to be changes. Let's see what happens if they go for the dragon first. I want to see more information, so I'm definitely looking at the junglers in this game.
Yeah, and the odds when it comes to the Rift Herald priority is when it's a cloud or a mountain drake. If it's an infernal drake, the teams would want to pick a fight first before they try to get the dragon. But I guess
Right.
just like looking back into the series number two, Mirmooo, they would try and get Rift Herald just so they can, and they would summon it at the mid lane just so they can push their opponents back, just so they can have more room to move around. Even though Lakan was able to win the second series, you see the micros and macros here and there.
Yes, definitely. I even thought you were right. If it is an Infernal Drake, it's going to be a priority over the Rift Herald. But interesting to see I was looking at the earlier games, even if it was the Infernal Drake that was
Mhm.
available already, teams still went for the Rift Herald. So that could be something that there might be changes in the next following games. So I haven't seen the result if you take the dragon first. So I'm very interested on how the fights are gonna be going. On the item side, so far I've been observing that Solari Charge Blade has been used a lot. Navori Quick Blades also. I'm really rooting. I haven't seen the Staff of Flowing Waters debuting it onto the support. I'm a support player. I think that's a very good item. What are the other items that you really want to see in the game?
Two words: wits end. That's it.
Wits End, right? I haven't seen the Wits End being used yet. Who do you think are the champions that where the Wits End item will shine?
All right, so I only ever use Wits End on Irelia, and it was okay, but I'm not sure if
Mhm.
I can incorporate that in the pro scene for now, because they would want to focus on just getting that damage at the backline. Irelia,
Mhm.
even though she is all about the dash in, dash out, she is pretty squishy and she is just there at the front line. So I'm not sure if we're
Right.
going to be seeing Wits and Irelia anytime soon. But that's just me in my rank games, just being quiet, experimenting with the items here and there.
Actually, talking about experiment, I've been experimenting it on the rank games myself, failing quite a lot in the rank games. So I was really excited to see this series this weekend, because basically these teams we're gonna be looking at are our role models. We really want to see how they use the new items, how they are gonna be rotating with the changes in the game, and for sure the teams and the players, the community is going to be replicating that in the rank. This is the first day that we saw the pros play with the new itemization, with the new gameplays. So far I've learned a lot. So what's your favorite so far, Yuko? Favorite learning from this patch 2.4 and the fights so far?
Favorite learning. I guess it's the fact that Lucian crit build is a huge
Yeah.
problem. That's it. The team that got Lucian basically is the team that is gonna win so far. I mean, that's the trend
Mhm.
here. But I'm
Yes.
still waiting for other picks. I mean, looking back in the Guardian series, we did see Graves being picked up. I'm not sure if
Uh-huh.
that's gonna be seen here in the PH region, but yeah, we did see it here and there. I think we still are balancing the support
Mm-hmm.
support topic when it comes to, are we going to pick the Enchanter? Are we going to go with the tank support? It's still
Right.
50-50 for me. We did see the Lucian Nami matchup. Galio,
Mm-hmm.
though, is still there as a high priority. The taunts are going to mean a lot. So it's just a matter of make sure you're going to have a lot of CC or a good layer of CC that your
Mm-hmm.
opponents will just have a hard time.
Yes, Lucian definitely showing some OP signs because of the new items. Lucian was nerfed a bit, but with the items, I don't think the nerfs mattered. So it's either if the teams will pick Lucian or ban it, right? I'm expecting a ban onto the Lucian. You mentioned earlier, Galio is still way up there. We're not gonna be surprised if we see a Galio ban. Here are the picks. We are on to all right, sorry, I thought that was the draft already, but yeah, here are the faces of our players right now. Chasing Dreams will have a very good most probably will have a very good debut right here. If they want to win crowds, they will have to show it here. It's DR Esports. They will have to redeem themselves after underperforming. I still believe in the team. I love the team, especially Raux. I mentioned earlier, I'm a follower of him, so I kind of I'm rooting for DR Esports. Who do you think are the other bands in this game, or who do you think you've seen DR Esports play before? Who do you think they are gonna go for? Is it gonna be another Rakan on the Raux, as that's one of his strengths? What do you think?
You know what? I would have to agree on that. There is a huge chance we'll be seeing Aircon just because it's a huge problem if given or if open and Rox does get his hands on it.
Mm-hmm.
For the brand side, though, I guess we're gonna be seeing more of a duelist Baron laner. Looking at the marksman or the ADC, we would be seeing the usual like Kaisa, Porky, Lucian. There is a good chance that we will also be seeing an Ari just because she is still pretty good in the meta. You asked earlier about the bans. I believe we will still be seeing a Gragas ban as well
Yeah.
as a Camille ban. I mean, these two champions, they barely get to see the light
Right.
of day.
Yes, and especially I've been researching the new itemization. I have this theory. I haven't tested it in the rank games yet since I do not really use Gragas that much because I'm a support player. But the crystalline what's the full name of the item again? The crystalline.
It's okay. You can
Yeah.
just say Crystalline.
Yeah, the crystalline I think will make Gragas a lot more painful. I haven't seen them play the Gragas with the crystalline just yet, but a tank hybrid AP Gragas will benefit from the crystalline item a lot. What do you think?
You know what? You said you haven't used much
Like-
Gragas in your support role. Support Gragas, it's time. Let's go. You can give it a try, I guess, if you're gonna play with your friends or with your team. But yeah, a lot of unexplored items. Honestly, I touched up on this with Riku way back in series number 2.
Mhm.
Even in Corki, Solari, Charge Blade, still pretty good. It will connect with it will help a lot with passive as well as the damage output.
Sure.
But yeah, we haven't been seeing much of it. So now we are gonna jump into the picks for game number 1. Banned so far: Twisted Fate, Galio, Gragas. For the side of DR Esports, we have Camille, Lucian, and Ari. Again, this champ select is given to us by Riot Go.
Yes, definitely. So far, so good on our hits right now. One of the very strong champions available in this game is the TF, the global presence, especially with the changes. We'll touch up on that more. But here are the picks. Senna will see the light in this game. Haven't seen Senna in the earlier games, but Jarvan 4 is going to be picked right here, and Corky for DR Esports. I'm not seeing the full combo potential here just yet, but on the side of Chasing Dreams, they're gonna go for the Vi and the Renekton. Very interesting right here. I think Renekton, yes, for the Baron lane. Vi is gonna go for the jungler here. We haven't seen. Is this an ADC Corky just yet? We don't really have the ADCs for the teams yet. This is going to be very interesting as this will really define the composition of both sides.
Yeah, and I guess there is a good
Ooh.
chance that is going to be an ADC Corky. Since being hovered though, but I guess I would like to touch up on the Vi and your next lock in. the stuns coming on from Renekton, it will make it much, much easier
True.
for Vi to jump in with her assault and battery. And you also have Darius. So is this gonna be a
Mm, Since
Senna
bottom
Dragon
up,
Lane?
yeah, Senna and Since Dragon Lane, Senna as a support is an enabler. So one of the things that where Sinch really fall off is really on the poke department. So Senna basically enables that type of composition. We've already seen this last week from RRQ, if I'm right, right, and they were dominating the matchup because of this Singed and Senna Dragon Laner. So this is going to be very interesting. We're going to be seeing that again here by Chasing Dreams, the last pick. Though on the other side is going to be the Varus, and with that, protecting Varus is going to be Nanami. I would say, standard lineup for DR Esports. Unorthodox lineup for Chasing Dreams. Very interesting.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess I was wrong. I said there's a good chance that Corky is going to be the ADC. Apparently, DR Esports did put him in the mid lane. So I like this. Honestly, the unorthodox pick from Chasing Dreams here. Problem is, if we're going to talk about range and actual damage, Varus definitely is going to be ahead in the early game.
Yes.
This Singe would have to just keep on pressuring Varus, maybe even Nami. Problem is, if you're gonna try to go anywhere near the ADC, you have to be very careful of the aqua prison that's gonna come out from rocks. Yeah,
Right.
I guess so. It's gonna be quite the quiet Dragon Lane early game for Chasing Dreams. They just need to let Shino, let Motivate, and let Full Scale.
Yes, definitely. Here on the bottom side, Shino is going to be alone as Senna is going to be in the area trying to protect everyone. So that's still very good. Interesting to see here at the top side, this matchup. Who will win this will have a very big impact into the in this game. Cool on the Renekton and Devil on the Riven. I would say Renekton has the upper hand in this matchup, and it's already obvious right now as Cool will have the. Let's see, that's gonna be a throw. No, not a throw, but steal right there attempt. But yeah, I think Renekton has the upper hand here in top side. Here in the mid side, though, it's not going to be the same story as Darius will be taking a lot of pokes from Edaf on this Corky, but pretty even on this early game so far, 0-0 still.
Yeah, the fact that Darius is quite a melee champion that is
Whoa.
really cool, being able to flash his way to safety, also being able to use the ignite. Not sure if it is gonna pull through. There is no casualties yet, but I told you, these Baron laners, they're in it for fights. That's why we
Right.
see a Renekton and a Riven earlier on. Now you have Edith alongside Rocks just making their way into the mid lane. Like I'm not sure if that is really committed, but at the very least, their esports, they want to get their hands on this juicy Rift Scuttler. Now, Ryujin alongside Motivate will just be there at the sides just to get the buff. Quite the quiet start. Fights just focus on the minion wave coming in from Gospel, and yeah, quiet Dragon Lane, but crazy mid lane and Baron lane.
Yes, definitely. But right now, DR Esports, they're getting priority on the lanes. They're taking advantage of their standard lineup composition. And because of that, they were able to take two Rift Scuttlers of the game. Look at that minimap. The river is the territory of DR Esports right now. And they're gonna have a very good position for the first objectives of the game. That's gonna be spawning in the next minute and a half. With this vision right here, they will have options as to where to go. So this is going to be definitely very interesting right here as the fight breaks through at the top.
That is the stuns coming through. You also have the Cataclysm coming out from the side of DR Esports. That is the heals, the sustain coming in from Senna, but it's not going to be enough because Pool is still demolished at the Baron lane. First kill going over to DR Esports. What an early game start. That is just a Renekton being the first blood for DR Esports, making sure he will not be able to scale this time around.
Yes, DR Esports gets the Glove first blood of this game. And that is what we mentioned earlier. The control on the river is onto DR Esports side, and that will buy you options in this game. And because of that, they're Chasing Dreams didn't know about the Jarvan foreshadowing Devil at the top side, and Cool just went for it. He bit the bait, and he paid dearly with his life. Here at the top side, once again, still Cool has the priority. still at the advantage. So far, so good still for Cool. There's still a chance for Cool to get back into the top lane. But man, 15 seconds objectives are going to be popping out of the map. The TPs are already being popped. Corky should be going for the package in a few seconds. But who, look at that. They are already hovering over to the Rift Herald. Chasing Dreams is in the area.
Yeah, Rift Herald is now up as well as the Ocean Drake chasing Dreams. They did just threw in a few pings here and there from the Rift Herald side. Not sure if they're gonna fully commit aside from Ryujin here. However, vision given from the side of DR Esports, courtesy of Devil J. They could say that Rift Herald is being started by Ryujin, which is going to be their go signal to try and get the Ocean Drake down below. That's going to be a non-contested Rift Herald going over chasing Dreams. Let's see if they will be able to go with the steal or will DR Esports be able to get this dragon. No one from the blue team is there. Just yet we have the special delivery being popped in by Corky, and they're going to go with the steal. It's going to be the Vige of the end, flashing in. Then they'll be able to get the Ocean Dragon. It's going to be two ultimates coming in from the support. D4 does get % down by being able to get a lot of kills in his pockets. Now that is maybe DR Esports forced to go back. Roots coming through. Chasing Dreams being able to get away in that skirmish with smiles on their faces.
Yes, that is going to be your Globe Dragon Slain moment. First Dragon goes to the side of DR Esports, but it was very risky. They were playing with fire right there. It took them a while to take down the Dragon that Chasing Dreams were able to get in the area. At that point, things got very risky for them. It's a good thing that they only lost one champion, but I would say Chasing Dreams got the better hand of the exchanges earlier. Remember, they have the Rift Herald already in this game, so they have the option. They can use that as their option to get the first turret of the game, which is still very much available here at in the game. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's see what the next game plan is for Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, I guess one of their game plans is to just let Ryujin do whatever he wants. I mean, we saw him secure objectives, plus the kills. His gank is on point. His pathing is really good as well, working so well for Chasing Dreams. However, DR Esports, they can still come back from this. They could just wait for Varus and Corky to scale, maybe even Devil J to try and win out with these duels. They just need to be very wary of Motivate here in the early game. Ida still trying to get that damage and get the items in. He is making his way down and Dragon. You can hear the ball at the Jack apparently. Now that is going to be a flash out coming in from Devil J. He is still being chased. They can go to turret dive. Blue team has some of the Rift Herald here at but that is going to be since being taken down. DR Esports still going to try to push this. They could try and take on the turret, but that is going to be a no because Chasing Dreams, you have Senna, you have Darius gonna try and defend the turret. First, they're going over to Chasing Dreams. So you have the roots coming in from Senna, Flag, and Jag, and the flash in. Predator being popped there as well, but there is no follow-up from DR Esports at the very least. Blue team was able to get one turret, but looking at the final lane, there's gonna be a fight here and there. You have Devil J trying to take the Rift Herald down, will be able to defend the turret. Ryujin and of course Cool will be able to survive that one.
Yes, definitely. I like this plan by Chasing Dreams for the setup onto the... Hold that thought. I think there's going to be a fight at the bottom side.
It's going to be an alley-oop in courtesy of the Sin, but here comes Sting coming in from Rox. You also have the heals coming out from Senna's ultimate, but will be enough. That is going to be a no, because Enough is on the front line. He's being targeted by Darius. That is going to be the ultimate being put onto not the ultimate, rather he's just, that it's just going to be the damage, just disseminating their opponent. Senna being taken down. Darius being able to fight the living hell out of Darius down. Him saying goodbye as well. That is going to be a 1-3 in favor of PR Esports.
Chasing Dreams were playing fire right there, and they got burned bad. And because of that, look at that. It is now DR Esports on top of this game. 2-5 on the board and a 2K goal lead. That is going to be very, very important, especially we're just at the 8-minute mark of the game. That was a very good initiation right there. They already got one kill Chasing Dreams, but they stayed too long that the Corky was able to join the fight, and with their HP bars down, they just got punished badly. So they are now looking at a 2 versus a 5 on the scoreboard, but I want to go back on the earlier side when Chasing Dreams got the first turret. They saw that it was only Riven at the top, and the turret was already soft right there. So they just went in for the dive at the top. They got the first turret because of that. They got the lead already at that point. And then very wise decision by DR Esports. They know that they're going to be giving up the top turret, so they went for the bottom turret themselves. They got a few kills right there. Even got the turret down. Bad thing happened. Chasing Dreams saw something and they went for it, but they got punished before because of it. And now this is the situation of the game. Second Drake of the game is already alive. DR Esports still has the priority on all sides of the map. They still have control on the river side, but they're gonna go for the mid. And here's a fight.
That is the foldable coming in. That is really J4 being taken down just as quickly. Exile is going to come through. But you know what? The Gatligan coming out from Corky is just too much for Chasing Dreams to handle. At the very least, they were able to get one champion down from DR Esports. Will they be able to, convert this one objective? Maybe they should. But EDAC is going to be up in 5 seconds. DR Esports still a pretty tight-knit group. Baron is going to be up in 25 seconds. However, the Drake, Dragon number 2, is still up for grabs.
Yeah, they just want to give it up. I like the decision from DR Esports at that point. They found an opening on the mid side, and they're going to be very happy in taking down the mid turret. And because of that, it opens up the map for them. They will have free reign on whichever objective they really want to take at this point. And with the control that they have right now on the map, they're going to go aggressively. But before that, there's a fight, man.
Assault and battery in. That is going to be the optimistic penalty. But you know what? There is taken down. J-Bar being able to win that fight by being taken down as well, being taken down by Nami. But there is an isolation happening at the backside. You have Darius. Not Darius. That's going to be Shino. Just forced to survive or sustain yourself. But that's going to be Senna being bursted down. Please be going over to Darius. Flash in, flash out. Kite is too much for them to bear. That is the J4 jumping in, flashing in. He cannot continue with the flag and jug because he is going to be taken down by the turret. So what's the next big thing to do? Get the dragon. That is a 3-0 in favor of DR Esports.
Chasing Dreams just got destroyed in that fight. DR Esports takes a 4-0 trade, and they will take the Globe Dragon Slaying second Drake. That's gonna be the Cloud Drake for themselves as their reward, and they will be getting a very big paycheck after that. Look at that, the gold lead has now ballooned to a 6K gold lead from a 2K earlier. 11 minutes in, that is trouble for Chasing Dreams, and they will have to look for a way to stop this bleeding. It's going to be very challenging at this point, but they still have chance. It's still 11 minutes in the game. There's still time, and with time, there's option. I think they will have to do better in the team fight department, especially that they have the Vi to really be able to control it on the backlines, target the Corky if possible. That's going to be a very, very big adjustment that they will be needing to do. But so far, here's the fight.
Okay, that was full being rooted. And then he just exploded right at Gospel's face. So no frontliner. Well, 1 out of 3 frontliners down for Chasing Dreams. DR Esports, they could try to keep going with the hunt. Roots are going to come through, but will it be enough? That is the Dino, because you know what, Garrus is being taken, being prioritized by this Corky. You also have this J4 jumping in. Have the Garrus and DDs of the battery being committed onto him. You have the Roots coming through. Senna being taken down right now. That is going to be DR Esports being able to get 2 more champions down. And them holding the ground in the mid lane. They want the turret. Will motivate being able to protect it. That is going to be a no after getting another kill, getting a turret. DR Esports, they want to get their hands on this Baron, or at least get their hands on new items.
Yes, they're gonna go for the items instead. But yeah, that was a very costly death by Cool right there. Cost them a lot. The gold lead has already ballooned to 9K because of that series of events. You have to avoid that, especially that you know that DR Esports have control, especially on the river side of the map. The face checks are going to be very costly. Cool was the victim right there, and it was spiraling down for Chasing Dreams when Cool went down. Now DR Esports, once again, they have control on the middle side. They are just going to be taking down these wards. They have the option to go for the Baron aggressively, and they know that they can win team fights, so they can even bait this Baron out. what can Chasing
Yes.
Dreams do at this point, it is going to be very hard.
Yeah, one of the things Chasing Dreams could do is first try to go with the pickups and then itemize accordingly. Just not try to go with the counter items. But the fact that they are esports, they're running this one forces up. I don't think pickup is gonna be possible because even though they're gonna try and take down Devil J, he is pretty mobile. At the same time, you will have to commit a lot of CC, a lot of resources just to take him down. But that is gonna be cool trying to duke it out against this Riven. He does jump in, he does dash in, but it's not going to be enough. Now you have to pull him in from Fennel, but SCB to jump in courtesy of his J4. Will connect that is to be a yes because he also has to come through from this Tommy. They're going to keep doing this. He also keeps going over to J4, but SCB the kite's coming through from, of course, this Varus, but still double kill going over to Ida. Two chambers already down. What will Chasing Dreams do? Looks like that is to be another threat going over to DR side. They still want to give it a go. Devil J being able to clear out the turrets up there and down part of the map. But you have to talk about the being jumping. You have the full connecting on two. Honestly, the exhaust is gonna come through, but he was just forced to flash out. Still, the stain from DR Esports is crazy this time around.
That is Rox, my boy, doing a lot for DR Esports right now, and they're pushing in the inhibitor turrets already. Remember, they don't even need the Baron buff right here. There it is, another fight breaks out.
Ooh, Pulse is just gonna be too much for Chasing Dreams to flash in, jump in, Jarvis being taken down. Now you have Edap targeted, but SPB, the Spice and Dice coming through, but he just gets bursted down by this party. Finn saying goodbye. Double kill for Devil J. Getting through on this Riven. In fact, dominating now on the J part. That is gonna be a 1-5. And Team A going over to DR Esports, and this is gonna be them being able to bag game number 1.
What a decisive, what a very, very strong performance right here by DR Esports. I was surprised at that. I was thinking they were just trying to set up for a take onto the Baron, but they found an opening. They were very confident with their team lineup. You saw the Riven already, the itemization of Riven. I wasn't able to really discuss about the itemization of Riven because so much action happened onto the top side. But Riven was already on the death dance. Solari charge, Navori quick blades even. The Riven basically is already unlimited skills. If you face that Riven, you are just gonna melt. So Darius just left the Riven alone, and Riven got bored, tried to help at the top side, and that was game over at that point. And here is the tail of the tapes. The numbers of the game are already up. We have Eda as our MVP with 4, 1, and 10. Very good performance right here by Eda. Do you agree with this MVP tag?
Honestly, yeah. A lot of those good follow-ups coming out from EDAP, but I guess the unsung hero for this game is gonna be ETAP on this J4. He was just crazy with the flag and jacks connecting onto the cataclysms. And you did mention Riven. That's a Solari charge play on Riven. So maybe that's something we can pick up, or the viewers can pick up. I've been seeing a lot of comments explaining as to why that is an okay build for Riven. But again, that is going to be game number 1, just going over to DR Esports. Definitely starting their run here in the Icon series very, very strong. Varus did have a lot of space given to him. Although a lot of good ultimates coming in from Senna, it was just not enough. And here are your Oppo A94 plays of the game. This was a very good but good dragon take from DR Esports. And Chasing Dreams, they were able to just be powerful or be steady in the early game. Ryujin really making things happen. But towards the 4, 5, maybe even 6-minute mark, it just became a DR Esports story. The moment they got those 2 kills from the Dragon lane, they just snowballed the living hell out of this game.
We saw that earlier. That was the start of the DR Esports rally. Here is the fight onto the Dragon side. It is the Riven being chased right here. Riven will be able to survive, and that was very costly for DR Esports. Their Renekton was not in the fight, and because of that, their backlines were obliterated just like that. And this was an almost ace. Only Shino was able to survive there, even almost dying. Here was these are the type of the fights at the top. Relentless pressure from DR Esports. They backed away for a bit, just tried to reassess the position with the Nami tidal wave. They were able to gain composure in the fights, and they just erased everyone. They got an Oppo ace. And here is your master of the match. It is going to be Edaf on the Corki. The numbers are 14 KDA. That's crazy numbers right there. Kill participation is 64%. Gold per minute is 959. DPM is 1,553. That's crazy. DTPM is 485. The itemization right now, Courtney, guys, take a screenshot of this. Manamune, and then we have the Aether, and then we have the Solari Charge Blade, and then we have Infinity Edge with the what do you call this? The Muramana is right there. Anyways, do you agree with this master of the match? What do you think?
Honestly, yeah. This is something I mentioned with Riku earlier on. Solari Charge Blade is really very good on Corki. You also have that Hourglass to, just have this safety net if ever people or champions from Chasing Dreams is gonna die right at his face. So if I were to summarize game number 1, I'd say DR Esports just outdrafted Chasing Dreams. Think of it this way. If ever Chasing Dreams is gonna try and challenge them to a fight, you have a tidal wave. And the moment the tidal wave goes through, there's a lot of follow-ups from DR Esports. And again, Corki with the Gatling gun is just a huge problem. On top of that, you also have this late game assurance for this Devil J on the Riven. Apparently, we're seeing a lot of Riven picks this day number 1. I mean, we saw that earlier in time. It did not work out though, but now Devil J was able to put a W for Riven's win rate. But yeah, outdraft from courtesy of DR Esports. Chasing Dreams though, I'm still waiting for them to be in their element. I feel like this is not their prime position just yet.
Yeah, so they tried to get an unorthodox lineup. I think they should go for a much more comfortable pickup. Pickup for the next game. Maybe go for an ADC for them. That was the lacking in that game, I believe. So I commend them for trying out something in this fight, but it bit them back. So they will have to go to the classic lineups in next game.
Yeah, and I guess Kaisa is still available. Is still up for grabs. They could try and get Corki if they want to. I don't think DR Esports is gonna let Lucian go, so that he is still gonna be banned there down below for the side of DR Esports. So this is gonna be the draft in order for game number 1.
Yes. And again, I told you earlier, I want to pick on this TF ban right here, especially in the early game when on the 4-minute mark, to be specific, whenever your team gets the Rift Herald and the other team goes for a trade on the first Drake, both of the teams will slide onto a turret and try to get the first turret. And the global presence of TF can stop the opposing team really. So if you want to go for the turret at the top side, and then your opponents go for the turret at the bottom side, your TF can TP to the bottom side and try to defend that turret. And if that turret survives, that's going to be a win for your team. Global ultimates right now are very, very powerful because of these changes. I believe so. That's why Galio was also banned. Pantheon is available right here, but so far I haven't seen Pantheon in this series, and even this day I haven't seen Pantheon getting picked.
Yeah, no Pantheon pickups yet, even though he does have a semi-global ult, but maybe you'll be seeing that in the later part of the series. Yeah, jumping back into the draft, it was a first pick Senna for the side of Chasing Dreams. They would want to get their hands on this very good sport. However, without further ado, DR Esports, they did pick up the Corki. This Corki pick was a flex pick. It even confuses casters for a bit, but they did pair it off with a J4. So they already have this very solid jungler in their pockets. However, Chasing Dreams did answer that with a Vi and Renekton. I did highlight this. The stuns coming through from Renekton is the perfect setup for Vi's Assault and Battery, but we barely saw that happen. Why? Because DR Esports is always come together. Now, for the next rotation of the picks, you have DR pick up this Riven and Nami. I guess they were expecting a Kaisar, maybe with a Varus, because you already have the Nami picked up. So which ADC would you want to sustain? Am I right? Riven, of course, will go over to the Baron lane. This is basically just a sign or the green light for them that this Devil J would want to be a duelist up top, up the Baron lane. That's why they picked up Darius. Darius up against a Riven. He has such sustain. Pair him up with an ignite. It's gonna be quite the early game for this guy. And they also have a cinch. Problem here though is Devil J was able to survive the early game, snowball as well alongside the other team, and just make things work. The last pick from the side of PR Esports was a Varus. Why? Because they finally saw a cinch, and cinch you need to be near your opponents to
Right.
actually go with the initiate.
Definitely, that's a very, very good last pick by DR Esports. Also, a thing that I really want to point out, Chasing Dreams will have to change is the pickoffs that they're giving DR Esports. There were so many pickoffs that they gave away to DR Esports that DR Esports was able to really build off of them. They were at instances very aggressive. They didn't back away when they really needed to, so they will have to adjust on those team fights also so that they can get a crack at DR Esports at game number 2.
That's true. And you know what do you think could be the good champions to incorporate in the lineup of Chasing Dreams to possibly push this to a game number 3?
Get an ADR. I would believe so. Right now, the meta I'm seeing with the 2.4 patch is the crit meta. Right, you saw that Lucian is very strong right now. You saw Riven with the crits. That's crazy. Even Corki can go for the crits. But yeah, the one of the perfect items for Corki right now is Essence Reaver, where Corki, whenever he shoots someone and mana, unlimited mana, basically. So Corki will be able to really dish out so much damage in the fight. That's going to be very important in your team composition. So try to look for a range champion right now because crits are very, very powerful.
Yeah, and the fact that you have a Vi that if ever they are gonna stick with a Vi pick, you have a Vi that can just go with the initiates and then you guys can just follow up. So yeah, I do agree.
True.
Choose an ADC and ADR that is gonna be safe with the backlines. On top of my head, aside from Corki and Lucian, I can think about Kai'Sa. However,
Yeah, true.
Kai'Sa, looking back at the series number 2, did not actually get that W. So maybe they can pick up someone new. I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it. We're going to be seeing another S, but that is still pretty much in the pool of options. Also, guys, do not forget, if you have your thoughts or analysis, do not forget to tweet it out because our panels surely will be able to read it out loud. You saw the tweet earlier from Gigi Spear. That could be your Twitter in the next series.
Yes, if you want to promote your Twitter, yep, post your analysis there. We are going to be reading it. Game number 2, DR Esports. I think they have a very good room to experiment things. No pressure on them at this point. I think this is going to be a very interesting game number 2, especially for DR Esports. Big changes, big adjustments will have to be done onto the side of Chasing Dreams if they want to get back and force a game 3 should they want to. One of the strong picks right now, I believe so. If they really want to go for melee control type of a lineup, is a Yasuo. Yasuo, I think, is very strong right now. Haven't seen him just yet, but I've seen this in the ranked games with the Sorolari Charge Blade. Yasuo is a nightmare to face. So that could be something that they can put into their lineup. It's just that right now, teams are still experimenting on the possible. We really haven't seen so many champions shine just yet, aside from the Lucian that we saw. It's getting banned. Lucian really shined, but I think Yasuo is one of those champions that will really shine. If they still really want to go with this kind of lineup, I think a Yasuo addition will be very good in this. But here we go. Game number 2. The bans are already up. Another same bans on the TF and Galio, still very, very powerful, especially with the Rift Herald spawning early. You can go for 2/3 push if you give out the Galio and TF. And Corki is going to be banned this time. Corki was trouble for Chasing Dreams in game number 1. That Corki was really scary. Lucian once again, and then Camille. Gragas is going to be available, so that's going to be a pick. That's very good. Gragas onto Chasing Dream side. This will give them flexibility in their picks. Riven and J4 still on the side of DR Esports.
Yeah, and it just leaves them no question which lane or what role will this Gragas take. Definitely not the Baron lane, unless it's gonna be a Fiora mid. I mean, I've seen
Mhm.
crazy things in the Icon series. I will not be surprised. Okay, but yeah, Nami gonna be the third pick kind of piece.
Soraka.
Oh, Soraka being picked up by DR Esports and Ajin. Okay,
All right.
guys, check the itemizations later because I think I kind of know what DR Esports is gonna do. I can't say it just yet, but anyway, going back to the draft, we have Riven still gonna be the hands of Triple J. You still have Edith with that J4. Tristana being hovered. Ziggs is open. They can try and go with the demolition duo, but apparently that is going to be a no because Wukong is going to be in charge of the
All right.
jungle. So this is going to be a Tristana and a Nami down at the Dragon lane. This is going to be a Gragas jungler, and Fiora is going to make her way up at the Dragon lane. Last
Yeah.
pick is going to be an Akali. Akali mid, yeah, for Ida.
Yes, that's a good pick right there. But yeah, I see Soraka right now. With the new itemization, the Staff of Flowing Waters, that is Soraka's item. So yeah, I think that's gonna be the plan right here. But the Jin, this is surprising. I want to see. I want you to surprise me, Yuko, later if you are gonna be reading the plan of DR Esports right here. But then again, we mentioned earlier, DR Esports pressure is off right now since they already won game number 1, so they can really test things out here in game number 2. At the very least, everyone's still in experimentation phase in this tournament, especially in this week 2. So many things to check for, but this is a very good test for the teams that we are going to be watching. But hold that thought. Before that, we are going to go for game number 2. First, Chasing Dreams on the blue side and DR Esports on the red side still. And no early game shenanigans so far. Interesting, there is going to be a leash onto Jarvan 4 at the top side. Wukong is going to start on the red buff also on the bottom side.
I have to correct myself. I accidentally said it's going to be a Gragas juggle. I mean, that's going to be a Gragas mid, which you'll be seeing from Chasing Dreams. However, I guess he's not going to have the best early game because that's an Akali. That is going to, once she reaches level 2, you're going to be seeing a lot of shuriken flip and 5-point size. Hopefully, Motivate will be able to survive through that. Now you have Pool being able to proc the weak points of Level J. It wasn't that much of a crazy start compared to game number 1, but I guess it's just Chasing Dreams going through with their adjustments.
Yes, I really want to watch this top lane right now. Look at that. Fiora is being pummeled right now by Devil J. Cool is doing a lot of damage, taking a lot of damage here on the mid side. A little trades right here, but everyone is going to be A-okay at this point. Important thing to note, at the top side, Bull already took the fruit right there. So this is Devil J's lane at this point. At the bottom side, pretty even also, as Jarvan 4 is going to be taking the Rift Scuttler for himself. Wukong is going to take the Rift Scuttler too, so pretty even still at 1 minute and 30 seconds in.
Yeah. Okay, so it is a pretty steady start for the side of DR Esports here. Although Chasing Dreams, they do have quite a significant goal lead. DR Esports again up on 1 game. That is going to be Chasing Dreams trying to chase out Devil J. So Devil J is their dream, just kidding. But yeah, Pool is just gonna focus on clearing out the wave. Could get the third if they want to. Wukong could just make his way up at Baron and help Pool with the third takedown. It is gonna be 6 or 7 seconds before Devil J is gonna go back to his lane. But looks like they're gonna opt with their recall. That is even a silence coming. We have the flashy play coming in from Edap, and that is gonna be a good buy for the ADC. But if he was able to survive, that is gonna be in courtesy of this Tommy. But first of all, going over to Akali. On top of that, he was able to get another kill. The second kill going over to Jin as he gets flashed out coming out from Dragon, but coverage up into this Wukong would be enough. It is gonna be a yes because they were able to take down Ita.
Yes, what was that from DR Esports? They were very good at that point, but the rotation from the Gragas spelled disaster for the DR Esports aggression. They were in a very good position at that point. I love the rotation that Gragas did right there, evening things out, 2-2 on the board. The gold is pretty even at this point, but this is going to be very interesting. We're already entering the 3-minute mark of the game. It is Chasing Dreams who really want to get priority onto this top side, because I think they're gonna go for a Rift Herald with their lineup. They have the Wukong and they have the what do you call this? They have the Fiora. So those are two champions that will really want to push. If they have their the Rift Herald in their pockets, that's gonna be a very very good situation for them, as they are gonna be destroying this turrets very fast.
Yeah, now that it's in the gospel, just being very conservative, don't have Sirach for the heal, for the sustain. So there's gonna be a lot of extended team fights basically for
True.
DR Esports. I just have to make sure that season used to be able to survive that. You have the force octopus and connecting, but again, just some pokes here and there, but the pokes here at the Byron lane, that's be cool trying to do that against Devil J.
Go.
Devil J now very, very low. His life is blinking, but looks like that is not gonna be a flash used by Cool. He would want to reserve his summoner spells as earlier on and just focus on stopping Devil J from snowballing.
Yeah, definitely. I thought Devil J was gonna go back home with the TP, but seeing that Fiora has priority and is gonna be pressuring the top side, Devil J will cancel his TP. So this is gonna be very interesting. Devil J is gonna go for it, and here's a fight.
Jump in, stuns connecting. Now you have Riven going in with that flash. Will be enough. That is to be a flash out from Cool. That was too close for comfort, but a lot of spicy movements here up top of the Baron lane. Just goes to show how well the skills of these two players are. But still, the casualties still 2-2 on the scoreboard. But this is going to be Dear Esports having first dibs at the Dragon Tribe already available for Cool. You have Akali with the perfect execution. You also have the Akubus on team top. Then is going to connect, but that's going to be Dear Esports jumping in. Nadolin is going to connect, but it's not going to be enough. We also have the exhaust being used. They are being taken down. Now you have the 5-point strike coming in from Akali, but that is going to be the curtain call coming through from Jin. It is going to be cancelled by the Flora, and now Gospel forced to jump back as to be wrong, flashing up. Here comes Riven. That is to be Soraka saying goodbye, but here comes Double J. Will they be able to go to trade? That is going to be a no.
It will be a 2-for-nothing trade in favor of Chasing Dreams. I thought Chasing Dreams were already in a very bad position. The dragon was almost taken by DR Esports, but they entered with the right angle, with the right plan, and they were able to take down two champions. And because of that, DR Esports are already down. They do not have priority on the dragon, but hold that thought, they are going to go for round 2. Dragon is already half HP down.
Yeah, looks like they are just gonna focus on this strike. Red team has secured the dragon. Here comes the roots coming through from this pin. That is gonna be the battle, but it's not gonna be enough. Dragon has been taken for the men in red. Now they could try and hunt for one more kill, but looks like they're making their way up at the Herald. Chasing Dreams, they need to stop, they need to contest this. Devil J is alone. Looks like DR Esports, they want to run this 4-1 composition. If Hell is already up, Full being able to take on the turret, flag is connecting, knockups up, knockup for days. Full tried to survey his way out of there. Now you have the silence coming through. He is really rooted as well. You also have the shroud coming through from the Sakali. Jump in, auto attack, 5-4 strike, goodbye Fiora.
Yes, that with a good kite right there by Rox, really. But yeah, this is Chasing Dreams taking 2 turrets down. So that's very good for them at the very least, even if they lost one champion. But here at the bottom side, Devil J will go for a split push himself. 6 minutes and 50 seconds in. It's going to be a 2-1 turret count. Rift Herald is going to be next in the menu, and I think this is going to be a fight for this Herald. Herald is already very low. DR Esports will decide to not engage, and they will give this one to Chasing Dreams.
Yeah, they just have to go. Chasing Dreams though does have the turret takedown advantage. On top of that, the Rift Herald, so they can translate this to more gold, and they could just widen their area into the map. Now you have Edup though. Not sure if he's going to be able to duke it out against Gragas, but looks like he's just going to play this one out, saving 5 points. Has been popped. Well, he still has perfect execution, but I think he's going to reserve that to actual team fights. Cool, still holding his ground at the Baron lane. Devil J did not come in there just yet though. So now it's going to be 5-5 on the scoreboard. The gold lead in favor of no one because it's dead even right now. That's how good Chasing Dreams is this time around. Here, Esports. Jin is ultra late game champion.
Right.
So Gospel needs to scale up until the 10 minute at level 10, I guess, if he can hold up just fine. That's basically the safe net for DR
Uh-oh.
Esport in the late game. But let's see if Motivate will be caught out here. No, no, okay. He does have the explosive cast. He's not gonna use it just yet. Fiora still up top, making sure that Devil J will not be able to join his teammates. Now you have Shino and Ryu Jin trying to get this third, but they were spot out by E. That is gonna be wow, the damage was quite a problem, but Shino was able to rocket jump her way to safety.
A little note right here, good itemization already by Kome right here on the Nami. They know that there's an Akali on the opposing side, so she went for the Twin Shadows in case Akali will opt for Shroud right there. But bottom side is going to be pressured right here. Rift Herald is going to be summoned. But I think there's going to be a fight, no?
Yes, no, maybe, but I guess that's it's just maybe chasing dreams. They do not want to take the risk. So they saw the curtain fall. They saw the repel being able to take the turn that has to be AOT, but Devil J being boxed by 3 champions. Talk about the knockoff. Sustain is going to be there, but he does get firsted down just as quickly. Here, Esports, you only have 4 champions for the next 20 seconds. Chasing Dreams, they could still push through with this, honestly. However, next Drake is going to be up in 25 seconds. Dear Esports, they're not having the good start that they wanted.
Let's see if this will change. Oh, that is gonna be the Fiora erased just like that in front of us. But yeah, Chasing Dreams, what's going good for them at this point of the game is that they were able to take down 3 turrets already compared to just 1 on DR Esports. But DR Esports will go aggressive this time. They have the Mountain Drake in their eyes, and here comes Chasing Dreams, and I think there's gonna be a fight.
Mountain Drake already spawned. You have Chasing Dreams lurking at the side. Their Esports, they could secure the Dragon. That is maybe the optimism not connecting. Twilight, no, the Shuriken Flip not gonna connect as well. I was about to say Twilight Shroud. But now, let's maybe their Esports, they got the Dragon, they have the shields. Let's try and convert this to objectives. Dragon Drake already available. Devil J gonna focus on the trip, but that's because they're connecting onto no one. Titans are gonna come through. Who's gonna come through as well? But looks like no fights coming in from DR Esports. They know that they should wait up until the late game before they try and make things happen. Chasing Dreams, in retrospect, they want to end the game ASAP.
Definitely, that is what they want to do. But look at that. The Dragon is already taken. 2 dragons is already taken by DR Esports, and that is going to be very bad for them in the late game. This will pressure Chasing Dreams once again to really push the issue. They really want to take fights at this point of the game, but DR Esports not giving it to them. And now we are even on the kill count, 6-6 on the board. And even though Chasing Dreams has 3 thirds down in favor of them over 1 on DR Esports, the gold is just at a 1k gold lead. So DR Esports are this is falling to DR Esports plan at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely left to struggle now. Cool is gonna try to duke it out against Devil J again. You have Gospel making his way up at the Baron lane. Was able to get vision. They could try and dive on Victor, but that is maybe a flash in for this J4. You also have the Grand Challenge being popped in there. Now you have the Roots coming through. Cool in the middle of everything. That's the Gospel being taken down. Devil J is burning. Will the kill come through? That's to be a no, but you know what? Akali being able to get 2 kills before he does get taken down for himself. You also have Phoenix be going over the J4. That is going to be a 3-2 in favor of Chasing Dreams. A shot down on Akali. A lot of gold going over to Motivate.
Yeah, DR Esports, they weren't expecting the backup coming that fast from Chasing Dreams, and because of that, they lost 3 champions. Chasing Dreams will be happy taking a 2-for-3 trade right here. Let's see if they can capitalize on that. They are not going to be able to get something out of it, but they're still going to be very happy with that take. And at this point, it is 10-8 on the board with that mishap from DR Esports. The waves are pushing in from both sides, top and bottom, on the onto DR Esports side, so they will just have to figure this out for now.
I guess so far this Jin pick is not a good pickup. Just the
Uh-uh.
idea was, it was Jin is kind of like Baron.
Right.
Tight in the back line. He has an immense amount of range, has an
Mhm.
obnoxious amount of damage even in the late game. Problem is, chasing games, they like their early game. That's why
Mhm.
they were able to dive time and time again. And they have a J4. If you rather you have a Wukong, if you have a Wukong, you're gonna have to jump in with a Cyclone. Just go with the clones to confuse him as well. So it was just a lot of things going over in their favor. On top of that, Pool was able to keep Devil J at bay. You also have one form of disengage, courtesy of the explosive cast from this Gaga. Shino still waiting to reach that level 15. Level 13, just so you know, he can ramp up damage, but you also have Kome, good tidal waves, good ebb and flows, just able to support and sustain Chasing Dream.
I want to add up to that. I think, yeah, Gospel on the Jin is starting to fall off. Remember, we have the Nami. Whenever Jin sends out the ultimate, Nami can always cancel that. And we have the Wukong who can always dive to the backlines to cancel Jin's ultimate. So that's a big power out. But hold that thought, there's going to be fight.
He's connecting on to the ultimate from Jin being shot down onto Gagas. Here comes DR Esports. They are going to jump in. They were able to isolate his new and you have so much damage coming out of their team. That is going to be Akali using perfect execution to penetrate the back line. Is it going to be enough? Or is it going to be a no? Motivate is the only one to be taken down in that skirmish. Clouded already up. DR Esports, they can get this or they can pick a fight if ever Chasing Dreams would like to initiate. You do not have tidal wave. Things going over the map. Your esports, after getting the Cloud Dragon, they could go over to Baron or they could just get one mid-lane turret.
That's definitely another Globe Dragon Slayer moment courtesy of DR Esports, and that's 3 dragons buff in their pockets. That is crazy at this point. Chasing Dreams will have to push for their win condition. Right now, they're doing good with the pressure of Fiora split pushing on the side, but I love what DR Esports are doing. They know that the dragon is gonna be coming up in any second now, so they try to look for a pickoff, and they were able to take a good fight on the mid side, making the game in favor. Turning things into their favor, even if they were already down in the game. They're still down in this game, but it feels like DR Esports are in control at this point. What at this point, Chasing Dreams, they will have to capitalize on the Fiora pressure and then try to take a 4v4 fight instead. That they will have a better chance knowing that Jin will be very, very ineffective in the team fights. Let's see if they are going to be able to do that. Here's going to be a fight.
Best crush, but I don't think that's a perfect target to actually surprise. Now you have to have a big coming to connect on to but Rapids going over this Wukong. He's for the person to actually get taken down, but here comes Akali with the cleanup. You are using your ultimate, but as your esports just falling back. Grand challenge has been popped. They used 4 ultimates in that skirmish, whereas DR Esports, they only were able to pop 3. Now they are in prime position to get this Baron. Perfect execution his way in, dashing out, but that is going to be enough being able to flash out. You also have the cast coming through for this Gragas. Trigger flip is going to be used just so he can dodge the possible damage. And Ida still alive.
Yes, that's how annoying the Shroud is. Edaf was already in a bad position but was still able to look for an opening for an escape. The Twin Shadow was not available for the Nami during that time, so they are going to be letting a good kill away instead. And DR Esports will be able to capitalize on the misses, and they will take the mid turret down. 16 minutes and 30 seconds in. It is still a 2k gold lead on the side of Chasing Dreams, but at this point, it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, also, all of the dragons were actually secured by DR Esports.
True.
Now they're slowly turtling their way into the late game, which again is basically their lineup's win conditions. They're slowly closing in on the gold gap. It's almost 17 minutes.
Sure.
And a lot can happen at this point. Baron, though, is still up for grabs. I like how DR Esports, they just keep on prioritizing these buffs for their team. Gospel is going to be a problem later when he reaches level 15. If you're gonna check the item, he does have quite the damage. I guess he is just in charge of rooting people, and then Akali just burst everyone down. Also already has the Rabadon, already has Lich Babe, also has that Hourglass to be the safety net if ever she's gonna be boxed in, which we did see earlier on. She was boxed in. She did pop that Hourglass. but she was able to survive. A lot of resources and skills were used onto her. Now you have Adolf jumping in with the flag and drag. No target is there though. Here Esports, this was a good zone, but now Chasing Dreams slowly making their way into the Baron area. Looks like they don't want to go in a trade. They want to fight. Now you have the Cataclysm coming. You also have this very good first move, but it does get cancelled. That is Sticky Gragas being taken down. Also, you have the red to be able to get Baron. Coming in for this Wukong. Come in, flash in. Will be not to be a yes because he does get taken down. He was able to take down J4, but at the expense of his very own life. A shutdown onto Wukong. It is a 1-2 in favor of DR Esports.
I believe that's a 2-for-2. Pretty even trade right there. But yeah, this DR Esports favoring that fight because they have the Baron buff already. And with the Baron buff, they're much stronger in the next coming team fights. And remember, look at the map. The Infernal Elder Drake is going to be available. So scrap pushing. Everyone wants to take this for them. DR Esports will have a very good advantage at this point. If they get this one, it is going to be very hard for Chasing Dreams to get back into this game. Right now, the window for Chasing Dreams, their split push composition, their what do you call this? Win condition is already starting to shut down. So their only chance at this part of the game is going to be their Tristana. So they really wanted this Tristana to really come online to help them a lot in the team fight. So far, it's Chasing Dream is able to hold off DR Esports, but the Dragon, I think, is going to be the X factor in the next coming team fights. Tensions are starting to go high. DR ETAF will spot everyone in, and I think they're going to go for a fight right here. So there it is. It's a start, man.
Does get knocked up airborne. You also have the curtain call being popped by Gospel in the back line. Was able to zone Chasing Dreams out. Looking at the Baron lane, you have Devil J pushing over the split push. He does have GA.
1v1.
So we'll be able to pop this one. Now that it's being no, but at least the weak point has been popped. Now you have the clone coming through from this Wukong. That's going to put the belt out, but that's going to be the Cataclysm locking him down in. I believe it's going to connect onto 3, but now he's still going to get first down by this Akali. Akali does get taken down by this time now, but you know what? Their esports, they are still storming into the faces of Chasing Dreams. Now, Chasing Dreams, they had no choice but take a step back, leaving the Elder Infernal Drake to DR Esports. Unless they wanna heal, and I believe they should. No, okay,
Yes.
DR Esports, they just want to play it out safely. Let go of the dragon. We don't want Chasing Dreams to steal this one. So it's back to a quiet path.
Alright, round 2.
It's 4 nice beating pass, connecting on to one as in top. You also have for being taken down. You have the rocket jump coming through for this Tristana, being able to burst down rocks. Then you have the duel. He is on the third Gospel. Will he be able to get this one? Is the B a yes? No, maybe. Kites coming through. Killing Spree going over to Jin. Now you have Devil J going in the split push. Things going over at the map. They want to try and go with the steal. Ultimate is available. TP is coming through. Stuns are connecting. Flash being used. Blue team was able to get the Elder Infernal Dragon. Now you have the ultimate coming through again. Graga saying goodbye. Now a shutdown on the Tristana. Gold going over to Akali. Baron gonna be up in 20 seconds. DR Esports, they still want to hunt.
Yes, they're going for a hunt. They're gonna go for the bottom third. At the very least, they get more gold. Their TPs are even coming in for this push at the bottom side because they know there are only 2 champions here on Chasing Dreams. I want to break down the fight, but I think there's going to be a battle right here at the bottom side. Yuko, go!
We're connecting on to 4, but it's not going to be enough. On to 5 actually. But you know what, the Esports, they don't care. They're going all in. They want the Nexus. The damage is definitely there. You have the heals coming through from rocks, and it is going to be DR Esports being able to win their series with a 2-0. You look at the it's a cute skin. Oh, whoa. Okay, that was them saying, hey, one of us is asleep, but we still won the game. How about that?
A little BM right there. But take a bow, boys. You deserve it. DR Esports will win this one in another convincing fashion, another 2-0 over Chasing Dreams. I really wanted to break down the last fights. It was looking good for Chasing Dreams. They even got, in the end of that fight, they even got the Elder Drake, but it cost them a lot. But that was the second round of the fight. And the first round of the fight, it was a 1-for-1 trade. But, hold that thought, We'll break down more at the post fights as we go for the stats of this game. EDAF with the 3-8, 3, and 5 on the board will get the MVP of this game. I would say that was well deserved. The cleanups by the Akali and even being able to really hold off the split pushes and being able to get into the backlines when it really mattered. It really did it for DR Esports. Well played by Chasing Dreams. SVP is going to be on Ryujin. We saw so many controls on the Cyclone. That was very helpful for Chasing Dreams, but in the end, they fell short, and hopefully they come back stronger in the next coming days. But this time, it is going to be DR Esports who is going to be celebrating.
Yeah, and that's a 5-man teleport from DR Esports towards the late game. They really just want to push through with the lead that they had. Honestly, Chasing Dreams, their win condition was just, they just have to kite, give the space to Sana, make sure Motivate will be there to front line, and make sure Ryujin jumps in. Well, what happened was he did jump in, but sadly there was no follow-up. So let's take a step back and look back into game number 2, because here are the Oppo A94 plays of the game.
Yes, this was in the early game, 1-2 on the board still at this point. Good dive in by Jarvan4. That was a 4-man dive on the bottom side, but it bit them in return. Here is the first dragon take right here. DR Esports went in for the kills, but they were being punished. Here it is. The Jhin is taking a lot of damage. She should fall down right here. That's Soraka, and there it is. That's the dragon take taken by DR Esports. Remember, they were able to take 3 dragons right here in this game. This is a good pick off right here. Onto the Fiora. So Riven goes down, and that was very good for Chasing Dreams. It was looking good for them in the early parts of the game. Even in the last game, they were. It was a very close game nonetheless. Here, Riven will will look for an exit, and she will be able to. Akali will be able to. It's gonna go down at that point. Here, the tidal wave will be hitting the Jarvan4. Jarvan4 goes down that fight. Baron is going to be focused right here, but the turn will be coming right here. And that is the Jhin being focused by Fiora. And that was basically the story of the team fights, but it was a close one.
Yeah, and overall, summarize it, Chasing Dreams, they had a good start. It just so happened that DR Esports was able to prolong the game. Win condition, again, reached the late game.
Right.
Akali, this EDAF is making a lot of things happen in that finish. It was so good. And this small outplay actually by Jhin was pretty good. This is where his kit shined, basically.
Right.
And this is the 5-man teleport, tidal waves coming through. It was GG's at this point, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Chasing Dreams, they would always struggle on closing out this fight. If they ended the game earlier, we could have seen a game number 3, but for game number 2, the master of the match is going to be EDAF on this Akali. We did highlight it earlier. Perfect executions, quality shrouds, 5-point strikes, also have the shuriken flips. His item build hurts a lot. Also has one for a bit of sustain just to get that best.
Yes, definitely well deserved right here by EDAF on the Akali. At the last part of the game, I really thought Chasing Dreams had it. They were going to be able to pull it off. But I like how DR Esports were able to calculate things. They saw that only 2 champions were left, and they were already starting to spawn. They sold their boots and bought TPs. And that's experience. That's this game is really about decision making, especially in the late game. DR Esports really had the upper hand from that point on, and they just capitalized on it. This Akali, there it is. The crystalline reflector was used on the Akali. When she goes in, she is like the Diana already. So that makes her a bit more tanky going into the backlines, and that helped him a lot in getting the master of the match in this game number 2.
And the idea there was J4, yeah, he does get bursted down sometimes, and he does have Cataclysm ready, but his team is just there for cleanup, especially this Akali. Akali, he was basically at a buffet during the late game. 1 5-point strike isn't a huge problem. On top of that, again, you have a Soraka with that wish, with
Right.
that heal. It is going to be a lot of extended team fights. I believe Chasing Dreams could have just kept their distance, but apparently we did not see that happen. Overall, it was a very good game number 2. It was a good adjustment for Chasing Dreams because if you notice, they did take Nami. So they tried to deny Rox's Nami and put
Mhm.
it for themselves. There were a lot of good tidal waves, but most of the time it kind of missed. I mean, wasn't able to slow anyone. So one very crucial in the ultimate down, that's just a go sign for DR Esports to dive right at their faces. And Shana Pick did work a lot. I do see the logic behind it. Sadly, they were just not able to utilize it. Fiora though could have been better. Was able to get some kills here and there, but I did not see a good one for matchup. If they're gonna go with the full on 5v5s, they could have maybe picked someone else.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, DR Esports, my hats off to the Soraka pick. That was a very, very good pick in this in the team comp. Looking at the team comp of the opposing team, the Tristana was going to be trouble for DR Esports. So it's going to be very hard for other supports to really help Akali diving into the backlines, especially with Tristana that can really kite like crazy during team fights. So the Soraka, if ever Akali is in trouble, she can always heal the Akali. That was very useful during the team fights, and that I believe was one of the biggest factor that won them the game.
That was a crazy series in it, but you know what's another crazy thing? The next series, which will happen after we hop into the short break. So we have been your casters. I'm Yuko alongside me is Yorick. We're gonna take a step back, so sit back, relax, and wait for the panel to come back.
drift anywhere. With Globe Prepaid's Riot Go 80 for data and premium bundles. Enjoy exclusive items you can unlock. See ya!
They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving them wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
Welcome back. You're watching the Sea Icon Series PH Fall Season, and DR Esports take the third match of the day, 2-0 against Chasing Dreams. They will be taking home 75,000 Globe Cup points, and DR Esports possibly has my favorite post-game celebration, starting with those little skits that they had over there. That should be fun. I don't know if you guys remember in another Riot game, the post-game celebrations were very, very popular. Indeed, DR Esports might be bringing that over here as well. And let's check out the series highlights as we discuss this, break this down a little bit further. I feel like Chasing Dreams, they did come close. They come very, very close to DR Esports, but I feel like at times, they were maybe a bit too eager, a bit too greedy. But if some small adjustments are made, I feel like, maybe in the future, if they face each other again, they could possibly take this one from DR Esports.
I know what you mean. I feel like they can definitely match up to the mechanical skill that DR Esports has, but I think the biggest difference is definitely the calls. DR Esports are always together as a team.
Yeah.
They're always first to the objectives, and they're able to secure that for themselves, and I think that is also a prime example. Look, 2 dragons already on the side of DR Esports, and Chasing Dreams, again, they did their best trying to keep the gold close, but it is not enough.
Yeah, exactly. Same thoughts as Riku. You saw how DR Esports are rotating around the map. They are moving as a one unit, and you know how aggressive they are because they got the trust of each other, that they know that someone is going to back them up. This time around, we are looking for the Soraka from last week. We're going to get it now under the hands of Rox, which is really affected the game because it was Ed who can really jump in, even Devil J on the skirmishes against School. And at this point, it was just Chasing Dreams. They're having a hard time in terms of taking the objectives because they're letting DR Esports whittle them down. And technically, it was a 4 versus 5, and one has to go home. And at that point, it was a pre-dragon from DR Esports, and no rotations coming in from Chasing Dreams. So I think they need to work on that on that specific part. Also from the PPGL community fans voice Discord room, Berting and of course the other casters also talked about that it was DR Esports in terms of the knowledge of the game or their mental or what do you say the senses that they got, the sixth sense of the gamers. They got that, and Chasing Dreams, it feels like they are still raw. They still need time, and as what we've talked about, the jitters or the honeymoon phase for a new team.
Yeah, I feel
agree as
like
well.
I just want to touch a little bit on the Soraka pick. I just realized, the staff of flowing water suits well, synergizes well with the Soraka because you press R, or rather not press R, you click your ult,
Tap.
and then everybody else pretty much gets the passive of the staff of the flowing water. So ability haste for everybody.
Yes, indeed. And I going back to the Soraka pick, it was rocks on the Soraka.
Roxka.
But of course,
that's good.
the thing with Chasing Dreams is that all of these little mistakes that they had, they're not unfixable. So I suspect that when we see them again, they'll probably be in a lot better shape. Congratulations, though, to DR Esports. They will be taking, again, 75,000 Globe Cup points home, and they will be taking that to 0, advancing further into our leaderboard. Now, of course, we do have our final match of the day, and this is the one, actually, that I've been looking forward to the most. We do have Jamie's Esports versus Omega Esports. I'm looking forward to this the most. I'm looking forward to see both teams for two very different reasons, I have to say. Of course, we have Omega Esports, one of the two returning teams here at the Icon Series for Group C and D. And we have Jamie's Esports, a very new team, but with a lot of attention on them, mostly thanks to their previous name. I feel like we have to acknowledge it. As we check out their team lineup, we have to acknowledge it. This was formerly Aldub Forever. If you are in the Philippines, this was it's a reference to Filipino popular culture over here. But they attracted a lot of attention because of that very memey sort of name. They are now Jamie's Esports, another unusual pick, another unusual name. We have very, very spicy team indeed, according to our production. I do have to agree with that. And of course, these guys over here. Osiris, what do you think about their lineup?
Did you know that 3 days before the registration of the qualifiers, they are looking for a team? And it was first Pago, and then they spoke to Ryuken and Papa Pig just to just a fun team to play with. And then there comes in Lyra, and most of them are just racking up some ranked games. So far, it has been Jether, if I'm not mistaken, Ter. Is the one who's playing under PUP, Pylon Esports of Acad which is also a Globe-sponsored tournament in Wild Rift. Also, he is a former League of Legends PC player who's active to Timo Cups and other tournaments, amateur tournaments. So I think there's still another new team who's going to face a veteran team. So this might be a tall order for them, but they have what it takes because they are here.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting for them, considering that, just as you mentioned, Osiris, this is a very fresh team with a couple of experiences from League PC. So I'm curious how they will match up against Omega, considering that they were 4th place last season.
Indeed. Jamie's Esports, they do have a lot of experience in community tournaments as well, I think. And this is kind of like a baptism of fire for them because, wow, first match into the Icon Series. And who do you have? You're facing Omega. You're facing Omega Esports over here. And, still one of the strongest teams here in the fall season. And now, I feel like they're even better. They now have Horizon, formerly of Next Play Esports on their side. And they have BlazeHawks from Alliance as their coach as well. I mean, guys, what do you think this new version of Omega is going to look like? Oh, and look at that, flexing the jackets. Check that out, flexing the jackets on their team lineup right there. We'll start with you, Osiris.
Yeah, I mean, no, not a big of a question, not stranger into the Rift. This is the undefeated South that we dub them because they got what it takes really to take down bigger teams, and the jackets are really looking good, especially with JLC. But having Horizon as one of their Baron laner, it feels like there are more flexibility, more versatility in terms of the choices, because Horizon is a bit more of the carry-centric type of Baron laner, as to JLC is a bit of a consistency, staticky type of champions such as Garen, Singe, and we're gonna see again, of course, the John Lloyd consistent as we
Yeah,
as
that's
we
right.
yeah, we saw him over and over again trying to zone everyone out, and impressive as the Phantom Thief. And I mean, everybody is really functioning when it comes to Omega.
Yeah, this is a very, very solid team. We're talking about years and years of experience from League PC and then transitioning it over here at Wild Rift Esports. Again, just as Osiris has mentioned, all lanes are covered. All are
Yeah.
stars in Omega's roster.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this new version of Omega come in. I'm excited to see Jamie's Esports as well. I think things are gonna get hot and spicy and very chili garlic indeed. I can't get over it. I can't get over it. I love chili garlic. You guys can let us know if you love chili garlic as well. If you're cheering for Jamie's Esports, and if you're wondering who Jamie is exactly, or if you're eager to see the new and improved Omega, strut their stuff over here in the fall season, let us know your comments and reactions. Just head on over to Twitter, and of course use the hashtags #SeeIconSeriesPH and #DominateTheRift. You can also head on over to the PPGL Discord server where we are hanging out, and I believe we have our PH casters entertaining everybody in the fans voice room. Shout out to everybody there. This should be a very exciting match indeed. I need to ask you guys, which way is it gonna go? I mean, this kind of feels like it's a given, but part of me wants Jamie's Esports to pull through.
It's tough for sure. Maybe one game. So I'm gonna go for 2-1. Of course, in favor of Omega. They have a lot of experience. They were just they had a phenomenal performance in the South Luzon group stages. So there's my answer. 2-1 in favor of Omega.
Well, wanted to go, of course, from Jamie's because of the garlic and the spicy vinegar, but that Omega. I mean, there's a reason why they are being called as the Omega of the tournament, and still, we may not see Horizon as of now, but JLC is still out there firing full cylinders. It will be Omega 2-0.
Yeah, and like I wasn't gonna say, Osiris, you're working hard now for that chili garlic, huh?
No.
No more jerseys. Now he wants to work hard for chili garlic, but no, I mean, I also think, part of me wants Jamie's Esports to pull through, definitely, because we love an underdog story here, and I feel like this is probably gonna be the best one since the summer season if Jamie's Esports can pull through. But I do think Omega, they were already great during the summer season. They look really good. They are in our top 3 right now, top 3 teams, and they are armed with even more experience coming in from PlaySox, and then we have Horizon as well somewhere in the roster. So I think this is going to be a 2-0 in favor of Omega Esports. But Jamie's Esports, I'm kind of rooting for you. Yes, let's do it. I don't know. There's just something about this team. There's just so much personality in this team, and we haven't even seen them play yet. We are just about to, as we get into the final match of this day. This is it. It's Jamie's Esports versus Omega Esports. Let's jump into the rift.
Minions have spawned.
All right, here we go. Series number 4 of week number 2, and we are all fired up right now to start the fight. Good evening, everyone. This is Yorick, and with me is my friend Autolus. My friend, big names we have here. Please take us through what is coming up.
Whew. All right, so this is going to be a very exciting game. I just tweeted that I'm so honored, so excited to cast this game. First off, Jamie's Esports, totally new, right? So when we're talking about their roster, 2 of their players are actually rookies when it comes to professional scene, right? They were scouted from ranked games. So yes, during the 3rd match, it was chasing dreams, right? But if you're going to ask me, dreams can really happen because Jamie's Esports was able to, push through it and get a roster of 5 with 2 of them, 2 of them being rookies, I would say. And on the other hand, we have Omega Esports, right? Omega Esports has been very solid during the summer season, as Panel would say. And now they have very interesting additions, right? So they already have their former rival, Horizon from the NXP squad. Yeah.
Joining
that's
them,
their
6th man.
6 man. I'm actually eager to see him as well on Omega. And they also have reinforced their support staff.
Right.
They now have a coach, Clay Sox, Hungry from Singapore Icon Series, has been raving about this person's ability to really analyze the game, strict about the timers, and can really push Omega Esports to the next level. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring, especially this is going to be the first game for 2.4.
Yes, definitely. I wanna shout out to your Twitter first. You mentioned that earlier. You tweeted about the game. Guys, if you want to get better in the game, check out Autolus Twitter right here. He gives us so many information about the game. Even the new itemization right now, if you want to know more about it, check out his Twitter. It's a treasure chest right there. Anyways, yes, that is going to be very interesting for Omega Esports. I love the changes. They already reached a certain level of greatest in Wild Rift, but it really didn't give them the championship that they really wanted. And you always know that what got you to a certain place will not take you there. So basically, you will look for something that you lack, and there it is. You got a new 6th man. Imagine having Horizon, one of the well-known player here in the country, as your 6th man. That tells us a lot about the depth of your lineup right there. And getting a coach who is as hungry as the players, that will really take them to a different level. We will see how good they are in this next game that we are going to be watching. Jamie's Esports, they will have a very, very big mountain in front of them. They still have a lot of things to prove. If ever they defeat Omega Esports, that's gonna tell a lot about Jamie's Esports. We want to know more about what these guys can do.
Yeah, but really the positive thing about Jamie's Esports, when we did a couple of interviews with them, they said that there are only 2 possible outcomes for them, right? It's either they win or they learn. So I really love the mentality of Jamie's Esports heading into any matchup. Definitely an underdog if you're going to ask me, especially against Omega Esports. But with patch 2.4 and with only 2 days of preparation, of so many things to think about, I would say everyone has a chance, right? So we saw 3 games during our match 2. Yes, match 1 and match 3 only went for 2 games, but you could see that everyone really has a fight to win a game anytime. I mean, I'm just so excited to see what's going to happen here in match number 4 because there has been so many strategies that has been employed earlier. Feels like Riven has now bumped up his priority levels. We saw in the previous match during the DR Esports match that, Riven is actually first pick worthy. And looking at Omega Esports, I'm seeing a Riven player, and it's not in the Baron lane, it's not in the mid lane, but it's in the jungle. Last season, Impressive was actually, I think, the MVP of group stages. I would dub him as the MVP of the group stages because during the group stages, he really, really did well. So with a coach that will allow him to play more to his strengths, and with Riven, also an aggressive jungler that really fits the bill for him, I'm just excited to see it. I just hope it won't get banned so that we will see impressive Riven.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be banned, right? But yeah, Riven has just been enabled by the new item, Navori Quick Blades. Yes, that was the best item for her. Basically, Riven just during her power spike sends out a lot of skills, and it is crazy damage output when she has that power spike. So yeah, Riven has really climbed into the tiers when it comes to pickups. Very deep right now. The good thing that Jamie's Esports has right now is in Wild Rift, we know that there are underdogs that can still rise. The game's still very, very new, and we've seen that time and time again. RRQ coming on top on their group stages, right? Going up against very big names like Team Secret and others, and they were able to really surprise us. So Jamie's Esports, in this Wild Rift game, one thing I know for sure, there is always a good chance for new teams to really shine.
Oh, of course. This is definitely something, that we cannot call until we see it. When we talk about Jamie's Esports, just their story is something to behold already, right? So when we talk about their, Osiris did discuss this, their history heading into the qualifiers, 3 days before the qualifiers, the team hasn't been anything yet, right? It was just 2 players, and then, you know what? Hey, buddy, are you free? that's the thing about Jamie's Esports. And to me, having qualified, if not on the second day of qualifiers or third day of qualifiers, just speaks volume to what this team can bring. Maybe they really are, if they would continue to win a couple of games, maybe they are the dark horse that we're waiting for the fall season. Then again, it's too hard. It's too difficult. Man,
Going up against Omega right now, you mentioned the dark horse possibility. If they win this will start Cinderella story. Hopefully they finish it. But reminiscing to OG, a very good team, one of my favorite teams. They started like that, but so it is possible for a team who just assembled even a few days before the big tournaments to really shine. In being able to really qualify 2 days preparation for the qualifiers, that's a very big feat already. That's a win right there for Jamie's Esports. Let's see if they can continue their story here in game number 1, series number 4 of day 2.
That's right. So, and on the other hand, we have Omega Esports, right? When we talk about Clay Sox as a head coach, I was told by Hungry that he is very specific when it comes to matchups and when it comes to champion selection or the draft, right? Also included that the timers, right? We have a fresh set of rules, I would say, in this patch 2.4 game that we have, that the Rift Herald and the Dragon does now spawn at the same time. Glaysox, from what I hear, is willing to trade a couple of dragons in place of something better, right? And with Rift Herald being, I think, a more optimal option now at 4 minutes when compared to the other dragons. I won't name the dragons. I don't want to be super confident, controversial when it comes to hierarchy of dragons. All I know is that Infernal Dragon is at the top, and then the rest is up for debate.
I would say second is the Cloud Drake, but it is up for discussion up there. But yeah, Infernal Drake at the top. I will not
too difficult to call,
debating that.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're heading into the draft here.
Yes, this is the Champ Select by Riot Go. The bans are already here. Interesting bans right here from Omega Esports. They're going to be banning Kha'Zix and the Braum. The Gragas is going to be there. We have Galio, Camille, and Lucian on the side of Jamie's Esports. What do you think about the bans so far?
Right, so this is an interesting ban. Maybe it's a target ban on Lyra. Maybe Omega Esports really did their homework and said that, hey, you know what? Lyra could be deadly on that Kha'Zix, because this, I think, is very rare to be banned. Now we see
Nasus.
Who let the dogs out? It's Lyra and Jamie's Esports. Oh, okay, all right. I see you guys. I see you.
All right, good job, guys, for steering Audaloo's mind right here. What do you think they are up to, Jamie's Esports, man?
Alright, so Nasus, when we talk about Nasus, it's a very reliable tank, infinitely scales due to his passive and his siphoning strike. But more than that, he can influence, I would say, it's very difficult, right? Because you would say that he's a duelist. But more than that, I'm not 100% sure if this is going to push through because we're just receiving an information right now that we are up for something else and we're going for a quick remake. So no dogs at the moment. I'm afraid. Oh, I hope it will push through though.
I guess that was a disconnect and then an auto pick by the system because Nasus in this meta, I'm not really sure.
Because almost everything about the items that we have here in patch 2.4 speaks AD, right? Spread those tanks. You have a lot of items that has boosted the damage capability of our marksmen, and yet you're going to pick Nasus. Maybe, I don't know, I'm willing to be proven wrong, or maybe I'm willing to be enlightened if it really does go push through, because it's just so exciting to see.
Sure. Then when we saw the reaction of Omega Esports right there when they saw the Nasus pick, they went for the Riven right away. That's a very, very hard counter on the Nasus.
That's true.
Riven can always shred Nasus down. So that was I'm glad that wasn't the pick of Jamie's Esports.
Because Nasus in general, you can counter those champions that goes for auto attacks, right? But when we talk about Riven, his stacking of first skill will not really be interrupted that much by a Wither by Nasus. So you could say that if Riven gets enough damage items, he can go 1v1 against, Nasus in general. I don't think it will push through though, since we're calling for a remake. You know what's not for remake? It is our sponsor, right? And Globe, with this new promo that they have, Leoric.
Right.
And I haven't tried it yet, but I will try it definitely on Monday because I'm planning to go out. I'm going to load some Globe load and get myself some champions unlocked because, if you subscribe to Riot Go, you will be able to unlock those champions as well as get data for, I think, for 3 days or for 5 days or for 7 days. Depends on the plan.
True. We were talking about overpowered picks, OPs. There is now such a thing as an OP package for our load. And that's the right goal, man. Getting 15 champions almost unlocks every champions that you really want in the game, and that gives you so much versatility in the game. And mind you, the champions that are going to be unlocked is going to be available in the ranked fights. So that speaks a lot for that package.
That's true, right? A lot of our players have been, I would say, struggling in getting their champions completed. You know what? There is actually an easy way out. Just subscribe to a plan and you could enjoy the benefits. It's not just, from what I saw, right? It's not just champions being unlocked. There are also other benefits. And again, there is still this data that you can use to browse through websites for guides, or for Twitter accounts, right? Leora, do you already have a Twitter account?
Yeah, I have a Twitter account, but I'm not really active in Twitter. I'm more active in Facebook.
All right.
More active in Facebook and in YouTube. So I have my own YouTube for guides. But anyways, this is not about that.
It's all about that, actually. It's all about Wildlife right now. If you want to join the discussion, just hop on Twitter. You can tag me or tag Leoric or any of the talents. If you actually want to interact with us, feel like, it's a live event. We are also hanging out on Discord, PPGL Discord. More often than not, we entertain questions about the games, and there are also guests. Last week, it was Stronger from Omega Esports that did join us and discuss with us what was happening through the game. So it was actually a very fun experience. So to the fans out there, if you can, hop on, join us in the PPGL Discord channel, be very much appreciated. We will welcome you with both arms. We will entertain whatever questions you may have.
Yes, definitely. Earlier, with the remake, I saw something that Eve picked. So I'm not really sure if they really gonna go for that.
Not first pick worthy, I would say, because it opens yourself to a lot of counter picks.
Right, true.
Not priority level, I would say, for this particular meta. We know what happened with Evelyn, the series of nerfs, but more than that, if you're going to open your book just like that Evelyn for a first pick, it will be open to counters, right? You could pick up Twisted Fate, you could pick up, the direct counters. Why Twisted Fate? Because you pop the Destiny, you should see where Evelyn is coming from, right? Similar concept with Rengar. Another possible counter, I would say, are those bursty champions, right? You can go for a Kali and just burst Evelyn out of the rift. So I believe we will have a whole new draft, and in this new draft, I would say Claysox has a tendency to really favor Twisted Fate on his drafts during his stint with Alliance. I saw a rise on his streams practicing Twisted Fate. So maybe we would see Twisted Fate influence the map. I know patch 2.4 is not really an entirely new game, but close to that, right? So a lot of things happen. But still, priority levels and a lot of concepts that we saw during the summer Super Cup or during the summer season can still be translated over to the patch 2.4.
I love that you mentioned about Twisted Fate. I think the global ultimates right now are very, very important.
Always has been, right?
It has been, but with the 2.4 patch, when the Rift Herald, if the Rift Herald is already available and you're able to get it, Twisted Fate can always go to the opposite side and try to defend your side of the turret to avoid a first turret take from the enemy, or it can go for split pushes, right? Galio can always join, and then Twisted Fate can always go in. I think Twisted Fate is very strong right now in this patch. I will not be surprised if ever we will see more Twisted Fate bans in the matches. We are already seeing so many Twisted Fate bans in the previous games. In this game, we are going to be having the same bans, right? I'm not really sure about that, but yeah.
We will see. Because at the end of the day, if it's an entirely new draft, maybe we would see a different set of bans as well. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Twisted Fate in general has been a very influential champion on two possible scenarios, right? You could go for the split push Twisted Fate, or you could be the one grouping with your team and support your split pusher a la RRQ. So RRQ really did make it a signature pick for them, that they would go for the Fiora and have their mid laner Helios go on the Twisted Fate. So what happens when they do it is, whenever there is a duel happening in the Baron side or in the side lanes, the Twisted Fate will just suddenly show up, and the intended 1v1 is now going to be a 2v1 in favor of those with the Twisted Fate. So you're right. I mean, I saw it banned as well against TR Esports. That was actually a target ban against Edaf and Gospel, because both of them do play Twisted Fate. Now, on this particular matchup, I would understand if Jamie's Esports would go and ban the Twisted Fate because of Claysox and Arise.
Yes, definitely. Other champions that are ban worthy right now, we saw the Lucian just really rising up in Wild Rift when the new items came. The Lucian is a monster, so he is a nightmare to really face. So yeah, I guess Lucian it was banned earlier, so we're not gonna be seeing Lucian. On the new items, can I ask you, Aurelus, what is your favorite? I know you've mentioned about the items in your Twitter account already, but we want to see it here live.
There's a lot, right? But from what we saw earlier, we saw the Wild Rift the Wild Rift exclusive item, and that is the Solari Charge Blade, right?
Right.
We saw it being played on almost every game, so maybe it is something for our viewers to really learn upon, because who are we going to copy, right?
The pros.
Well, we have the
definitely.
pro players, and they will be our living proof, I would say. They will be our guide as to
Yeah.
what is to pick up. So Solari Charge Blade has been creeping up. I'm going to ask a lot of the pro players, the coaches, the analysts, so what their thoughts are about this new item. But more than that, I'm actually excited to see Crystalline Reflector. Crystalline
Right.
Reflector as an item has been seen earlier, I think, on 2 occasions or 3 occasions. We have Diana going for Rod of Ages. Second item, Crystalline Reflector. Unfortunately, on the other side, there is a what we call the Shredder, Kaisa. Right, so even if you are too tanky, Kaisa can deal still a lot of amount of
Right.
damage. But still, Crystalline Reflector as an item is a very exciting one because it gives diversity to our AP champions that wants to
Yes.
go tanky.
Yes, definitely. And we are already on the champ selection brought to you by Riot Go, and we have the same bans. Are these the same bans? We still have Kha'Zix, we still have Braum, and then we have the Gragas ban, still Galio, Camille, and then the Lucian. And
okay.
first pick now, this time it's gonna be changing. It's gonna be Darius on the JLC. Twisted Fate is gonna be taken by JV. So we were just talking about that.
Yeah, it's a good deny actually. More than anything, if Twisted Fate goes to the hands of Omega Esports, they can do so much or so much about it, right? About that champion. And now Darius being prioritized by Omega Esports is not really revealing too much. Darius is a very stable champion and goes
Right.
with the playstyle of JLC. JLC's playstyle is very different from Horizon. And when you go JLC, expect that he will go for the tanky champions because, you know, we have to face
And
it.
bruiser
He may
ones,
not be-
right?
He may not outmaneuver or outskill his opponents with his mechanics, but his game sense is second to
Yes.
none.
Definitely, but it's interesting right here. The second pick, they are gonna use it on a Lee Sin, which is not really a power pick, and this enables Omega Esports to really pick the Ziggs. That was big. What do you think about the Lee Sin pick?
Lee Sin in general, again, when we talk about Lyra, we have to remember that this person did actually come from RG roots. So you could say that if there is a champion that can really help you go up top in the ladder boards, it's the Lee Sin, right? So comfort pick, still very good when it comes to skirmishes in the early game. And if you can maximize his utility kit, Dragon's Rage could set up fights, so that's also very good. Now, Arise on the Ziggs is very strong because that's his comfort champion. And just as we mentioned, there you go, Riven, and I think it's going to the hands of Impressive. We will see.
Yes, definitely. What's interesting right here is Jamie's Esports. I think they will go for a possible split push build right here. They have the TF, they have the Lee Sin, so that's a very viable split push. We will know for sure in the game, but I love Omega Esports picks right now. They have the Senna Enabler too as their support.
I'm just in awe, Yorick, because with how that draft went, I initially thought that the Darius is going into the Baron lane,
Right.
and then Ziggs is
Go
going
mid.
onto the mid lane. Now they switch
True.
things up. Jarvan, who's intended for the jungle, is going onto the Baron lane, and we have our request. This is impressive. Fasten your seatbelts because this is going to be an exciting one.
Yes, definitely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to game number 1. Omega Esports on the blue side and Jamie's Esports on the red side. Early game. I think there's going to be a fight off the bat. They are going to be seeing each other right here, but just a drop of the ward onto the blue side. Nothing more on this part of the game. No early game shenanigans, and I think everyone is going to be going to their respective lanes after this wave clear in a minute.
Yeah, and look at JLC, right? Solo in the Dragon lane, getting as much XP as he can because he knows
Wait.
he's going to... Okay.
Wait, at the top. They are going to go for it.
Oh,
Now it's
steal.
going to be the steal right there, and the impressive is going to be successful. No kills, but that's a big deny on the red buff. Well played, Omega.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? When we talk about impressive, expect him to just go aggressive and his teammates will be there to back it up, back him up. And 2v1? Is this even
There it
legal?
Make that 3v1. That is impressive. Surviving so far, but Pego has a gold card, and that is going to be connecting already 4 champions right here onto him.
Oh, no! No!
Goes on top of that wall, and he will get out. Talk about Dukes, man.
Okay, all right. I see you now, Riven. Okay, well, impressive. Riven, in general, he's very mobile, right? Once you have the dash available and once you have the 3 procs after first skill, he can really make, escapes work. But there were so many things that was invested into him during that fight. As we see a fight in the mid lane.
Right. Just a little few trades right here. Darius is going to be okay as Lakan and Lee Sin will try to visit on the mid side. Darius sniffs that out, will be able to survive that one. Omega Esports, they are already on top of this Rift Scuttler, but Jamie's Esports will want to fight for this. Is it going to be a full-blown fight? Let's see. Rakan goes in, but it's going to whiff right there. Ziggs will go for the satchel charge, and yes, it is going to be a fight.
Darius?
At the backside, the Piego taking a lot of damage. Good flank by Darius, and it is going to be first blood on that TF by the Ziggs, and Omega Esports come on top of that fight.
All right, talk about scuttle fights. And that is Arise investing his flash to get that apprehend flash onto already a flash-less champion. Again, we're talking about the aftermath of what Impressive did during that jungle skirmish. He was able to take away so much, and Ryuken on that Akali is solo.
I thought that was going to be a kill right there. I think they're going to be okay. Timelapse doesn't have the... Oh, no! Hold that thought. It's going to be stronger with the Q, and that is going to be enough to take down the Kali, and we have 2-0 on the board. Omega Esports on top of this game right now.
Yeah, sniping. Like, it's just, some other day. All right, okay. So again, the aftermath of the jungle invade that Impressive did, not only was he able to take the red buff, he was also able to take a lot of resources. And from that, they snowballed it into another skirmish in the Scuttle Crab in the Dragon Lane. And during that fight, with all those summoners gone, Omega Esports could just decide that, hey, you know what? It's go time for Arise, Apprehend Flash, and then to add insult to the injury, Omega Esports was even able to get a dual lane kill in the Dragon Lane with Akali going down by Ryuken.
Yes, but this is where things are going to be even more interesting. The next 20 seconds, both objectives, the Dragon and the Rift Herald, is going to be spawning. Let's see how the teams, especially Omega, is going to approach this point of the game.
Well, I would say that it's an Ocean Drake, right? Ocean Drake gives you Vamp. It's very helpful on the Darius because it's very lifesteal dependent. Also very helpful on the Ziggs and Riven. But knowing Omega Esports' priority to end this game really fast, I think they will prioritize the Rift Herald.
True, man. Everyone is already there. The party is at the Rift Herald pit, and it is going to be Omega Esports who will start things off onto the Rift Herald on the mid. A little skirmish right here, but this is where the party is. Rift Herald is already half HP down. TF will send out his ultimate. Riven will... Akali will go for the dive right here, but JLC will be okay. Rift Herald is going to go down in favor of red team. Senna sends out the ultimate. The fight's not done yet, and it is going to be J4 who goes down. Stronger, already very low. Omega Esports is losing this fight, and they will have to back away. Jamie's Esports takes one body down, and they take the Rift Herald as Omega Esports will just opt for the Ocean Drake.
Very well played from Jamie's Esports. They know they have the numbers advantage, and Papa Pig's flank did actually put the exclamation point onto that very good skirmish for them. Now Lyra is even attempting for a steal here.
All right, Lyra is going to be apprehended right here. Is it going to be a turn? Yes, it will just zone out Lyra as Riven will finish the Dragon. That's going to be your Globe Dragon Slain. First streak of the game goes to Omega Esports.
Yeah, one for each, right? We have the Dragon going over to Omega Esports, and we have the Rift Herald going over to Jamie's Esports. Again, I have mentioned that, the vampiric buff that the Ocean Drake does give to Omega Esports team is actually very valuable looking at their composition. But when it comes to tempo, with Omega Esports not drafting a traditional marksman, we have to say that Omega Esports needs to finish this quick and fast and very decisive. Because at the end of the day, you need to have that insurance, and the insurance is on Jamie's Esports side on that 40.
Yes, insurance indeed, but we're going to talk about advantage at this point. Remember, Jamie's Esports has the Rift Herald in their pockets. Remember, first turret is still available. That's a very huge objective to take. So let's see if they can capitalize, create a game plan for this. But here's a 1v1 fight. Here, the boss right now. It's going to get busted right here. But it is going to be Akali who kills the Darius first. But Darius, Arise, will be able to get a kill for himself. So even on the bottom side, but experience does go to Akali. So that's a little win right there by Ryuken.
Okay, and the minion waves are crashing onto the Dragon Lane Tower. I feel like Akali will still be able to get the experience prior to the minions reaching the tower. So yes, overall the advantage goes over to Jamie's Esports. So we'll see if there will be another follow-up. Because if there is a win condition for Jamie's Esports right now, it's to stall this game out, make sure Corky goes online with the perfect timing. Looking at his items right now, it's Muramana being built here, or what that was built, first item for Corky. Very standard when you go for the Dragon Lane role. Arise is still trying to win his lane here.
Yes, but they don't know that Lyra is here shadowing Akali, but Arise will not bite the bait at this point. Wasting Lyra's time, Lyra will have to go back home. But here, Rift Scuttler is being taken by Omega Esports, and I think they will be able to get that one. Oh, hold that thought. I think there's a fight. Nope, there isn't going to be a fight.
Yeah, Jamie's Esports has to split the map, right? You are looking at the Baron side. You see a split push happening by Pego. Pego is just able to, make sure to grab as much attention as he can from Omega Esports, because looking at the composition, if the Jarvan, Riven, Darius, Ziggs, and Senna groups up, you could say that you are in for a lot of AoE damage. So you can split split the map as much as you can. You would, right? Especially now that they still have the Rift Herald in the inventory of Lyra. Expect them to still ride onto this split push thing.
Ooh, spicy things happening here on the bottom side. Arise taking a lot of pokes from that Akali. Wanted to go back home, but we'll have to kill this carriage first before. I think there's going to be creep wave. That's going to be cleared right here. At the top side, though, Rift Herald is going to be used. And with the TF up there. Oh, wait. 1v1 action right here. And Akali does kill one. He gets rooted by Senna, but stronger. Are you strong enough to go for Ryuken? But with the Riven right here, he is now going for the chase, but Ryuken will be a-okay. That's a win by Jamie's Esports on the bottom side.
Yeah, and not just on the bottom side, but we also have the Rift Herald securing the first turret over for the side of Jamie's Esports. So you could say that Jamie's Esports is really well prepared with what's happening right now. Did you see the interaction there, though? During the 1v1 fight by Ryuken and by Arise, there was a ghost that was popped by Stronger just to help secure the vision against Akali. It didn't work though, and we have a
that vault, man. Let's continue that, but the dragon is going to be taken right here by Lee Sin already, but the Lakan will take a brunt of the damage right here. Omega Esports is going to go for the punish. Cataclysm is going to catch two champions. That's bad. Lakan goes down, and they're not done yet. Akali's going to be next target right here. Akali, a little more poke right there. Akali will be low enough, and they will be taking them down. That's going to be two champions dead onto Jamie's Esports side. That was costly for a 2-for-1 trade, but in the end, Jamie's Esports, no, not done yet. They're going to go for the punish. That evens things out, and they got the Mountain Drake. So that is Jamie's win. What a fight by Jamie's Esports.
Yeah, with the dragon being secured for the side of Jamie's Esports, it's going to boost their ability to survive any potential engages from Omega Esports. But in return, Omega Esports did trade it out for a tower in the mid side, which is the most important tower. Looking at the tower count right now, it's in favor of Omega Esports, and Impressive is still currently knocking onto the Baron Tower side.
Yes, definitely. The top turret is already half HP down. Impressive is already off of it. So that will ease the pressure off onto Jamie's Esports. A 2-1 on the third count in favor of Omega Esports, but the gold is very, very close. Less than 1k gold in Omega Esports side. At 11 minutes in, this one's a close game.
Yeah, I'm looking at the distribution of gold, right? Senna is almost 2k ahead of his support rival, I would say. But that's Senna in general. This is also infinitely scaling. And did I mention that they don't have a traditional AD carry? I almost forgot. The Senna actually fits the bill as well.
Right, definitely. But hold that thought, man. Let's talk about the top side right now, as Akali is going to get caught by the Cataclysm, and the damage is going to be enough. Omega Esports takes Akali down, and they take the top turret as their bonus. Bottom side, though, Darius is going to go for the chase onto TF, and they are going to be able to know. Lee Sin is going to be here to protect the TF. TF has a gold card, will connect onto Arise, and Arise will not be able to complete the chase. At the top side, things are getting juicy right here for Omega Esports. JLC, half HP down, will have to back away, and Omega Esports calls for a retreat.
Yeah, that's totally okay. You already got your tower, you already got your kill. No need to be greedy on that one. Just go home, spend your unspent gold, and look for the next match and get another win. Looking at the items right now, Jarvan is just also concentrated on the regen items and on the tanky items. Going for Warmrug's second item. Feels like he does not respect the Akali's burst and Twisted Fate burst because he doesn't have MR, just that normal magic mantle that he has.
But Rakan is going to be caught right here. Will have to grand exit. Starts just to try to survive right there, but here comes Lee Sin. Good kick right there onto the JLC. JLC already very low. It's a rocket right there, but it's going to be tanky enough. The fight's not done yet. Jamie's Esports will want to defend this wave on the mid side, as Omega Esports will go for a retreat. They have to, because there is... Oh, wait. There is the Destiny going to be casted right here. Where will he land? No, that is just for vision purposes right there. 25 seconds. Infernal Drake is going to be spawning.
Yeah, Infernal Dragon is about to spawn. Again, with the resets happening for the side of Jamie's Esports, at least you would say that they have the advantage. Fresh from the shop, I would say, right? But the Vision game is already in favor of Omega Esports, and they're setting something up. You can see that Arise has something in play here. Will someone take the bait, though?
The ward right there is going to be spotting Omega Esports. They know Jamie's Esports. They know that the Dragon is starting. It's already being started right here by the Omega Esports. So they want to contest this Cataclysm. It's going to be right there. Ziggs ultimate. It's not going to be hitting. It's not going to be on point. And it is going to be Senna who goes down first. Good job by Lucy right there. Oh, that is going to be Riven going down. And also the Ziggs. So this is in favor of Jamie's Esports right now. But the Darius is onto the backside, dishing a lot of damage right here. Kite for Jamie's Esports. Lakan is going to be helping JLC right here. But here comes Darius. Why did you go in? And Corky goes down. Only one more champion left right here. Lee Sin is going to be the sole survivor for the team. Lee Sin will opt for the fight, but here comes Arise, and Lee Sin Lera will try to back away. My friend, you need to go back home, but this is not going to be enough. Lee Sin goes down, and good golly, Miss Molly, Jamie's Esports gets obliterated, and Team Omega Esports are they gonna go for the Baron? Yes, they are gonna go for it, and that is their Obo teammates.
Yeah, 5v2, and with only 2 players up here, Ryuken, first one to go down. Will they contest? They are planning to contest.
They are going to go for the contest right here, and Akali is already very low. Time-lapse, very wise status right there, and that is going to be Akali going down once more. Pago is going to try to defend this one out, try to buy time for the team, and he is going to be able to. 2 more champions right here. It's going to be joining the fight from Jamie's Esports, and another teleport coming in. This is going to be a 5v4 right here in favor of Omega Esports role, but their HP bars are already very low. Wow, the Baron is already very low. Let's see. The Senna sends out the ultimate right here. It's a messy fight, but it is going to be blue team. Omega Esports will take that Baron, and here comes the punish onto the Corky. JLC is going to be on the right position for the punish on the Corky. He goes down. Omega Esports comes on top, and it's going to be another Oppo Team Ace by Omega Esports.
Back-to-back ace with the Baron being eaten up alive by Omega Esports. You see so many mechanical outplays being done there by Omega Esports. First off, during the first fight, there was an apprehend that did cancel out the grand exit by Papa Pig. So that's also one thing that you would have to take into consideration. The champions that is currently being used by Omega Esports, especially the Riven, is highly mechanically scalped. I mean, yeah, did I say it right? I think. But yeah, that was the thing, right? On paper, you would say that Omega Esports was not doing the right thing. They were very low, but they know their limits, right? Just pull out the ultimate coming from Sana and impressive positioning to secure that Baron. If there is going to be one person that I'm going to trust my life with when it comes to smite battles, it's impressive.
Yes, definitely. And off the bat, we also saw, we weren't able to discuss that one. But after taking the Baron, after taking the back-to-back ace, they got the Infernal Drake on top of everything. So that's a big paycheck going towards Omega Esports. And look at that. The lead is now up 11k. Mid turret is going to go down. That's the inhibitor turret. And that's the Nexus already exposed. Top turret is going to be the next target right here. And Destiny is going to be captured right here. Oh, that is going to be a very good Cataclysm right there. Going to be enough for the team to go for the aggression. And they're going to go slide onto the bottom side. They still have the Baron buff available, so they can go for a push here at the bottom side. Are they going to be able to do it? Riven will take a lot of damage right here. No, that was the Lee Sin, and Lee Sin goes down. Nexus is the inhibitor turret is already very low, and that's going to go down next. Oh, not yet. The Darius is going to go down first. A few more folks, they don't have the Baron buff, so it's going to be very slow at this point on. JLC will want to finish the mission right there. JLC will be the one to finish the bottom inhibitor turret, but that is 3 inhibitor turrets down onto James Esports side. Well played, Omega Esports.
2 minutes ago, did we say that, the game was tightly contested, or 3 minutes ago, I would say? Yeah, the gold was, on par with each other, and they were fairly even. Don't look now! Hasbel into, 13k gold lead in a snap after getting 2 aces in a row. The momentum is definitely on the side of Omega Esports, and they are just writing the last few sentences of the win here, because with all inhibitor turrets gone for the side of James Esports, there's really no way for them to capitalize on their composition. Twisted Fate can only do so much when you are being clamped down like a clown here. And really, I think we're just waiting for the final push onto the side of Omega Esports to really secure this win.
Yes, definitely. The Ziggs really doing a lot of job right here for Omega Esports. At the top side, it's going to be an off-cam kill. The TF goes down, and that's going to be a 5v4 on the top side. Corky will send out rockets down from downtown, but it's not going to connect onto anyone. Omega Esports, knowing that they have the numbers game right now, so they are going to go for the Baron. I think James Esports will have to try to contest for this, and they are going to go, but there it is. Jarvan 4 is going to be on top of everything, zoning everyone out. Cataclysm is going to be casted right here. GA is going to be popped onto that. Pego is already down. Senna sends out the ultimate. That's going to be very big for the team. And Akali, boom. Oh, that's not going to be on point. So Akali will just delay the inevitable. The Baron is already taken by Omega Esports, and with only 2 champions left here on Jamie's side, might as well, let's call it, this is already game over, and there it is. Omega Esports showing us how it's done here in this day 1 of week number 2. Well played, Omega Esports.
Wait, they're on Starbucks? Okay, now I know why they're that strong, right? Okay, caffeine, always work. But Omega Esports, very well played. Again, Jamie's Esports was very much up there all throughout the game, but there was a point in where Omega Esports just got a win off of 2 aces and a Baron, and we know how much advantage an ace can give you, let alone a Baron, right?
Definitely. It was from 500 gold lead up to 11 to 13k even in just 2 minutes. That was crazy. It should show in the graph later, but let's look at the numbers first. There it is. It was the graph going up from around 501k up to 12K. But anyways, here it is. The MVP of the game is going to be JLC on the Jarvan 4, 5, 2, and 9. What do you think about the numbers?
MVP wise, I would say that I believe that every single one of them did their role. Okay, so it's going to be hard to really select as to who really deserves the MVP. But overall, I just want to commend Riot for at least making it easy for us. They said that JLC is MVP, or the game said that JLC is the MVP. Okay, JLC is MVP. But yeah, JLC did really make his presence felt again when it comes to playstyle. The 6-man Horizon is more into, I will outskill you, I will out-mechanics you. But this person is just as solid as a rock, very consistent. And here are your highlights.
Yes, this is an Oppo A94 play of the game. This is the early game right here, man. Please break this down for us.
All right, so this was the illegal heist that Impressive did, and this was the aftermath in where there was a scuttle fight. Yes, it was secured by Jamie's Esports, but look who's here. Arise, apprehend Flash. Onto a flashless Pago, and he's going to go down. First blood, going over to time lapse. This is a snipe that goes onto I don't know. This is, I think, a 4-pointer or 5-pointer, right? So you can see the distance. Bang! Another
click,
fight.
boom.
I think this was the fight that Jamie's Esports is going to win off of the very good flank and grand entrance by Papa Pig, and the 1v1 by Arise.
Right.
This is actually 2 parts. This was a draw, I would say. And then another fight is going to come in later in where Ryuken will be the one to get the advantage.
All right. It was another Dragon take right here at 9 minutes and 30 seconds in. Jamie's Esports, their HP bars are already very low. Cataclysm catches 3 champions inside the pit, and that spelled trouble from Jamie's Esports. From that point on here, Akali will try to run away, but it's not going to be enough.
Yep, and this, I think, is the first of the 2 aces, the back-to-back aces that we saw, in where there was a lot of messy engages, but look at the damage that was dished out there by Impressive, right? He was able to maximize his ultimate and get 4 people clipped down in terms of health. Look at this chase. JLC has no mana, right? He had no mana, and Jamie's Esports knew that he had no mana, so maybe we can win this.
Prize.
Unfortunately for third, yeah. And then this was the apprehend that will cancel everything. Picture perfect from Arise. And that's all she wrote for Jamie's Esports.
Yes. Lee Sin will try his best to go away from trouble right here, but he's sent home in a body bag. This is the double ace, I believe so. And right? Oh no, this is just 15 minutes into the game.
This is the second ace, and where Impressive is at the backside, just waiting for the perfect timing. Again, we knew Impressive during the summer season as the Spike God. And again, he has proven he has the right timing for everything when it comes to Smite Secures. JLC is just going to mow down the Corki, and our MVP with a contention for the best pose. We have JLC and a KDA of 7.00, kill participation of 48%. But more than that, look at the damage taken per minute, 1,690. When you go and build Sunfire Aegis at Warmug's second item, it is almost, you could say that you don't have to go home, right? When it comes to HP. And that's the reason why he was manaless, because he's not going home, and so he can't get his mana regen. So still though, very interesting build always from JLC. I learn a lot whenever this guy is playing as a Baron laner. So I would try his build path as well later, as soon as I hit the rift.
Yeah, man, that wasn't an easy lane for JLC. Remember, he's in Jarvan 4 in the Baron laner. Going up against Akali just proved to me that you don't really have to win the lane that much. At the early game, it was very hard for him. But in the later game, man, that Jarvan 4 just became a meat shield for Omega Esports, and really was very, in fact, impactful. They're in the team fights.
Just go in, right? And let your teammates do the rest. Because what happens there is, if he goes in, catches a lot of people onto his Cataclysm, the follow-up from Impressive Riven will just be there. And Senna can actually provide support from a mile away. How about that?
Right, and
right?
this and the Ziggs ultimate. Basically,
that's true.
Jarvan creates a ring for Ziggs to shoot the Mega Inferno bomb. That was I'm starting to see the flow of thoughts Omega Esports has right now. It's very high level, man. Do you like this form of Omega Esports?
I mean, even from the draft, I was bamboozled, right? Because look at the draft sequence, and I know the viewers could relate to me with me on this. When Darius did get picked, I would say, hey, you know what? That's a very standard Baron laner. It fits the bill for GLC. But psych, no, it's not. It's not his champion. It's going onto the
Right.
mid lane. Arise, I even said that Arise has a very good win rate, or has been a known player of Ziggs. But it's also not going on to him, right? So I thought it was going to be a tank Senna combo in the Dragon lane. But no, they wanted a different approach.
Right.
And I definitely did not expect this.
Yes, definitely. Game number 2, Omega Esports will have room for adjustments. But going back to the picks, man, I think the Ziggs giveaway right here was very, very big. I think I see the Braum, why the Braum is gonna be what do you call this, banned, to open up one more power pick for them, and they were able to get the Ziggs. Ziggs, I would say, did a lot in that game with the third pushes. That was what Omega Esports were able to really capitalize on, especially in the late game. Yeah, the damage that Ziggs does, really. I will still say that Ziggs is really ban worthy at this point. Ziggs coming up in the fights is trouble. It's a nightmare to go up against.
Yeah, even in 2.4, Ziggs just gives everyone nightmare, right? But
Very true.
and you would see, though, the rationale as to why they're giving away Ziggs. If you're going to understand it on a perspective level of Jamie's Esports, what are we going to give them? Are we going to give them the Ziggs or the Twisted Fate? Twisted Fate can bring out the best out of Glazok's team, I would say.
True,
and Arise
right.
is also very deadly on that one. Lee Sin, which was the second pick, or second priority pick for James Esports, is not only a comfort but also a deny. For talking about impressive, as Lee Sin mechanics has been very well documented, even going back from the summer season. So it's all about, I think, what Jamie's Esports is trying to do right now is to play their game and not get bamboozled by how Omega Esports does things. But really, Omega Esports is just a different beast right now. Experience-wise, mechanics-wise. So Jamie's Esports, if they want to win Game 2, they have to really step it up, micro level and macro level.
True, definitely. So yeah, I guess that is what really is up if you go up against a beast of a team in the form of Omega Esports. It's not going to be an easy task, especially at the draft phase. You mentioned Omega Esports are now focusing on the draft with their coach. They were imagine that, giving up a Ziggs for a Lee Sin pick. That's hard, man. But yeah, it is what it is for Jamie's Esports. They tried their best. Still, hats off to the guys. I think they can make the right adjustments that they will need. That they will need in game number 2. The Ziggs and Senna on the Dragon lane was really crazy. They just really popped off and got priority whenever they needed to. That was crazy, man.
Yeah, and again, the contest, right? The late invade, as I would call it, during the red skirmish. Again, that was also a smite fight that was won by Impressive. And I would say that Glazok's profile as a coach for Wild Rift team, for the Wild Rift scene, pro scene. Previously, he had a very good jungler as well, SSK. In Alliance was also, I would say, the star of Alliance during his coaching time there. And now he's being spoiled as well by having another player that can, have the same playstyle and just go crazy with a lot of champions. I think Compressive in general is crazier when it comes to draft picks alone, because he's going to really just go ham with Riven. I saw him on his social media post tagging a person that, this Riven this ribbon is going to pop off once I'm here, or once it's their time to play the game. And boy, oh boy, they did that. First minute, second minute, already a highlight to behold from this person. Again,
Yes.
it is always never tiring watching Omega Esports, especially impressive play the jungle.
Yeah, you called it, man, before the picks were up. You mentioned that there is a very big possibility that Omega Esports is gonna go for a Riven jungle, and there it is. They showed it to us, and not just showed it, man. They gave us highlights in the first game with the steal, with the Dukes in the early game. That was impressive for impressive.
That's a trap, right? Whenever you're casting impressive, you cannot take away your brains and your mind from the word impressive. I feel for you, man. There was also a point in where I thought there will be Lovers Duo. I think Lovers Duo right now is in a very good shape, I would say.
True.
They wanted to
With
success.
the new items.
Because a lot of items is going to favor Saya. Saya in general during patch 2.3 and patches before that. I'm looking for something else like ability haste. Even the devs did actually recognize the fact that Saya was a bit underperforming because ability haste items for marksmen weren't really there and weren't really available. However, in the new patch 2.4, we have a lot of marksman items joining the fray. Essence Reaver is a priority item. I think even first item worthy for that champion. But they elected Jamie's Esports elected for Corki, which is also very reasonable if you're going to think about the amount of impact that the Corki brings in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. I was gonna talk about the Corki now that you brought it up. Corki, I would say, under-delivered in that game, but I couldn't blame Corki at all. The Jarvan 4 meat shield was really very strong by Omega Esports, that they were able to render Corki more or less useless during the team fights. The rockets were hitting Jarvan 4, but it didn't really do a lot for the team. So yeah, I would say Ashaya is gonna be possible change right here, but in the end, it wasn't the player, it was just the matchup really that made it underperform. So I wanna see what adjustments they want to do in the next game. Definitely, Corki, we saw Corki in the previous games going up for the Essence Reaver. This is one of Corki's
a lot of items are really
natural
Corki
item for
favoring.
Corki, right?
That's right.
This really empowered Corki, but somehow in that game he was neutralized because of the Jarvan unexpected Jarvan Baron pick meat shield.
Yeah, and again, I think overall, even if you exchange Corki for Isaiah, if JBC Esports continue to fight as 5, then the chances of them winning will still be very low. Again, looking at their composition, you have Twisted Fate that wants to split the map. You have a Kali that was winning 1v1 against Arise. Again, we have to remember that from that point on, Jamie's Esports have a win condition. We don't have to group as 5, because if we group as 5, we're just opening ourselves to the wombo combo that Omega Esports has right now. And even if you have a Saya, I know in hindsight I would say that, you know what, maybe Saya is a better pick so that they can get priority in the Dragon Lane over the Ziggs and Senna. But if you look at Ziggs and Senna, their 2v2s, their laning ability in the Dragon Lane is also, I think, if not better, is on par with the Lovers Duo. So there's a lot of things to consider. All I really think about when, looking at that game and trying to analyze it, what could have been done for Jamie's Esports is to really just prevent grouping as 5. I know it will open up a lot of objectives for Omega Esports, but if you are the ones making them respond to your plays, there will be openings in where you can secure maybe a champion kill when someone is rotating, or a sneaky Baron or a sneaky Dragon.
I definitely agree with that. The win condition for Jamie's Esports in that game really was the split push. I think they really want to go for that. Looking at their composition, they have the TF, they have the Lee Sin, right? So that is already those two champions are already split push, already has the split push potential. But it's gonna be very hard, man. Omega Esports has the Ziggs. If you have a wave with you for the split
That's
push,
right.
Ziggs can always from across the map can clear your wave and render you useless once again. So it's
Ziggs,
still
Senna. Right, so there are a
right,
lot.
true with the Senna, right? So it's still very challenging. A lot of mind games definitely in the draft.
Yeah,
That's why I love
masterful
the
act,
draft
right?
phase.
I mean,
Right.
if there is one thing I can assure you, Guy Sox tweets about analysis of the game. He does it right from time to time. So make sure to follow him, pick on his brain. Maybe we can do an interview with him some of these days because this is definitely an exciting addition onto the PH scene. I knew how he worked during his stint in Singapore. So now that we have this coach that is helping Omega Esports, maybe Omega Esports really is, the team to beat, right?
Yeah.
In this group, because overall in that draft, nothing was given away. Even up until the fifth pick, I'm not even sure as to who goes where, because it's crazy. Darius could be played in the direct lane, mid lane, or the Baron lane.
Yeah, man. Let me know if you get that interview because I'm gonna be definitely watching that one, man.
Now, we're going to ask Prod to do it for us. How about that, right? Because we interview the winners, and I'm not writing off Jamie's Esports, right? I'm just saying that if Omega Esports will win, if not this match, the next couple of matches, maybe we can set an interview with the coach, and maybe we can pick his brain apart, right? So get something from him so that our viewers could also say, okay, so that's how it's done in 2.4, because that's what we're looking for. Right now, it's a new patch, entirely new patch. I'm a student of the game, so are you, and so are our viewers. It's not going to hurt to learn from the best of the best.
Yes. So, with that, let's go, man. Here is our champ select by Riot Go. The bans are already here. Another ban onto the Brom, the TF, and on the red side we have Gragas, Camille, and the Lucian. So pretty similar bans aside from the TF.
And now we have a deny. Look at that. Priority Riven for second match in a row. It was during the DR Esports match that Riven was prioritized first. It was Devil J on that, and now it's to deny the Riven. So, what do we get in return? Listen, by impressive.
Listen and Akali.
Oh my.
All right. So, is this gonna be another impressive? We will know for sure later on. Corki is gonna be the second pick right here. Not sure about that, but somehow it is a flex pick, man. Right.
Right. Corki could go the mid lane, could go in the mid lane, could go in the dragon lane. But we now see Akali. Now Akali with JLC. No, hey, wait. This is not JLC. Okay, alright, okay. This is Horizon, and Horizon's pocket pick.
I just saw that, man.
It is Akali. Yeah. Because I was actually thinking, wait, JLC's Akali is very different from the standard Akali. He goes for the 80 Akali, pioneered that build, made it work, and now it's being picked by Omega Esports. And lo and behold, it's not JLC playing. It's Horizon's debut on Omega Esports.
Right, definitely. This is going to be interesting, and especially one of the Akali gods playing it, Horizon.
Oh,
man, I'm excited for this game, but it's not done yet. Fizz is going to be picked right here, and Lakan is going to be the support for Jamie's Esports, as Varus is going to be picked right here, and the last pick is going to be Zed for Omega Esports.
And then on the other side, we now have a Fish, the Fizz, in the mid lane, going against the Zed. So we have Assassin versus Assassin in the mid lane. What are we on? 2014, right? So this is a throwback, but we'll see. Definitely Omega's Arise. Okay, so this is going to be very confusing, not just for the viewers, but also for us. Arise and Horizon. Arise is the one in the mid lane. Horizon is the one in the Baron lane. Okay? All right. Horizon is the one known for his Akali. Meanwhile, Arise is also known for his Zed.
All right, so it's a present tense going up again and the past tense.
No, don't do it.
All right, anyways, let's not confuse ourselves. Let's just focus on the picks right now. On the mid side, it is going to be 3 champions here from Omega Esports. Just to help the wave here, I believe so. This is not going to be the regular pathing right here for both sides. It is going to be Omega Esports that will have priority. But I love this Ziggs, no, not Ziggs, but Fizz pick, man. There was a buff in Fizz, so he has a better wave clear now with the buff on the second skill.
Yeah, that's right. So normally when we talk about Fizz in general, his wave clear is really dependent on the third skill. Now they have buffed the second skill, so we'll see. So
Wait.
1v1.
That was early right there, and it is going to be Omega Esports taking down Fizz for the first blood, brought to you by Globe. What a fight right there. We don't see majority of the fight.
No.
Yeah.
That's the thing. With assassins versus assassins, it's just about outplaying each other. And look now, Ryzen is trying to outplay Ryuken and the what? Ryzen, Ryuken, Ryzen. Okay, so this is going to be a pleasure to cast, my friend. Yeah, Ryzen right now is on his comfort pick. If there is that one person that we know loves his Akali, loves his Ninja, it's a Ryzen now on Omega Esports.
All right, the names are going to be challenged for us in the next coming fights, but challenge accepted, my friends. Yeah. Omega is now up 1-0 at the top. Spicy things happening right here. Horizon with the last poke right there. They're pretty even at the top side. The bottom side. It is going to be the Shroud. Cast it right here. And mid side, there it is. It's going to be a focus on Arise. Arise will be fast enough, will be able to take the Mystic Fruit, and he's going to be okay.
Yeah, okay. For some reason, the map is not updating as to what camps are available and are not available, because looking at the buff, it's up, but I don't think it is. So, Impressive is on the top side.
I think that's because of the Fog of War, but here we go. At the top side, Lyra is already very low, but will be able to survive. Still 1-0 on the board. I think what Omega is planning here during the team fights, Arise is going to go focus on a Corki. Their team comp is really focusing on killing that Corki. But hold that thought. Arise taking a lot of damage right there. Will not be able to chunk down the Riven right there. Will be forced to go back home.
Yeah, again, two options that Omega has right now is for them to go and have the Zed cleanup that we often see, or the Zed split push, right? So what you could do is when you have a Zed, you can just, have him man the Dragon lane or the Baron lane while you group up. Looking at their composition right now, they have a Varus that was just broke out champions over from the side of Jamie's Esports, right? Just stave them off. Meanwhile, on Jamie's Esports side, we have Fizz goes all in, Ryuken goes all in, Shinjao goes all in. So they really want to dive a lot of times, especially with Rakan or Papa Pig on that Rakan, enforcing things or forcing things to go in.
True, and Fizz has a very strong initiate with the ultimate, so that is going to be a factor when they try to dive in. But here we go, man. 15 seconds, both objectives are going to be up already. Again, we saw Omega Esports go for the Rift Herald this time, but I think they're ganging up onto the Infernal Drake this time.
Yeah, Infernal Dragon is definitely the more important one, right? Even if Rift Herald spawns at the same time, that's 6% damage that you're leaving off the table.
All right, definitely. So there it is. Jamie's Esports is going to be first right here onto the pit, but there are 4 champions here from Omega side, and this is going to start the fight. And that's the Xin Zhao going down early. Package is going to be used right here. Double kill by our Galio, and it is Omega looking so good in this fight. They want to search for one more kill. Fizz was able to steal that. That's going to be a double kill by the Fizz right there, but it is going to be Fizz going down also. But Jamie's Esports, what was that still, man?
What? Wait, what? Fizz?
Was sick.
Yeah, it's Fizz killing the dragon and getting 3 kills to his name. So a lot of things happening for Jamie's Esports at the backs of Peiko. All right, so first things first, he was able to assassinate and isolate Timelapse. Timelapse had nowhere to run, and then after getting that kill onto the Varus, having the dragon and 2 kills, that's just good.
Alright, and Omega Esports will be able to find another kill right here. Lee Sin, impressive, very low. Bit of more that he can chew, and he's gonna go down. So that is bad for Omega Esports. I didn't want to shout the steal right there because I wasn't sure if that was a steal right there when I saw the scoreboard. It was a steal, man. Well played right there for Pego. Definitely one for the highlights.
Yeah, definitely one of the best his highlights that we had. And look, don't look now, right? He also has a Rabadon stats cap as his first item selection. Unfortunately for James Esports, they just gave away a kill, and there was a response though. Impressive was on the more aggressive side that he didn't really have support for. Ooh. Another kill.
Well, another kill right there. Jamie's Esports will have to be careful giving off these pickups right now. They do have the advantage earlier because of the SISPH snowball. They are going to go for the Rift Herald right here, but here comes Omega Esports and the fight breaks out. And let's see. So, Sinzao goes down before he can do a damn thing, and Lakan is already very low, so he will be forced to go down as Sakali gets a double kill. Oh, Stronger is going to go for the Lakan, and good sidestep right there by Papa Pig. But Peppa Pig will be okay. Well played right there, but they are going to lose the Rift Herald. Ziggs, Fizz, Pego is just going to go for the bottom push instead.
Yeah, okay. And if he gets this, then it's going to be very good. But Pego doesn't have mana. Okay, Arise could outplay this if he uses his ability very wisely. I think with a very low health.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So Galio is going to be there. Stronger will be there to help his friends. That's the power of friendship right there.
Okay, all right. I think he's safe. He's safe. Okay, so he was Omega Esports was able to get a couple of kills and a tower and a Rift Herald. So overall, the win will still go onto the side of Omega Esports. Yes, Jamie's Esports was able to secure the second tier tower and the Dragon side. But when it comes to the importance of towers, again, it's very well documented that the mid tower is almost always going to be very important for you to have access onto the jungle. But impressive.
All right, there's going to be a fight right here. Sinzao starting things off. Already very low. We'll have to look for an exit right here. Sends out the ultimate. And Horizon hiding under the shroud. It's already very low, but we'll try to go for the pickup right here. Oh, Zed kills the Porky right there. Akali goes down even, but the Sinzao is going to be killed. But Pego is in bad position right now. He is going to go down, and that is a 1-for-4 trade in favor of Omega Esports. Things are just crumbling right now here for Jamie's Esports. Even an attempt onto the Varus is not going to be connecting. Riven will still be okay at this point, but it is Omega Esports 8 minutes in.
That's right. And now Rift Herald, it was used to just secure the first tower. You know what we're not talking about so much here? Horizon, right? Horizon was not even part of the first Dragon fight that was showing his form. You know what? Don't forget about me when talking about Cali players on the top side who was able to secure a lot of kills, was able to absorb a lot of damage as well in the Dragon side, and now he's trying to still make things happen for him and his team.
Yes, definitely. Look at this jungle aggression right here by Arise, and she does not need farm at this point because he can take a pickup if she wanted to, and this is Omega Esports. She's got to be spotted right here. I think Varus for the ultimate right there. It is going to start the fight off. Horizon is going to be joining this fray, and that is going to be Sinzao going down once again before he could do anything. And that is trouble for Jamie's Esports, and they are now on the run. And Omega, they're hungry, they want more. They spot one champion at the top. Fizz, what can you do against these number of champions in your back? Fizz goes down, that's 2 champions dead onto Jamie's Esports side, and Omega Esports will invade the jungle, clear this one out before they are going to be going back.
I think this is the first time I've seen a team go for triple Yomo's ghost play. We have one on Zed, we have one on Lee Sin, and we also have one on Varus. So they're very mobile. All right. So we have a team that really can move well in the Rift, can play the poke game, can play the assassination game, and they still have a Ryzen that is very hard to catch on that Akali. Has been, I think, one of the best players that we have when it comes to Akali, and they're just pushing the tempo. Just push the tempo. Mega Esports is not letting Jameis Esports breathe a second.
Speaking of breathe, at the top side, there's going to be skirmish once again. Zed will send out the ultimate here onto the Riven. Riven will be fast enough, almost dies, but there it is. Listen for the chase. That's going to be Riven down. At the top side, Fizz will try to run. My friend, you need to get out of town, but Omega Esports will not be allowing that. Oh, no,
nice.
There it is. Good reverse right there. Reverse on Uno card by the Fizz, and there it is. The punish is going to be on point. Sinza will want one more. Varus will take a lot of damage, will shield up. Let's see, one more poke and he goes down. That's a double kill right there for the Sinza. Make that. Oh, here it comes. Impressive for the cleanup.
Another teleport?
Right there. Another teleport going to Fizz. Man, the Dukes. He is going to go down. 1v1 fight right here. But the Yukin will not want a piece of this. Decent at this point. He is being shredded. But no, impressive. So this is going to be very close. Here comes the cavalry though. Impressive.
Okay.
Will be exhausted and will go down. That is in favor of Jamie's at the last part. But man, this Fizz is causing so much trouble for Omega.
Oh yeah. Man, Pego is my favorite fish now. he's been popping off. I mean, a lot of his plays really are very highlight worthy, and I can't wait to see more of this player's Fizz. But really, what Jamie's Esports did there was to give themselves a chance. Hey, you know what? We're winning by going for this small skirmishes. Omega Esports is very confident that they can win, even though they're not grouped up as 5. Because with their composition, right? You want a Ryze going for the split push, a Ryzen going for the split push. So your only concern is to win the 3v5 fight. That Omega Esports allow it to happen. Then maybe James Esports can take this, a couple of fights and maybe even this win.
Yes, definitely. But yeah, looking at a gold lead right now, it's a 6K gold lead in favor of Omega Esports. 12 minutes in, you are going to be feeling that in a team fight. So this will add to Jamie Esports' pressure right now in this game. Though Fizz is popping off in the end, this is Wild Rift. This is a team game. It is still Omega Esports coming up on top as a team.
Still, my favorite fish. Don't mention me. Okay,
there it is at the bottom. They just found Riven once again. This is so many assassins on the side of Omega right now. If you walk alone, you are gonna die fast here on the middle side. Let's see if there is gonna be any fight. Nope. Omega Esports will just try to pressure, but really not commit onto the push.
And now with one champion down for James Esports. It is go time for Mega Esports to secure this Mountain Dragon. A lot of teleports has been invested. Another pick.
There it is. The taunt is going to be on point onto the Sinza. Sinza will be forced to use the ultimate right here. Grand Entrance is going to be casted right here. And the package is going to be in a very good position, splitting everyone up. But Sinza is going to go down first in this fight. That's bad for James Esports. There it is. The Fizz is going to be next. 1v1 action here on the bottom side. And it is going to be the Corki left alone in that fight. The ADC in the front line after the package. That's not good. And Omega Esports capitalizes on that. They take 3 champions and now they're marching towards the Baron.
Yep, Baron is their main prize. Yes, they were able to get the Mountain Dragon, a couple of what they call this, a couple of champion kills. But Ryukin, can you steal this? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so. The smite is going to be there. That's going to be very powerful. But the punish, though, is it going to be there? Akali, Ryzen is rising to the occasion, gets one down, and Ryukin will have to run away. Ryzen will not go for the chase. Well, good decision right there. Omega Esports gets one more kill on top of the Baron.
Yeah, still wants to make a name for himself, even though he's a very well-known Akali player. Always a highlight waiting to happen. This player, Ryzen. So yeah, you can see just as how he plays, but more than that, Omega Esports was now able to secure the Baron belt. They will now march on to their respective lanes because it's a 1-3-1 config that they will play out, and at 14 minutes they will just start knocking onto those towers. But we are seeing 1v1 again.
1v1, the Fizz, man, your Fizz is popping off, but this time, Arisen gets the better of the fight. Fizz is down already here in the mid side. Varus, that's a very big poke right there. The Qs are very painful at this point, and look at that. Papa Pig is already very low, will find an exit and will be okay. Impressive sidesteps that Rocket at the top side. Arise will go for the split push himself. Turret is already down onto the bottom side. This is very good for Omega Esports. Top turret, a few more pokes from the wave, and that's going to be done. Here, Stasis is going to be casted right here. Oh, that was too early right here for the Varus. Wasted the ultimate, but nonetheless, it's still a kill. Bottom side is going to be the only one left right here for the inhibitor turrets, and it is the Nexus already exposed from all sides. Jamie's Esports will have their hands full at this point. Omega Esports on top of this game, 15 minutes in.
I still love the sportsmanship from Pego, right? So when he got solo killed there by Arisen, and I believe Arisen did really get a lot of help from the Baron empowered minions, although impressive still. Wait, it's a 1v1.
Wait. Let's see. Lakan is here, so Impressive doesn't want to go in. But Riven is already very low, and there is the fight right there. Oh, Sinzao already very low with the ultimate is being saved by the ultimate right there. But the Nexus is going to be the target here. Let's see if the defense is going to be strong. That is going to be a very good kill right here onto the Varus. So that's big firepower down already. Package is going to be used right here, but that is going to be Lakan going down. One more kill. That is 4 champions dead onto the side of Jamie's Esports. Good golly, everyone's just going down. Omega Esports takes the bodies, and they're not even done with the kill yet. Galio will take down, and that's going to be an Oppo ace on top of this win. Well played, Omega Esports.
They're just having fun, right? Because, I mean, if you look at how Pego is doing things, he gets solo kill, doesn't mind, goes for the emote that, you know what, I think I would coin that emote, because, yeah, he knows, they know that as a team, if there's one thing I know from the interviews, Jamie's Esports will take this very positively. They would say that, you know what, we didn't really win, but we learned, and learning is the best way to, you know, just go and overcome a couple of things, especially with this group. It's a very long group, right? This double round robin, and they still have an opportunity to face up Omega Esports.
Definitely. One of my favorite philosophers always say, you only really lose if you don't learn anything. Right? There it is. Oh, Arise is going to be our MVP right here. The score is 8-2 to 11 assists. I think that's the assist that really helped out to get this MVP.
Yeah, highest kill participation over his team. But when you're playing this composition, right, having the 100% kill participation or even close to that, it's almost impossible. But because you're going for a lot of small skirmishes with those assassins, solo kill by Arise in the early game, and still though, I mean, yes, the MVP is Arise, but we saw a lot of plays coming from all the members of Omega Esports again in this game number 2.
True. Masterful performance by everyone here in Omega Esports. And even a masterful debut by Arise. And well played, man. 9-3 to 5 onto the Akali. That was very effective in the later part of the game. Look at that score. 35 kills in this game for Omega Esports. That's crazy numbers.
And not to take away from my favorite Fish, there you go. Red SVP with 6 kills, getting the triple kill plus the Dragon Seal at the very early juncture of the game. His team, Ryukin, Lira, Thair, and Papa Pig, still has this, I would say, potential to really upend our veteran teams. And it's just, you know, something waiting to happen. It is going to happen eventually.
And here is your Oppo A94 play of the game. And let's please break this game down for us. What happened here?
This is, I think this is a clearer perspective as to how the dragon got stolen, because that's a solo kill onto the Varus. Now you see Pego is in the vicinity and don't look. Oh, okay. So that was a playful trickster. that was able to secure that Infernal Dragon. That was a very good win. This time around, this was the first showing of Horizon on Omega Esports jersey. Look at that perfect execution. Going ham straight into the hearts of three people. Yes, he was exhausted. Yes, the damage wasn't there, but his presence was definitely felt from that clash alone. Now, over onto the Dragon side, we can see another showing by Horizon. And yes, he's going to be taken down here. The job has already been finished by him, right? He was able to dish out damage. He was able to absorb as much pressure as he can. And Pego, I'm sorry, in this highlight, you're going to go down.
Yes, definitely. Here is a little 1v1 action right here, but Lee Sin is going to be joining the fight. Riven will duke this out, but the flash forward by the Lee Sin will finish things up. At the top side, there are going to be skirmishes right here, and that is the playful fish right there. Zonia on top of everyone will just try to have fun. Will able to get one down, and here comes Cavalry reversing things for James Esports side.
Yeah, and this was Lyra, right, with a couple of teleports being invested. This is one teleport, this is the Zed coming in. And, oh, okay, now it makes sense. He was teleporting while he was on tower's range, and he couldn't cancel, and he didn't saw, and that's why he was executed. Okay, thank you, Replay, for explaining why he got executed in the first place. This, I think, is heading into the last fight here, Leoric. Break it down.
Yes, definitely. The Corki is already out of place, and you don't want that as an ADC. Definitely. Separating from the team, that's a no-no for a ranged champion, but it is what it is, and that cost them a lot. Here at the top side, here's Horizon rising up to the occasion, going for the punish right here. We'll try to chase this one out, but opt for not to go in. This is a good attempt right here by the Fizz, but at this point, Horizon is already painful, and a few pokes onto that Fizz, the Fizz just went down.
Yep, impressive. Just cementing everything for the side of Omega Esports. This is the last fight where you would see Thayer being chased by the Galio with a Proto Belt. Okay, that's a support with a Proto Belt. And then I hope it will be shown. That's my favorite emote now, right? Pego just introduced my hehe emote. Okay, so that's that's good for the last kill of the series and our MVP.
Yes, that's our master of the match. It is going to be a rise on the Zed with a 9.5 KDA. Kill participation is 41%, but when it counted the most, he was able to deliver the kills that mattered in the game, especially the first blood, giving them a very good boost in the early part of the game.
And you would see that on his item pathing, again, it's the first time I've seen in forever the team will go for triple Youmuu's Ghost Blade. That's his first selection. Second item will be the Dusk Blade of Reptar. Third item will be the new item, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm still hazy on this. That's Cyril does Grudge.
Cyril does,
right?
Yeah.
Then
that's the right item. Cyril does Grudge.
Yeah, Cyril does Grudge. Execution is calling, and to top it all off, more ability haste, because ability haste is really what makes Zed so amazing to play. Sure. That is the Black Cleaver for more armor shredding, and of course the teleport, because he's designated to be display pusher.
Yes, definitely. Well played right here. Well deserved master of the match for Horizon of Omega Esports. More about the post-game analysis right here. Again, Jamie's Esports, I wouldn't be down after that fight. That was a well played, and they had fun. You saw that from the Fizz. It was they respected the enemies. They tried their best, and they know that they still have a long way to go. And you don't have to go hard on yourself. Just have fun, even if you are already down in the scoreboard, right?
Mm-hmm. Even with what happened, I believe Jamie's Esports can still manage to hold their heads up high. Am I saying it right? Yeah, I am right.
Hold their heads up high. Right.
See? I'm making it hard for you. So they could, walk away with their chest up, right? And say that, you know what, we did our play. This is how we play, and we're not going to succumb into the pressure. Fortunately for this particular game, the experience gap is definitely there, right? So, yeah, still well played for Jamie's Esports, and GG well played for Mega.
Yes, definitely. But that is going to be the last fight of the evening. My back is aching. How's your back feeling, man?
Oh, it's very good because Secret Lab is here to help me out, man. Adjustable
My
lumbar
Secret Lab-
support for maximum comfort.
All right. I wish I have one in the future. Most definitely, I will feel better. But anyways, that's gonna be it for us this evening. Don't go away. We will go for a break, and our panelists will be back to break down the game for you. But for Autolus and me, this is it, and we will be out saying good night and good fight. But stay for a short break.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you had to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like I'm Ansel Adams. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings.
You are watching the Sea Icon Series fall season, and Omega Esports, quick and clean, get the final series of the day of the debut as well of groups C and D. They get a 2-0 against Jamie's Esports and 75,000 Globe Cup points. This was a really entertaining match, and we can ask Omega Esports themselves all about it as we have our post-show interview right here with Omega Esports and Arise. I believe will be representing the team. Let's bring them on over to your screens and we can ask them all about that match against Jamie's Esports. Hi, Arise! Thank you so much for taking the time out to talk to us. Hello. Now, first up, I have to ask you guys, how are you guys liking patch 2.4?
Medyo okay naman po. Mas naging interesting yung game kasi sabay na mag-spawn yung Herald pati Dragon. Parang nag-iba na konti yung playstyle. Ayan. Yan lang po.
There's a lot of management that has to come into play now because of that. Riku, what about you? Do you have any questions over here?
First off, congratulations for winning your first series of the day as well as the fall season. You guys came from such a high placement. No problem. You guys came from such a high placement back in the playoffs for a summer season. So now that you guys are in Group D, starting anew, what do you guys think? How do you guys feel? Are you guys confident that you'll get straight to the playoffs? Are you guys gonna finish first in this group?
Actually, we are trying our best to get first. Pero alam naman po namin na malalakas din yung ka-group namin. Kaya parang confident lang kami pero hindi namin sila ina-underestimate. Ano ba?
That's cool. So
Respect.
you guys, respect. Still confident, but still grounded. I like that.
Okay, so as for me, Horizon, congratulations. So Horizon, what is the feeling of playing on a different team, and how does it feel, of course, having a head coach under Glazehawks?
Para sa team naman po, parang naninibago pa ako kasi new set of players na naman yung nakakasama ko. Tas as of kay Glazehawks, parang magaling naman po siya mag-coach. Parang on point lagi yung tinuturo niya. Kaya parang expectation namin na sana maka-qualify din kami sa C Championship. With Glazehawks. Tas sa new team na to.
Yes, looking far
nice
ahead indeed for Omega Esports. Now, Horizon, I have to ask you, what exactly is your Starbucks order there? Is that a mocha? Dark mocha?
Ay,
Frappuccino?
Hindi po akin to sa kampe ako.
Okay, so you don't drink coffee, or do you prefer a different drink?
Non-coffee based na po.
Okay.
Perhaps a milk tea.
Milk tea?
Yes. But why not? Okay, so Horizon prefers milk tea over the coffee, and he does not claim ownership of that Starbucks cup that is over there. Now, before we let you go, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to give? Maybe to all of the supporters out there of Omega Esports.
Shoutout na lang po sa lahat na sumusuporta sa Omega. Sana po pagpatuloy niyo po kami suportahan. Yan lang po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Horizon. We are
Yay.
definitely looking forward to
Thank you.
Omega Esports as the Icon series continues. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Good night po.
Thank you.
Right. I hope that Omega Esports, can sleep well with all that sugar running through their veins. Of course, all of that coffee that they're fueled by, except for Horizon, because he prefers something else, and of course will not claim ownership of that Frappuccino or whatever that was. Now let's head into our series highlights over here to break down the match that went on. This was a really entertaining match, and I know that our casters had fun as well. And we were, I believe Audelus mentioned this. Jamie's Esports is still a very, very raw, very raw indeed. And of course, they went up against Omega Esports. It's a really tall order to go up against one of the top 3 teams here. It's your very first day of the Icon series. And they also have, they have an upgrade to their roster as well. It was really tough for them, but I think they're taking it in stride too. I think they're taking this as a learning opportunity.
Yeah, what I noticed from Jamie's is that they're doing a good job evening out the gold lead. It's one of those things where even though they seem like they're far behind in kills, they make sure, or objectives rather, they make sure that they try to catch up on gold as much as they can, and it was pretty close. Something to note, of course, impressive objective control, and as well as that first tussle in the first minutes of the game where he didn't die. I think he can be a slippery Riven, and I feel like this Riven pick from Impressive is going to be absolutely scary when we look at the entirety of the fall season.
And the itemization as well is fairly different. The first one, I mean, the consistency coming in from Smart Omega is really solid. The first one, which is Impressive, trying to escape. You have also Stronger with a very good stun to disable the whole squad on chasing him. And then what we've noticed is this Senna opted for a Black Cleaver plus the Iceborne Gauntlet. So it's fairly a different approach towards Senna. And so far, everything is on point coming in from Omega. It feels like they are on momentum, carrying what they have on summer season. And at this point, I'm not sure who's going to take them down, but definitely James Esports got the potential to grow the maturity. They can fight fire with fire. We saw many times Pago going up against Arise with an assassin and comp looking for the right targets. It's just that in terms of maturity of the team, Jamie's Esports is still a bit far, and they just have to work some changes. So we are seeing a lot of power from Omega. We still yet to see a bigger test for them under the banner of BlazeHawks.
Yeah, and it's a good foundation for Jamie's Esports. It's there's something there. There's definitely something there. It's just that hello, you're up against Omega Esports, and it's a pretty big jolt, of course, to the system. But I still do think this was a good debut for Jamie's Esports, and of course Omega Esports. Before we wrap things up, I want to ask you guys. Did you guys see any difference at all from the Mega from the summer season and going into this, especially now that they have Coach BlazeHawks behind them?
For me, I feel like they're a looser now, in a sense. It's a good thing where they can expand their horizons. They can try a lot of new things. I remember back in the South Luzon group stages, they wanted to try something different as well with a double smite. But after that loss, it felt like they returned to default. But this time, feels like they're more confident trying new things and bringing them into the big stage.
Yeah, and we saw also JLC on J4, which is not the usual that we saw on the top lane pool of champions. So that's something that you need to consider, that they are trying things. They are trying to experiment. They are pushing themselves out of the comfort zone. And at that point, we are also going back to different marksmen. We saw also this game that there's a Varus playing, not Delusion. That's not the case. So that's the usual meta champions that we are seeing. Even the Zed, they were able to prove that they can use also that, even a Fizz onto the other side, which is Jamie's Esports. So I think there's both of them really grew a lot, especially Omega from a summer season, that they are trying to stick with what they're good at. They are just trying also to check or explore the other side of their minds.
Yeah, you're right there. We actually had a very good variety of, AD carries coming on in today. And that was nice to see, especially, of course, with, patch 2.4 coming on in and offering that variety. We saw a lot of teams bringing their own flavor to that role. Let's check out today's results. Of course, the debut of Group C and D over here and how well they did. I want to ask you guys, at the end, of course, of this day one, who now do you think are the teams that we have to look out for? Not counting Omega Esports, because of course they look really good. Are there any other teams that you think that we need to look out for?
For me, at least when we look at Group C, I feel like Fennel Adversity really wants to return to the playoffs and then show the improvements from last season to fall. And for D, of course, DR Esports, it is a culmination of a lot of these veteran players forming a Wild Rift team or in the Wild Rift team or continuing their career in Wild Rift Esports. So I'm very excited to see DR and Omega fight it out.
Yeah, and especially with all of the games, we also got a first 2-1 out of the Group C and D. So I really love everyone's game right now. They are on point. They are showing what they are capable of, and there is also a lot of room for improvement.
And going over to our Globe Cup point standings over here for Group C and D, you know what? I think the team that mostly like surprised me the most today, although I don't think this should really be a surprise, but I think it's, I have to commend Lakan Esports. They were really, just because of, that crit shopping spree, I guess, that Eisen did on Delusion. I really feel like if they continue building on that, understanding, this is really a team that we need to look out for over here in a group. I do think that they should also stand a good chance to make it to the playoffs this fall. What about you guys? Was there anything today that really surprised you guys?
Well, I think for me, it is the 2-1s, I suppose, or more on how Group C and D are very close in power level, I suppose. Maybe a little bit different from Omega, from Group D, but the rest, I feel like they're very close. So it should be a very tight and exciting group stages for this particular C and D.
Yeah, and what shocked me so far, or showed the potential of the teams, actually, it's Jamie's Esports and Mirmooo. Yes, they had a hard time really winning those games, but they are as close as some of the gold advantage, even objectives. So I'm really excited what's ahead of us, especially for Chasing Dreams and Leonites, because the sky's the limit. They can still grow out there.
Yeah, I think that's the most encouraging thing about, Group C and D, because there's so many new faces here to the Icon series. So many, first times for a lot of these teams. It's just, it's incredible to think about the potential that all of these teams have, especially for the Wild Rift Esports scene. These six new teams that we have over here are entirely different from the summer season, and they're really just growing as the game evolves. And I'm really looking forward to more. I'm really looking forward to seeing more from each and every one of these teams and these players as well. And speaking of the players, as we wrap up this discussion, I wanted to ask you guys, are there any standout players from today that you think we have to keep our eyes on?
Okay, for me, it has to be Eisen for sure. I feel like if the team builds around him, I feel like he can just snowball out of control. Most likely, a lot of these tanky frontliners like the Braum, maybe the Galio, Gragas, I think those are perfect combinations. And if they continue, they can definitely go far in their group.
Yeah, as for me, I wanted to see more of the Omega's experiments. Under Glazox, they are trying different things. And as the power of a Stronger, who plays an Asher support, and also he is the one who's trying to have a different approach on being a support. I wanted to see him on the Enchanter, carrying the Staff of the Flowing Water, or any orthodox support that we may see, just to make sure that Omega can still surprise us and make sure that they can lock themselves with their goal, as what Horizon told us they are aiming for the Fall Cup.
You know who I actually had my eyes on? I actually had my eyes on Mirmooo from Mirmooo Esports, because I thought that, like, that game one where he was just able to get that double kill sandwich between an inhibitor turret and that's just so gutsy, and it's just so indicative of, like, his capability to give those clutch plays. And can you just imagine if he just takes those risks even more and then refines the technique, all of the mechanics? I think we could see some really good stuff from this player. And I mean, come on, he has an esports team named after him. The logo, I think, is his face. If I'm not mistaken, if we do get to interview them someday, we have to ask about that. I'm staring at it right now. I believe it is his face. I believe that is Mirmooo with some kind of helmet and yes, war paint. So yeah, very intriguing indeed. But I did like watching him as well.
It's
take
like
look at tomorrow's
a
kid.
Kaisa tattoo, actually.
Yeah. Actually, a little bit of Aries as well.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know. We'll have to ask. We'll have to verify on that. But I do hope we get to interview Mirmooo soon enough. Let's check out tomorrow's kid to find out what all of these teams will be facing for day 2 of our week 2. Day 2 of our week 2 of our fall season. And right off the bat over here, we have our 4 matches for tomorrow. And look at that, Omega Esports versus Chasing Dreams. That should be very interesting. And we also have, yes, we were talking about Mirmooo a while ago. We will be facing Leonite Esports. I mean, what about you guys? What matches are you looking forward to the most? And which do you think will have the most bearing, I guess, in the standings and sort of like our status quo for Group C and D?
For me, it's got to be match number 1, Lakan Esports and Fennel Adversity. Fennel Adversity had a really amazing start, so I think the biggest question is who can challenge Fennel Adversity in Group C, and I feel like one of the closest teams could possibly be Lakan Esports.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, Lakan and Fennel, they are dominating the group. But as for me, I wanted to put the test of Jamie's Esports, and they are going to face the DR Esports, who convincingly won their game, as Edaf and Etaf were a good duo that you need to watch out as well. And at that point, I think, yes, they kind of fail with Omega, but this time I think that Jamie's Esports will be coming in closer against DR Esports.
Yeah, I would love to see Jamie's Esports definitely make it. I think they have a special place in my heart because you have esports and chili garlic. You got me. Yeah.
Yummy combo.
Yummy combo indeed. I mean, it's a win-win. It's a win-win there for Jamie's Esports. Definitely a treat to watch over here. And of course, we are looking forward to seeing all of the other teams as well in Group C and D. Now, of course, if you guys are watching, don't forget that we have giveaways ongoing on Facebook. And if you're not on Facebook, you might be watching on YouTube, you might be watching on Twitch or on TikTok as well. If you want to join the giveaways, just head on over to Facebook and then go back to your platform of choice, wherever you guys are watching this. We will be back tomorrow. And of course, if you want to catch up the rest of the schedule for the Icon series, you can always check out www.wildrifticonseries.ph. Of course, thank you so much to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines. And this is organized by Mineski Philippines and Globe Telecom. Thank you so much, guys, for making the Icon series a reality here in the Wild Rift esports scene in the Philippines. And for Globe Telecom, you guys can reinvent your Wild Rift journey like never before. Level up your Globe Wild Rift game with Go 50 for 5 gigs for all sites. Plus, Go Play 10 for an additional 1 gig to play Wild Rift for 1 day. But why would you want to keep it at 1 day? I don't know. I don't know what you can accomplish in 1 day. You're going to want to grind it, of course, unless you reach all the way to the top in 1 day, want to keep it there. I don't know. And also to Oppo, be ready to live life at full speed with the Oppo A745 5G. Empower your daily gaming with 5G connection, 5,000 milliamperes, mega battery, and 18 watts fast charge. Go for that win streak and get the new Oppo A745 5G.
At syempre, nandito din ang sikreto ng mga gwapong gamers. Kahit buong araw nang naglalaro, hindi mo kang na-GG, fresh pa rin. At para fresh all day, bring your clay game with New Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleans 99.9% of germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one, bring your clay game with Master, sikreto ng mga gwapo.
And of course, don't forget to help yourself to the best seat in the house from Secret Lab, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supported patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace.
It's how we can, keep you guys entertained for how many hours has been? How 7, even 8 hours even, because we're backed by Secret Lab and it's just so comfy.
Yeah.
might not want to
gonna
leave
sleep
this
here.
chair. We're actually gonna
I'm
sleep
gonna-
here.
Gonna
tonight.
wake up that it's day 2 of fall season.
Yeah, this is where we're gonna
Oh,
sleep.
hi
This
guys.
is how we're gonna end the
Osiris isn't
stream.
leaving anymore.
Yeah.
And of course, Riot Go, you guys can own the enhanced gaming experience on League of Legends Wild Rift with the new Riot Go promo. Just register now to get exclusive champions, emotes, kill bubbles, and a whole lot more. Get it now via the Gcash app and the Globe One app. And there you have it, you guys. It's Osiris's bedtime now, so we will be back tomorrow. It was a fantastic debut for groups C and D here in the Wild Rift C Icon Series PH Fall Season. We will be back tomorrow. Wake Osiris up, send him a message or something on Twitter. We will be back same time, same place, same channels. My name is Mika Fabs with Riku and Osiris, and on behalf of the whole production, stay safe, stay healthy, and we will see you in the Rift. Night, guys. Night, sleeping on the secret lab.
Yo, Mark 9. They really don't think we can keep doing this. They don't think we can keep making hits about cameras. But I'm the cameraman. But I'm the cameraman. Stay creamy. Yeah, I started on a 50 mil lens. Now I'm about to bag 50 mil yen. I can shoot all day, I got stamina. Turtleneck on with my camera, yeah. Stay creamy, man, that's what they say. Shoes laced up and I came to play. Yeah, I'm first team, I'm a superstar. They call me Cream, like Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, you have to face it, let's get back to basics. I'ma take the shot like it's a vaccination. I don't have the patience, I'ma shoot right now. Yeah, we undefeated and you gon' lose right now. Like click, 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 swish. I can switch it up anytime like this. I'm a videographer and I'm on the verse. So when I shoot my shot, I don't miss.
I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot.
Yeah, kid noon, I've been shooting my shot, ooh. The into it, I've been moving the rock, yeah. My shit's wet like I've been using a mop, ooh. You get there, yeah, I've been proving I'm wrong. I've been taking shots and now I'm starting to stutter. Vision getting blurry, I should check my shutter. I'm the cameraman, I need my camera madam. Shoot my shot like a Mansell Adams.
I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film, not feelings. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. Pull up and take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. You know I'm gonna take the shot, take the shot, take the shot. I develop film, not feelings. Ooh, I develop film,